Button Press presents Undone, Book 3 in the Unreal series, written and narrated by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2022 Button Press. Part 1. Mila. Chapter 1. April 18th, 2161 through April 22nd, 2161. Which one do you think is Sloane? I scanned the impressively large dock. Huge watercraft, at least 5 that I could see, sat bobbing in the tourmaline water. Their hulls stood at least 6 meters high above the surface. I'd never seen anything like it. Zayn scoffed. It seems simple enough. There are only 10 to 15 women walking around out there. No problem. I rolled my eyes and nudged him with my elbow. Did Kenna even say if Sloane was a she? Zayn shrugged. If he couldn't remember, I certainly couldn't. It had barely been 24 hours since we'd left Pash and Talia outside the P7 boundaries, but it felt more like a week. Zayn and I had barely spoken on the hike here. We walked. When we weren't walking, we tried to sleep and failed miserably. It felt like something inside of me had broken last night as I'd stared into the dark. My mind raced, unable to calm down. Today it felt like I was floating outside of my body, like I was a third-party observer completely severed from the world around me. I hated it. Even now that we were here, and we'd miraculously made it to the docks without any major hiccups, I felt numb. I reached up and adjusted the mask around my mouth and nose. Not having to wear this had been the only benefit of being inside P7. Right now, I'd be tempted to put on the cuffs if it meant I could take this annoying thing off for 2 seconds. Zayn and I crouched behind an outcropping of rocks at the edge of the water. The ocean here was a completely different color than back home. Lighter, like I could peer all the way to the bottom if I were standing directly above it. I reached down and picked up a handful of the fine white sand underneath my feet. I let it sift through my fingers and puzzled over our current predicament as the sea air filled my nostrils. For a second, I closed my eyes and allowed the soft breeze and briny scent to transport me back home. Could that be her? Zayn asked, and my eyes popped open. My peaceful moment didn't last nearly long enough. I didn't know if it was the fact that Alek had been leaving, the knowledge that Channel and Abe were in danger, or the trauma of having to escape Bryn and the other community leaders and walk through the pitch-black night. But regardless, no part of me had thought to ask for any details when Kenna had given us that name. Height, hair color, even what dock number Sloane worked at. Any one of those details could have given us at least something to work with. Maybe not. Zayn shifted uncomfortably on the balls of his feet. My thighs were burning from having to crouch for so long, and he had to work a lot harder than I did to make himself small. I have no idea what we should do. If we stood up and someone spotted us, we'd be toast. We would be idiots to assume that no announcement had gone out about our departure. I shook my head. I think we might just have to find a better place to hide and keep watching. Hope we see something that could give us information. Or, what if we just got on a boat? Zayn asked flippantly. What do you mean? I mean, those boats are all going somewhere, right? What if we just get on? He shrugged. We could choose a smaller one, with a small crew. And what? I hissed. Throw them overboard? Zayn shrugged. You really think we'd be able to take over a boat and somehow drive it? I had to hold back laughter at the ridiculousness of the dramatic scene playing itself out in my mind. Mostly because I could absolutely imagine Zayn picking someone up and tossing them into the sea like a rag doll. Zayn sniffed. We don't look all that different here, you know. I looked down at our worn outfits and he nodded. We could scout out some better clothes. Find a way to fit in. That's not a bad idea. There was a lull in the traffic on the dock, and I motioned for him to follow me along the rocks toward what looked like a supply shed. I couldn't see the entrance from here, but if we went around the back, we might have a chance to sneak in unnoticed. Mila, be careful, Zayn growled as we approached the back of the shed. I paused when I reached the corner. From where we'd been sitting, I hadn't recognized how exposed we'd be on this side. "Wait here." Zayn stood to his full height. He adjusted the straps on his backpack and slipped past me before I could protest, then crept cautiously along the back wall. "Zayn," I called in a whisper. "We have no idea if anyone's in there." He put a finger to his lips and waved me off as he inched along the sand. When he reached the end of the wall, he cautiously peeked around the edge of the shed and then disappeared. I held my breath. This was not what I anticipated. I didn't know exactly what I expected to happen when we made it down here, but traveling around P7 and finding our way to the docks was supposed to be the hard part. I froze in a crouch as my heart pounded in my chest. "Come back," I thought over and over. "Please come back." A wave of relief hit my stomach when I saw Zayn's head poking back around the wall. He waved frantically for me to follow, and I rushed forward without thinking. As soon as I reached him, he grabbed my arm and pulled me in through the open door. There wasn't much contrast between the external glow and the lighting inside the building, but it still took a moment for my eyes to adjust. "What's all this?" I asked as I caught my breath. I glanced around and hardly recognized a thing. Strange canisters sat on shelves, and long mechanical parts littered the floor or hung haphazardly on the wall. "It doesn't matter." Zayn pointed toward the back corner. "That's all we need to worry about." I followed him toward an open shelving unit stacked with what I prayed was clothing of some sort. Zayn pulled a neatly folded jacket from the shelf. I grinned. "Nice. Looks warm." That was my top priority now that I remembered how chilly it could be next to the water. I set my pack down and snatched at a piece of fabric from the next shelf down. I unfolded it. A long-sleeve shirt. "This one seems like it would fit you." I handed it to Zayn and searched further down the pile for a smaller size. "Here." He threw me a pair of pants. "It doesn't matter if they fit perfectly. We need to hurry." I nodded and reluctantly grabbed the next shirt I found. This would have to do. "Why do you think everything is white?" Seemed impractical on multiple levels. I couldn't imagine Dad wearing anything white to work. If he did, it wouldn't stay white for long. "No idea." He grunted and shuffled past me as he pulled off his shirt. He stopped behind a partial brick wall that jutted out from the other side of the small shelter. Stripping off his pants, he pulled the new shirt over his head with both arms. Before I realized I was gaping at all the bronzed skin and defined muscle that had suddenly appeared in front of me, a noise sounded outside, and I jolted. I scurried to hide next to Zayn behind the wall. We both held our breath and froze, and my mind raced to find possible escape options. "There's no one coming," Zayn whispered after a few moments. His lips brushed my hairline, and his breath tickled my left temple. Goosebumps lifted on my skin, and I swallowed hard. I thought, it sounded like... "I know. I thought we were busted too." Though the air around us was still and silent, neither of us moved. I couldn't see him, but I knew exactly what he looked like. Very much undressed, standing directly behind me. In an instant, after hours of feeling disconnected, I was very much there. My whole body seemed to come to life as electricity crackled in the air around us and pierced whatever dampening emotional barrier had been in place moments before. In a split second, I went from feeling nothing to everything. First, it was longing, overwhelming, burning desire. My skin tingled and craved to be touched. Then it was a shocking and desperate pull for connection. I wanted to whip around and run my fingers along the sides of Zayn's bare chest. To be touched. To touch. To hold. Then every other emotion I'd been holding back exploded through in a deluge. Fear, the sheer terror of being caught and assimilated and of not making it back to Mom and Dad. Anxiety, the pressing worry over Alek and Channel. Lastly, guilt. So much guilt. My head began to spin, and my hand flew to my chest protectively as my breathing became erratic and uncontrollable. "Mila." Zayn spoke my name slowly, carefully and with concern. His voice was husky, and his jaw brushed my neck as he formed the word, sending a shiver down my spine. Everything slowed. But just as I thought I might be able to catch my breath, footsteps sounded on the wooden boards outside the door to the shed. My body froze. This time, the noise didn't fade. I flinched at the sound of the front door swinging open. There was someone inside the storage shed with us. Fear and panic surged within me, and without thinking, I reached back and frantically searched for Zayn's hand. He wrapped his fingers around mine and squeezed tight. "I told you I don't think we have any left." A man's annoyed voice echoed off the walls. "I'm positive I saw one. Just give me a second." The woman's response sounded so close to us, I nearly gasped. The sound of metal scraping on wood told us she was rummaging along the shelves on the other side of our wall. Zayn crouched lower and leaned against my shoulder blades. He slid his free hand around my waist and squeezed me to him so we took up less space. I glanced down to find the jacket I was supposed to change into was now a wadded mess on the floor by my feet. My stomach lurched. My backpack. I'd left it over by the shelves. "Aha!" the woman shouted triumphantly. "Told you." The man let out a defeated sigh. "I don't know how you remember these things." There was both amusement and disbelief in his tone. Footsteps retreated from our hiding place, and I forced myself to relax slightly. It was silent for a long moment. I was about to straighten my back when the creak of a floorboard sent my heart into my throat. "Hey, Sloane?" It was the man's voice again. "Yeah?" Blood rushed in my ears. I had almost said something out loud, and she was still standing on the other side of the wall. Heat flushed my cheeks, and Zayn gave my hand a squeeze. The man continued. "I didn't mean what I said the other day." "What are you talking about?" the woman asked flippantly. "You're really going to make this difficult? Fine. I'm sorry, okay? I don't doubt your loyalty. These are just—" "I know," she snapped. "Crazy times." There was another long pause, and I was 100% focused on breathing as silently as possible. My hands tingled from standing hunched over, and spots started to form at the edges of my vision. "We good?" the man asked finally. "Good. Don't worry about it." The footsteps retreated again, but this time I wasn't fooled into thinking we were alone. Zayn squeezed my hand again, twice, like he was trying to get my attention. Was something wrong? Of course something was wrong, I shouted inside my head. We were trapped inside of a shed with only a few bricks separating us from a member of P7, and Zayn didn't have on pants. I pulled away from his chest and rotated my body as quietly as I could to meet Zayn's eyes. I gripped his arms to stay low in my crouch. His eyes were wide, and he mouthed something I couldn't quite make out. I inspected each movement of his lips quizzically, attempting to interpret. Zayn's nostrils flared, and he pursed his lips. Then, with one last comforting squeeze, he straightened and spoke out loud. Chapter 2. "Sloane?" His voice reverberated off the walls, and I gasped. A metal clang sounded on the other side of the wall, followed by a loud clatter against the floor. The woman shuffled her feet, but didn't respond. "Sloane?" Zayn tried again. "We're behind the wall. We're friends of Talia's. She sent us here to find you." My mind suddenly caught up. Sloane. That was the name Talia had given us. The man had called her that a few minutes earlier, but it hadn't clicked. "Show yourselves." Sloane's voice was terse. Zayn straightened his shoulders, then pushed gently against my hips to urge me forward. "It's okay," he whispered. My heart hammered against my ribs as I put one foot in front of the other. Zayn's hand never left the small of my back. As we stepped past the safety of the wall, I got a visual of Sloane. She was approximately my height, but smaller, slight. Half of her jet black hair was cropped close to her head, and the other half framed her face in a smooth swoop that hit right below her chin. She looked almost as terrified of us as we were of her. "Who are you?" She adjusted her grip on one of the metal parts we'd seen earlier and held it in front of her defensively. Zayn moved from behind me and lifted his hands in the air. I followed his lead. "Like I said," Zayn's voice was calm and even. Talia sent us to find you. Talia? Sloane's eyes narrowed. How do you know her? Zayn grunted. It's kind of a long story, but we're from outside the communities. Southwest Territory. We're looking for someone to take us closer to the reals east of here. Sloane's weapon lowered slightly as she looked between us appraisingly. It didn't escape my notice that her eyes lingered on Zayn, or the fact that her lips parted slightly as she looked him up and down. And then I remembered. He hardly had any clothes on. I couldn't blame her for ogling. She shook her head and drew a deep breath. Talia sent you? Specifically to find me. We nodded, and she considered this. You're not safe here, then. She set the hunk of metal back on the shelf. You have clothing? Because if not, you're going to attract a lot of attention walking around like that. Zayn smirked and held up the shirt he was about to put on. Sloane raised an eyebrow. Stealing? Borrowing, Zayn corrected. She glanced back toward the door. Well, believe it or not, you'd attract more attention wearing those than going out half nude. She put her hands on her hips. Those are for captains only. Zayn's jaw tensed, and I knew what he was thinking. If Sloane hadn't come into the storage shed when she did, we would have brazenly walked out of here and gotten ourselves caught. So, what do we do? Zayn dropped the shirt and searched for the dirty one he'd been wearing when we walked in. I need to get you on the breeze. Sloane chewed on her lower lip. Is that all we've got to work with? She pointed to the clothing Zayn was picking up off the floor. We've got packs, with a few supplies. I motioned to my pack still sitting forlornly by the shelves. Not great, she muttered, then walked across the room and searched one of the cupboards. We'll have to move fast. You're going to walk quickly, follow my lead without any questions. And if anyone stops us, your sanitation. Got it? We nodded, and I hurriedly walked over to retrieve my pack. As soon as we'd put the white clothing back on the shelves, Sloane handed Zayn a rectangular box and held out a spray canister and scrub brush for me. What's the breeze? My hands shook as I took the items. Sloane's serious expression softened slightly. She's my baby, and your only ticket out of here. Are you a captain then? Zayn asked. Sloane put a hand on her hip, and her eyes flashed. What? I was only asking because you weren't wearing... We don't have time for this. Sloane cut him off. Follow me. No talking. She spun on her heel and stalked toward the door. I trailed along behind her obediently with Zayn on my heels and suspended all thoughts of what could lie beyond the door for us. Notice? Capture? Assimilation? I carefully and methodically tucked all thoughts of the future away like I had been doing for the past 24 hours. Numbness was easier than feeling. Zayn fell into step next to me, and I moved over to give him space. He glanced up at me questioningly. What? Did he expect me to sidle up to him as we walked into enemy territory? Hold his hand? I pretended not to notice the question in his eyes as Sloane pushed the door open, and the now brighter morning glow streamed into the storage shed. Being close to him brought me alive, but being alive right now hurt too much. Stay close, Sloane hissed as she strode onto the dock with her head held high. I mimicked her and threw back my shoulders as I repeated our fake identity over and over in my head. We're here to clean Sloane's boat. We're P7 maintenance crew. That's it. Just here to do a job, like we do every day. Zayn inched closer to me protectively as a woman approached on our left. She nodded at Sloane and only gave us a cursory glance before returning her attention to the tablet in her hand. I remembered Channel telling us how Unreals didn't have to use those. She must be like Kenna and Ames. Kind of real. Living in the real world to further the communities. But even if they weren't augmented, they'd never be like us. I couldn't bring myself to mentally categorize them in the same group. Sloane! A voice called out on our right, and all three of us turned. Hey! A man dressed in white with dark hair and a well-manicured beard waved from the deck of a large ship. Sloane smiled politely and swiped her hand across the air in front of her. Her face appeared perfectly serene, but I didn't miss her tense shoulders and clenched jaw. "Nice to see you, Hank. I'm in a bit of a hurry." "Where'd you find these two?" He ignored her attempts to cut the conversation short as he inspected me and Zayn from head to toe. "Did you drag him out of the bay?" He laughed and draped himself over the guardrail. The sound made my stomach clench. "I guess this is what I get when I request emergent maintenance assistance." Sloane covered smoothly. "Honestly, though, I'm grateful for whatever help I can find." Hank stood up and turned, then walked under a canopy. He reappeared on a small set of steps that led to the dock. "Emergency maintenance?" he called as he descended. "What do you have going on over there?" He casually slipped a hand into his white slacks and approached with an easy swagger. "Is something I can help with?" My heart pounded in my chest. Ugh. While it was clear this guy had a thing for Sloane, I couldn't decide if that played in our favor or not. "No." Sloane shook her head and looked down at her feet. "A passenger threw up all over the cabin. I need to get it cleaned before I take passage to Cedar." Hank frowned. "Cedar? I didn't think anyone was assigned to head that far today." "Just came through this morning. Supply run." Sloane grinned, but her lip twitched. I looked between them and forced myself to breathe. "Well," Hank sighed, "if you're leaving on a 4-hour trip, I should really take another look at your connection." "My connection's fine," Sloane cut in. "It glitches a bit when I cross community lines, but I know the route backward and forward. I appreciate the concern, Hank, but what unit are you with?" Hank turned his attention to me and Zayn. We didn't answer, and he took a step closer. "I only ask because I've had sanitation out here plenty of times, and I've never seen either of you." He flashed white teeth in a broad smile, but his eyes were hawk-like, sizing us up and categorizing every detail. "We're newly assigned," Zayn answered flatly. "And there's vomit drying on my deck." Sloane laughed lightly. "Thanks again for your willingness to help." Hank held up a hand and his smile faded. "You didn't answer my question." His eyes seared into mine. I did everything in my power to keep my face blank, but I could feel pressure building in my chest. I clenched my fists to keep my hands from shaking. Sloane cleared her throat. "You know what, Hank? Now that you mention it, I've never seen these two either." My eyes widened, and my head snapped to the left. Really? All it took was one person asking questions and she was ready to turn us in? She continued, "Why don't you come with us? To the breeze. I'm feeling a little nervous, honestly." She shuffled her feet, and the drastic shift to helpless from her previous steely demeanor was jarring. "We could call in together and find out what's going on. And, if it'd make you feel better, you can check my connection." She smiled at him flirtatiously. "Just in case." Hank drew a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and nodded slowly as an arrogant smile crept back onto his face. "I'd feel much better about that." Sloane spun on her heel. I swallowed hard and followed directly behind her with Zayn still glued to my side. Hank obnoxiously waited for us to move, then stepped in line behind us. What should we do? I couldn't lean over to Zayn and say anything without Hank seeing or possibly hearing. We couldn't make a run for it. There'd be nowhere to go but back down the dock or diving into the water. With this many people milling around, there was no way we'd escape without attracting attention. I couldn't swim fast enough to outrun watercraft, and besides that, where would we swim to? We were stuck. I glanced over to Zayn, but his eyes remained fixed on the back of Sloane's head. He clenched the box in his hands so tightly, the hinges were beginning to bend out of shape. Somehow, we kept our legs moving forward. The sound of our footsteps on the dock created a steady, almost hypnotic rhythm, an ominous lead-up to what was sure to be our last moments as reals. This is how we lose, I thought. We made it here against all odds. We probably should have lost back in P7 with so many things stacked against us, so maybe this was always the inevitable endpoint of our foolhardy choices to leave home. What had we been thinking? How had we convinced ourselves that our ragtag group, 4 naive 17-year-olds, could do anything to improve our world or save our families? Angry tears stung the corners of my eyes when Sloane finally slowed. Here we are. Isn't she a beauty? Sloane ran her hands over the hull of a sleek, pale blue trawler. It's small. Zayn scanned the siding. Sloane flashed him a look. It's perfect for my assignment. Here. She tromped along the side of the boat. I'll show you where the mess is. She stepped onto the deck through an open gate. Looking back, she called, Hank, meet me in the cabin? He followed her aboard, and she quickly led us to the opposite side of the breeze. Stay here, she hissed, then ran up the aisle and hurriedly tapped the air in front of her. Zayn dropped his box to the deck. We have to do something. His breath came in short bursts. Get rid of that Hank guy, or... I think we're out of options, I whispered, and tears spilled over onto my cheeks. We tried, Zayn. We did everything we could. There's nothing more. A thump sounded from further up the boat, and the engine roared to life. Zayn jolted in confusion, and I hastily wiped my face with the backs of my hands. Sloane appeared behind us, her cheeks flushed. A little help? Chapter 3. Zayn immediately jumped into action and followed her. I trailed close behind. Sloane crouched and wrestled with a thick rope that attached her boat to the dock. She pointed to another one near the back of the boat. Zayn rushed to it, loosened the knot, and yanked the rope free from its tether. Toss it, Sloane instructed, then rolled up her section of rope and threw it onto the dock. The breeze swayed slightly as Zayn did the same, free from its mooring. Sloane jogged to the cabin, and we rushed after her, careful to step over an unconscious Hank splayed out in the doorway. We can throw him overboard when we get out into the harbor. Sloane swiped her fingers along the tablet in the center of her console. My eyes widened, and I swallowed hard. I'm kidding. Mostly. The boat began to move, and we edged back slowly into the open ocean. Zayn placed a hand on my shoulder. I shrugged it off and leaned against the cabin wall to find my balance as the ground beneath us bobbed. Where are we going? Sloane sniffed and didn't look up from the dashboard. Talia sent you to me. That can only mean one thing. I'll answer your questions when we're clear. For now, sit down and shut up so I can get us out of here without being shorted. It can only mean one thing? Shorted? Confusion set in as Zayn nodded toward a narrow bench sitting at the back of the cabin. He pulled the pack from my shoulders and set it down next to his. I realized I still had a death grip on the spray bottle Sloane had given me back in the shed, and Zayn pried that away from me too. We sat in a silent daze and watched Sloane move her hands across the console. I wrapped my arms protectively around my midsection and lowered my head to my knees. My whole body shivered as I stared out the open cabin door and watched the boat next to us slowly slide by and disappear. I woke as the wind whipped against my cheeks. I found myself lying on Zayn's lap, still on the bench at the back of the cabin, and hurriedly sat up. Hank was still knocked out cold on the floor. Was he dead? I shuddered at the thought. Something about how he'd spoken to Sloane earlier made my insides feel slimy, and he had been about to turn us into P7. But did that mean he deserved to die? After meeting up with Kenna and the Coalition, I knew our cause was going to escalate into a full-on fight at some point. Somehow, I'd assumed we wouldn't have to see it firsthand. I didn't want to be the one on the battle lines, and I certainly didn't consider the fact that we might hurt people along the way. Seeing Hank's body crumpled on the ground was too real, even for me. Zayn cleared his throat. She's up. Sloane looked back at us. Good. Hurry up and restrain him. It's been almost an hour. She handed Zayn something, and I peered closer. Bands. Like the magnetic ones Bryn had put us in the night before. I watched as Zayn walked toward the body, crouched, and obediently hoisted Hank off the deck. So, not dead. Why would Sloane go through the motions of restraining him otherwise? Zayn dragged him out of the doorway and pushed him to a sitting position. As his body folded, Zayn pulled both of Hank's arms behind his back and attached the cuffs, then propped him up in the corner. When he was satisfied he wouldn't drop forward again, Zayn returned to sit next to me on the bench. Thanks for letting me sleep. I rubbed the back of my neck. Zayn smirked. I didn't let you. You were holding me captive. I tensed. Well, thanks for not dumping me on the floor. You're welcome. My eyes flicked back to Hank. He has a pulse, just unconscious. I felt guilty that a part of me wished he didn't. It would be ultimately easier for us if he were dead. Now what were we supposed to do with him? I craned my neck and peeked over the rails. The sea around us was smooth besides the ripples we were creating. The water was a deeper blue now that we were well past the shore, but hints of turquoise still shimmered along the surface. The light out here was different, brighter and more vibrant. Can we talk now? Zayn asked, but his voice didn't hit Sloane's ears over the sound of waves and wind. He cleared his throat and repeated the question. Sloane turned from the console and motioned for us to join her. Your boyfriend here didn't want to discuss anything while you were sleeping. Sloane rolled her eyes. He's not. I don't really care, she snapped. You two showing up this morning has been extremely inconvenient for me. I nodded and looked down at my toes. She groaned. Don't look all pathetic. I'm doing this because I'm in Talia's debt, okay? So I guess it is actually convenient in a way. She swiped a notification from her console. Once I drop you two on shore, you're on your own, and I'm off the hook. I glanced through the window at the top of Hank's head. He swayed side to side as the breeze skimmed across the waves. What about him? Sloane sniffed. What about him? Won't he say something? Tell everyone you had unexplained passengers and... She shook her head. He won't be waking up until well after you're off my decks. How long? Zayn asked gruffly. She turned back to her controls. Approximately 3 hours and 42 minutes. She swiped her fingers across the screen and zoomed in on the map. I wasn't on the schedule for a drop at Cedars today, but that can be explained. I've got extra supplies, and given the situation... What situation? I cut in. Supply shortages in P12. Actually, in the entire peninsular region. It allows me to justify the trip, at least partially. I'll probably get a slap on the wrist for wasting fuel, but since my baby runs mostly on solar, they can't get too mad. She sighed. Not logging the trip, on the other hand. You'll get in trouble for that? Sloane laughed. Yeah, I'll definitely get in trouble for that. She put a hand out as if to say, how stupid are you? Come on. She typed in a few instructions, then wheeled toward the door. We've got hours to kill across empty ocean, and I doubt you want to sit on that uncomfortable bench. Sloane led us up a narrow set of stairs, then motioned for us to sit in a cushioned corner bench on her small upper deck. She walked to a long, low cupboard affixed to the deck with heavy steel bolts and held out her wrist to scan a thin, black bracelet. I'm guessing you're hungry? Her words brought awareness to the hollow feeling in my stomach. I hadn't even noticed. Zayn groaned. Starving. I don't have much. She grunted and leaned over to reach along the shelves. When she stood up, she held 2 small bottles in one hand and a few energy bars in the other. Unfortunately, my extra supplies aren't food. I smiled gratefully as she approached. We still technically have a few things in our backpacks, but I'm guessing we'll need those once we land. Ha ha! Sloane barked a laugh as she handed us our snacks. You'll need a lot more than a few things. Zayn and I stared up at her blankly. Her eyes narrowed. You do know where you're going. She looked between us and her expression shifted from disbelief to frustration. She cursed under her breath and ran a hand over the shaved side of her head. I made out the word Talia and ridiculous before she turned her back to us and planted her hands on her narrow hips. After a moment of contemplative silence, she turned back around to face us. So, let me get this straight. Talia sent you to the docks in search of other reels with no supplies. We have some, Zayn muttered. Fine. Minimal supplies, and no directions or plans for when you get there? Anger bubbled up from my midsection and my cheeks flushed. Did Sloane understand what we'd been through over the past 24 hours? How dare she judge us or Talia? The fact that we'd made it here at all was a miracle. I opened my mouth to inform her of this fact, but my brain was jumbled. I couldn't find the words to form a coherent thought. Thankfully, Zayn did it for me.
It's not like we had much time. We were running from community leaders.
Sloane held up a hand.
Excuse me?
Zayn scowled.
What?
You were running from who, exactly?
He shrugged. I don't know. A bunch of people. Some guys from P7 picked us up outside the boundaries. And then we met this guy, Bryn.
Sloane's face blanched.
Bryn Lee?
We nodded, and her face scrunched up in frustration. With no warning, she clenched her hands into fists, lifted her face to the sky, and unleashed a fierce, guttural scream. I jumped at the sound and gripped the bench beneath me. I was both terrified and in awe of the slight woman in front of us. Every muscle in her body was flexed and tense as she raged at the glow, and I couldn't help but feel slightly envious. What would it feel like to be that free? Her cry pierced me, reached through my stomach and connected with my spine. I knew those feelings. So scared you couldn't breathe. So desperate you found yourself laughing and crying, and then at the same time feeling nothing at all. So angry you wanted to watch the world burn. In an instant, she released all of it. Let everything go. While I could feel mine still festering inside me, biding its time until I rotted from the inside out. If it had gone on 1 second longer, I was sure I would have joined her in raging toward the heavens. But her cry weakened, and as quickly as it started, we were once again sitting with only the sound of crashing waves on the hull and the gentle hum of the boat's engine beneath us. Sloane's breathing was ragged, and she stumbled back a step or two before lifting her shoulders and wiping her palms on her dark pants. Okay then. Slight change of plans. It looks as though I'll be joining you on your trek. Search, whatever it is. My eyebrows furrowed. What? Why?
Short story?
Sloane smiled demurely. Because thanks to that little piece of information, I no longer have a home to go back to. Chapter 4.
So,
Zayn crossed his arms over his chest.
What you're saying is, we saved you.
That is absolutely not what I'm saying. Sloane scoffed and pulled her mask off, then drew a deep breath. I gaped at her. What are you doing? She laughed.
The further east we go, the better the air is. I can't keep my mask off the whole time, but taking 5-minute breaks? Easy.
I immediately reached up, slipped my mask off, and let it fall loosely around my neck. I tentatively pulled in a lungful of air. It felt heavy, like the air was more saturated, but it didn't make my chest feel immediately tight like I'd expected.
Just don't keep it off too long,
Sloane warned.
Or you'll get a little loopy, lightheaded.
I nodded, reveling in my newfound freedom.
Mila, you changed the subject.
Zayn kicked up his feet on the edge of the bench.
We need to spend a little more time on the whole we saved you thing.
Sloane rolled her eyes. I smirked. It does kind of sound like if we hadn't found you on the docks this morning, you'd have returned home and been taken into custody. I wasn't sure if we knew each other well enough for me to make fun of her situation, but I tried it out anyway. Sloane shook her head in defeat.
Fine. I will not use the word saved, but I could probably stomach the words conveniently appeared.
Zayn chuckled.
We'll take it.
And we're sorry, I added. The feeling of losing my home was too close for me not to feel a pang of empathy. At least I had hope that I could return at some point. Sloane leaned back against the bench and folded her right leg underneath her on the deck.
It's not your fault.
I pursed my lips. I think it is. If we wouldn't have come close to P7.
No,
Sloane laughed wryly.
Things were already bad. P7 was an explosion waiting to happen, and if it wasn't you who set off a spark, it would have been someone else.
I nodded. So, why did you get involved with Talia and the coalition in the first place, if you knew it was that dangerous?
I didn't purposely get involved,
she scoffed, then closed her eyes and lifted her face to the glow.
I made some poor decisions. One poor decision, really. 2 years ago. Talia helped me find a way out.
She breathed in deeply. The sudden silence heightened my senses, and I looked past Sloane to the open ocean. The bluish-gray water lilted and shifted. It put on a display of dancing whitecaps that swelled and dissolved as far as the eye could see. From here, it looked like the world went on forever.
But Talia asked for something in return. Zayn's voice pulled my eyes back onto the deck. Sloane nodded and opened her eyes. She didn't tell me why, but she said she needed access to the dock every once in a while, that she'd help me if I committed to being available. She sat up and crossed her arms over her midsection. I was 19 and terrified. I said I'd do it. And it really hasn't been a big deal. Changing information on the manifest occasionally, staying late to hide an extra package in my supply drops. She pursed her lips. Until today. This is a slightly bigger ask.
I laughed. But convenient, remember? Sloane rolled her eyes.
I didn't think he'd actually come here. In person.
Bryn? Sloane nodded but didn't elaborate. I was dying to ask for more details. Why was she convinced by our mention of Bryn's name that she couldn't go home? What mistake could she have made that was so monumental she had to break community rules to safeguard herself?
You know, we do have one slight problem.
Zayn grunted. Sloane barked a laugh.
Only one? Fair, but yes. At least the most pressing one.
Zayn pointed to the ground beneath our feet.
Unconscious guy? Downstairs? Cuffed to the pole? I don't see how that's a problem,
Sloane muttered flippantly.
We're going to leave him there.
I chuckled until I realized she wasn't cracking a smile. Like, leave him on the breeze? I asked soberly. And walk away? She shrugged as if to say, why not? It'd probably be more humane to dump him overboard.
I already told you I'm open to that too.
My eyes narrowed. You're not serious. Sloane met my stare head on.
I am. Completely serious. You don't know Hank. Is it unfortunate he chose to push the issue and come on board? Absolutely. But it is what it is. He's not the kind of guy to be flexible, and for better or worse, I've learned you don't make much headway in the communities unless you're willing to do what needs to be done.
I shook my head. That's not true. Channel isn't like that at all, and she's from a community. P3. She'd never—
Channel?
Sloane raised an eyebrow.
A friend, I assume?
Zayn and I nodded.
Has she received her placement?
I shook my head. No, she was about to—
Yeah.
Sloane stood up dismissively.
Your friend knows nothing about how the communities actually work. She's been playing games, working so hard to win a world build competition, right?
She pouted facetiously, then rolled her eyes.
I've been placed for 3 years.
I tried to make sense of what she was saying. Why would a placement suddenly alter one's experience in their community? Sloane blew out a breath in frustration as she realized her words were falling on foreign ears. She looked out across the endless water.
Right. Well, I need to get downstairs and navigate, so good chat.
She clapped her hands together and turned on her heel. Can't you, do that thing where you control things from the air? I asked, and Sloane turned back with her hand on the railing. I mimed what I'd seen her doing over and over since coming aboard the boat. I lifted my hands and swiped at the nothingness. She grunted and her jaw clenched.
That would be fantastic right about now. Unfortunately, I had to turn off my edge access as soon as you explained the situation. We're doing this the old-fashioned way.
She smoothed the dark swoop of hair away from her face.
Not that it will mean anything to you two, but we aren't going to Cedars. Too risky. We're going to head a bit further north, to a port that isn't monitored.
Without waiting for acknowledgement or a reply, she disappeared down the steps. I leaned over my knees and rested my face in my hands. She'd turned off edge access? Channel had described her community connection to us, but I couldn't quite put everything together in a way that made sense. What are we doing? I groaned, then stiffened when Zayn rested a hand on my back. His fingers nearly spanned my entire rib cage, and heat instantly flushed through me at his touch.
No idea, he sighed. But at least we don't have to do it by ourselves anymore.
His tone was calm, peaceful even. Like he'd forgotten we were sitting on a boat in the middle of the ocean with a volatile person who we barely knew anything about. Worry and fear coalesced into a bubble of angst.
That, along with the added energy buzzing through me from his fingers brushing the nape of my neck, flipped the whole internal mess into something unbearable. I sat up abruptly, and his hand dropped back to the bench. "You're happy she's coming with us?" My eyes flashed. Zayn, taken aback at the sudden intensity of my tone, answered cautiously. "Yeah, aren't you?" "No," I hissed. "She's crazy, Zayn. You heard it just as clear as I did. She's willing to do whatever she needs to protect herself. I promise you, we are not a positive part of her plan for success." He looked at me quizzically. "Mila, she's just as desperate as we are at this point. She'll be killed if she goes back to P7. No questions asked." "Are we sure about that? That's what she said, but—" I shook my head. "I don't know. We know nothing about her. Not really. Talia sent us here because she was the best option, not necessarily because she trusted her." "We don't know that." I motioned with my hands to the stairs Sloane had just walked down. "Really? You think she's a trusted confidant?" Zayn shrugged. "Talia trusted her to change the ship manifests and add extra supplies in her accounting, didn't she?" I stared at him and my nostrils flared. "I don't know, okay? Maybe you're right, but she's the only help we've got right now, so it might be nice to not treat her like the enemy." "But what if she is?" I replaced the mask over my mouth and nose. The pressure immediately felt oppressive. Zayn looked away and ran a hand through his hair. He was annoyed with me. I could see it written all over his face. But why wouldn't he at least recognize the fact that we may have jumped in over our heads? Zayn leaned forward on the bench. "I'm going to see if there's anything I can do to help." Without asking if I wanted to come along, he stood and walked to the steps, then descended to the lower deck. Great. Not only was I refusing to open up with Sloane, I was also alienating the one person I did trust in this scenario. I bent over and lay down on the bench, exhaling audibly as the boat rocked gently beneath me. Rolling onto my back, I stared up into the hazy sky. The glow was brighter here, definitely. I couldn't look directly at the sun without squinting, whereas back home, I usually had to search for a few seconds before I could even find it. Could our world actually be healing? I closed my eyes and escaped for a moment into a crudely imagined version of that reality. I'd never seen leaves on trees, and though I'd been shown pictures years ago and heard it described, my mind struggled to build anything more than a shifting blur of colors and shapes. I understood exactly why the communities took hold. It must have been depressing to live in a reality that was lesser than the one people used to know. At least I had no clue what I was missing. But I wondered if it was just as difficult to hope for a better world when you couldn't fathom what it would look like. To trust that an unknown future could be better than the known present? Nobody could prove it to me. Nobody could be absolutely sure that it was a real possibility, and they definitely couldn't guarantee me I'd be better off there. Yet something pulled me forward. Somehow I knew in the very core of who I was that the world around me was temporary, that we were all made for more than this. But what I wouldn't give to see a glimpse of that potential, have something tangible to hold on to. I wasn't sure if faith was going to be enough. I strained against a world that was already set in motion by forces much bigger than me, and it was more than beginning to push back. I blinked my eyes open and barely caught myself before I was thrown to the floor. How long had I been asleep? I gripped the whitewashed railing along the side of the boat and sat up, then braced myself as I rooted my feet firmly on the deck. The boat rocked violently side to side, and the horizon line rose and fell dramatically in my field of view. My breath caught when I saw land in the distance. We were here. Wherever here was. I clumsily scrambled over the shifting ground and made my way to the stairwell, then gripped the handrail and cautiously descended to the main deck. I turned the corner, barely avoided a fall as I lost my balance, and found Hank awake and furious. He slammed his cuffs against the metal pole in desperation. He whipped his head toward me as I scurried into the cabin as fast as my wobbly legs would carry me. "Get me out of here!" Hank's voice punched through the air before I could seal the door. "He's awake," Zayn grumbled. "I noticed." I was breathing hard, and Zayn held my eyes a moment. Worry and concern were infused into his slow smile. The afternoon light was warm on his face, and it gave his skin a golden hue.
We're here. I shoved my hands into my pockets in an attempt to shut down the sudden urge I had to reach up and brush the tips of my fingers against his cheek.
Just making it through the breakwaves.
Sloane gripped a raised handle at the bottom of the console with her left hand and swiped on the screen with her right.
Things will get a lot smoother here in a second.
Is that it? I pointed through the glass. Where we're stopping? Zayn nodded and took a step closer to me.
It's called Horseshoe.
He kept his voice low as he brought me up to speed.
Sloane says this port was busy 5 years ago. Now it's hardly ever on the list. She thinks we'll be safe to leave the Breeze docked there, in case we need to use it again.
My brow furrowed. Why would we need to use it again? Zayn shrugged.
We haven't really thought past this part.
I hadn't thought past the getting to the docks part, so we'd already made it to the end of my original narrative. I think I'm getting sick. I lifted a hand to my throbbing head. My body felt slow and sluggish, and there was a dull pressure behind my eyes. Sloane pointed to the door.
Go out on the deck. Choose a focal point on the horizon and lock onto it.
Zayn put a hand on my lower back and led me out the door on the opposite side of the cabin, away from Hank and his clanging cuffs. As soon as we were out of the cabin, I lowered my mask and gulped in the fresh sea air. How is it that the air is better here? I leaned over the railing and did as Sloane suggested. I focused on the point of land nearest us, right where it met the white, foaming curls of the waves. My stomach churned, but I swallowed hard and forced the nausea down.
I've been wondering the same thing.
Zayn gripped the railing next to me. His hair blew in wisps around his face in my peripheral vision, and he reached into his pocket with his free hand to pull out a tie. Without meaning to, I deviated slightly from my focal assignment. Zayn leaned against the deck, lifted both arms to smooth his hair back into a knot, then deftly secured it tightly against the back of his head. I watched the muscles on his arms flex as he reached backward, and his lips purse as he focused, completely oblivious to my sudden attention. Zayn? I cleared my throat. I'm sorry. He glanced at me quizzically.
For what?
A tendril of hair escaped the knot he'd just made. It swept across his cheek and nose. For what I said earlier. I'm exhausted and stressed. I shouldn't have gotten angry.
Mila, you have good reason to be angry.
Zayn smiled sympathetically.
We all do.
The rocking mellowed as we pulled further into the bay. With less motion, the swimming in my head decreased, even though I wasn't being perfectly obedient to Sloane's recommendations. I exhaled slowly. I don't want to take it out on you. You're not the problem. He laughed.
Are you sure? That's not how you felt.
Ugh! I groaned. Will you let that go already? Are you ever going to let me live down the things I said about you before we left?
I didn't know about them until recently.
He raised an eyebrow.
And I'm pretty sure you said plenty after we left, if you remember. It took a good week before you didn't think I was out to ruin everything.
I watched him curiously. My words had obviously stung or he wouldn't have brought them up again. This surprised me. Zayn was so strong, so solid and unshakable on the outside. I'd barely begun to discover that his tough exterior was mostly just that. I sniffed. You're a different person, you know? Zayn shook his head. No, you are. You used to be so... I searched for the right word. Uptight. Defensive. Egotistical? The adjectives spilled out of me and I gave him an apologetic smile.
Please, tell me more,
Zayn muttered sarcastically. I laughed lightly. I'm not trying to be mean, it's just that, back then, maybe I missed the real you. I was distracted by everything else and judged you before getting to know you. I watched his expression as I spoke. But I don't think that's the whole story. I think those parts inside of you that I didn't even know existed until a week ago have grown. I believe you're different now.
I am.
His voice was throaty.
So are you.
No, I sighed. You wore me down. I finally gave up and decided to start talking around you.
Yeah, okay.
He laughed.
More like you finally gained enough confidence to talk, period.
I frowned. I've always been talkative.
Compared to who? He chuckled at his own joke, and I looked away before he caught the blush on my cheeks.
I'm ignoring you now. I'm staring at my focal point.
Funny how you're suddenly ready to listen to her.
My mouth dropped open, but before I could come up with a witty remark, a gasp flew from my lips. Zayn, look! He followed my gaze and stiffened. Though we were still a ways out, we could clearly see a small group of people waiting for us at the dock. Chapter 5. Sloane guided the boat slowly forward, then motioned for me and Zayn to leave the cabin and prepare the ropes on the deck. The roughly hewn fibers scraped against my palms, but thankfully my skin was protected by calluses built from daily work in the grow houses with Dad. I wasn't a stranger to manual labor, and it felt good to be useful. Though the task was simple, Sloane's instructions had been comprehensive enough for me to feel like somewhat of a maritime expert. Until she pulled the breeze alongside its mooring, at which point I had no clue what to do. This dock looked nothing like the one we'd left behind in P7. It had obviously been maintained because it was still standing against the ocean's constant battering, but there weren't any metal hooks positioned between the weathered planks for mooring. The boat slid effortlessly into place, and Zayn hopped over the rail onto the floating surface. He held tightly to one of the ropes to keep the boat close to the dock as Sloane cut the engine. Sloane exited the cabin and moved past me to step onto the dock. She motioned for me to throw her the second rope attached to the back of the breeze and began tying it to one of the posts jutting out above the water's surface. Zayn watched and followed suit. After he finished, Zayn held out a hand and helped me over the side as the boat bobbed. I peeked around his shoulder as I landed. The people we'd spotted from the water hadn't moved an inch. Now that we were closer, I could see there were only 3 of them standing along the shoreline, and they were staring our direction. "Who are they?" I asked.
"We'll find out soon enough."
Sloane, who'd somehow made it back onto the breeze without me noticing, walked along the deck, turned the corner, and climbed the stairs up top to where the 3 of us had been sitting earlier.
"Will you 2 help me out, please?"
With the boat secured, Zayn and I stepped back over the rail onto the breeze and followed her up to the second level. The cover of the bench I'd napped on was open, and Sloane hoisted out boxes of what I could only assume were the supplies she'd mentioned earlier. There was a shortage. She'd wanted to deliver extra resources. But why would we need these when we'd gone to a different port?
"These supplies weren't ever meant for the reals," Sloane explained as if reading my thoughts. "Even so, I'm positive they'll improve our chances of being greeted warmly here."
Zayn picked up a carton she'd dropped to the deck and walked past me, then descended the stairs. I lifted a surprisingly heavy box into my arms and followed. We stacked compartments one after another on the dock, all while being scrutinized by the 3 strangers on the shore. Knowing their eyes were on us made me self-conscious and nervous. Hank's clanging and yelling ceased at some point during our task, most likely because he'd finally recognized the futility of his efforts. Sloane wasn't going to let him go. She'd ignored him so fully, I'd begun to wonder if she was partially deaf. I tried not to think about him sitting cold and alone on the breeze as I waited on the dock next to Zayn for Sloane to give us our next instructions. She walked with purpose around the deck, and I watched curiously as she expertly put strange items in their proper places and organized the boat after our journey. This vessel meant something to her. I could tell by the way her hands gently brushed the railings, how the corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she carefully closed the compartments and wiped the front windows with a dry cloth. Finally, she opened solar panels in at least 3 different locations before shutting the cabin door and hopping over the rail to join us. So, we're seriously going to leave him? My attempts to forget the inconvenient human on the other side of the boat were futile.
As far as he knows.
Sloane shrugged and strode past us toward the voyeurs on the beach.
"We need to find out what we're dealing with before we make any other decisions."
Zayn nodded in agreement and followed, which gave me no choice but to join them. Sloane had kept the door open to not leaving him to die out here alone, which was comforting. But as I walked along the uneven planks, a new layer of numbness washed over me. I couldn't think about Hank because, as annoying as he was, I couldn't stand the idea of someone suffering because of us. Anyone, even if they deserved it. If I couldn't handle the idea of a stranger hurting, My heart refused to acknowledge the possibility that the people I cared about could end up suffering too. So, I clenched my fists and put one foot in front of the other. What else could I do? Hours ago, I'd started believing I had something to offer. There was some inkling of leadership and understanding, or even a bit of confidence in my own decision-making abilities. But right now, I felt like I'd reverted back to the old Mila. The Mila who held her frustrations inside and didn't speak up even when she had a valid opinion. This time, it wasn't because I was scared. It was because I was trying to avoid causing others pain instead of protecting myself from it. This time, my silence felt more like a prison than a refuge. "Ho!" Sloane called to the onlookers. She raised a hand over her head in greeting. The man standing closest to the dock gave a small wave and walked toward us. The other two stayed put. Sloane stalked briskly ahead of us and had already shaken the man's hand in greeting by the time we caught up and stopped next to her. "Yes, I'm from the communities, but I'm no longer welcome there," she explained. "These two are reals." The man looked at us in surprise and ran his eyes over us slowly from head to toe. "Where are you from?" he asked skeptically. "Southwest Territory," Zayn answered promptly. The man's brow furrowed. "Southwest Territory?" He paused. "I didn't think there was anybody left there." Zayn scoffed. "We didn't think there was anyone left, period." The man's expression softened. "Why are you here?" For once, Sloane didn't seem to have an easy, prepared response. I waited, and the silence drew out uncomfortably. Potential answers flowed through my mind, but ultimately the simplest one was what left my lips. "We came to find you. Our families are being forced to join the communities." I swallowed and stood a little straighter. Over the last 5 years, people have been picked off. Now all we have left is a handful of the original people in our area. It's unsustainable. My brother and I recruited 2 friends and any supplies we could find to travel east in the hopes that we could find other people like us. So we could band together and do something to remain free. The man pointed at Zayn. "He's your brother?" Zayn shook his head and smiled. "No." The way he said it made my cheeks flush. "I'm one of the recruits." The man's eyes narrowed. "You expect me to believe that 4 kids from Southwest Territory made it across the entire country alive, without being intercepted?" "Well," Sloane sighed, "that's where I come in." Before launching into our long story of how we'd become entangled with the communities and our experiences with the coalition, Sloane motioned toward the supplies. "These were meant for P12, but for reasons we haven't gotten to yet, I'm no longer safe to travel there. I figured the people here might have a use for them." The man's eyes widened, and he licked his lips. "I'm sure we can take those off your hands." He motioned for his companions to come forward and join him at the top of the dock. "The name's Tom." We walked with them down to our pile of supplies while laying out the rest of our story. Zayn talked about our capture in P7 as we loaded up with as many containers as we could carry. I recapped the details of our escape, and Sloane covered the last day of our journey as we trundled along the beach. We followed Tom blindly as he turned onto a path through thickly packed tree trunks. The same green sprouts we saw in P7 were visible here, bursting up through the detritus and reaching toward the glow. I listened attentively as Sloane launched into an explanation of why she opted to join us instead of going back, with the hope that I'd be able to glean more than a vague allusion to her past exploits in the communities. I wasn't rewarded. She glossed over her bad blood with Bryn, and instead opted to talk about Hank still locked up on the breeze. Tom barked a laugh. "Is that who we heard making a ruckus? You left him there?" "For now." Sloane breathed heavily as she balanced 2 containers stacked on top of each other in her arms. Her swoop of black hair slid over her left eye, and she didn't have a free hand to brush it back. "So," Tom grunted, "what exactly do you want us to do here?" We followed him over a small ridge and found 2 open-air passenger vehicles waiting in a small clearing with solar panels stretched out across their roofs. I pondered Tom's question. What did we want them to do here? Again, my mind shifted through all the potential answers and landed poignantly on a plea buried deep. "Save us," I thought. "I want you to save us." Hank wasn't thrilled about being hauled from the breeze. His previously pristine uniform was streaked with dirt and grease from the deck, and being forced to walk to the vehicles under Sloane's watchful eye added insult to injury. After hearing about how he'd become an unwilling passenger, Tom was less lenient than Sloane when it came to allowing Hank any sort of personal autonomy. Tom bound his legs and hands tightly together when we reached the trucks, then lugged him onto the seat of our vehicle and roughly leaned him against a sidebar for balance. Thankfully, Zayn sat between us so I didn't have to worry about him flopping over into my lap. "When I get back to P7, you're going to pay." Hank spewed toward the front seat. He'd been seething ever since we returned to the boat to retrieve him, and though Sloane had been quick to remind him we could have left him for dead, his attitude was anything but grateful. "How exactly are you going to make me pay?" Sloane's voice was sweetly sarcastic as Tom folded up the solar panels and dropped heavily into the driver's seat. He pressed a button and the transport hummed to life. Sloane continued, "Everyone in P7 is already aware of my acts of rebellion, hence the reason we're here, instead of unloading supplies at Cedar. So what more could you do to ruin my life?" Hank ground his teeth. His lips were dry and crusted with sea salt and spittle. "You kidnapped me." "And you think the committee is going to care about kidnapping over me undermining the rollout of Cerebralink and supporting coalition sympathizers?" Sloane shot back. "Pretty sure those last two will make your disappearance an afterthought." She spun back around to look through the windshield as Tom drove forward and we lurched over a fallen tree trunk. I reached out and gripped Zayn's arm on the left and the bar on the right to keep from being thrown out. We drove in silence for what seemed like hours, the setting sun a beautiful juxtaposition to the violently bumpy ride. I watched the sun slowly drop over the horizon and marveled at the streaks of deep red and violet it left in its wake. Sunsets didn't look like that back home. When we finally slowed to a stop, the lack of motion felt jarring and unnatural. I relaxed my stiff hands and glanced down to see red marks on Zayn's arm where my fingers had been clenched. "Sorry." I brushed my thumb over his bruised skin. "It went numb a long time ago." He laughed wryly and my eyes flicked to his. "I didn't mean—" "You're fine. I was happy to help." He smiled at me and his eyes were so unabashedly sincere, my embarrassment dissolved on the spot. Sloane folded her seat forward and Zayn put a hand on my lower back to support me as I stood and stepped through the small gap to exit the vehicle. Somehow, he squeezed his large frame between the seat and the door and landed in the dirt next to me. "Home sweet home." Tom turned off the engine and swiveled around in his seat. He looked derisively at Hank. His body contorted to keep from leaning on his bound hands, and his head rested against the window bar. Tom shook his head and motioned to his closed eyes and slack jaw. "Not sure how he fell asleep like that, but it probably had something to do with my smooth driving." Sloane rolled her eyes. She looked a little green around the gills. "Are you doing okay?" I asked. She nodded, then lifted her arms above her head and stretched her back. Tom's two companions turned off their vehicle and walked forward to pull Hank off his seat. Hank twisted and struggled as he came to. The men simply pushed him to his feet, ignored his spluttering, and untied the rope around his legs so they didn't have to sling him over their shoulders and carry him. Tom began to unload supplies from the second vehicle and motioned for us to help. When our arms were loaded, he picked up as many boxes as he could carry and led us forward through the brush. We followed a thin stream of light from one of the men's flashlights, and after walking only a few minutes, other dots of light began to appear in the darkness ahead of us. My heart began to pound. This was really happening. We'd found another real community like ours. People who had survived outside the communities. A free people. Ever since we left Southwest Territory, I'd been anticipating this moment. Somehow I'd assumed it would feel like home. I'd imagined it being familiar, a moment I'd recognize and be comforted by. But as I scanned the area around us, a hole seemed to open up in my chest. This place and these people felt just as foreign as any we'd encountered so far. I gripped my supply boxes tightly, and my arms burned with the effort as we passed a round, tent-like building on our left. On our right stood two more circular buildings and others dotted the landscape ahead of us. If these were shelters, they were nothing like the ones we'd seen with the coalition. These tents were tall with a large footprint, almost like permanent structures. Questions began to bubble up in my mind. Were the walls made of fabric? They seemed to have a dull shine in the stream of our handlights. How were they filtering the air? Were they filtering the air? Any excitement I'd felt at the prospect of finding people like us dropped steadily and began to fizzle out. Were we truly alone in the world? Tom stopped near one of the tents and set his armful of supplies on the ground next to a slit on the canvas. It looked like an entrance. We followed his lead and stacked our boxes, then shook out our stiff and weary arms. Zayn and I promptly turned to walk back and gather more supplies, but Tom put out an arm.
We'll take care of the rest.
I nodded appreciatively and walked wearily to stand next to Sloane.
We'll take care of him, too.
Tom pointed to his friends wrestling Hank forward into one of the tents.
You three need a meal and a good night's rest.
Though he didn't look anything like him in the light of day, something about his half-smile and the protective way he said those words suddenly reminded me of Dad. My eyes began to sting. I was unable to ignore the bone-deep exhaustion in my body and the grief and hopelessness swirling in my head. It took everything I had to remain upright. Tom opened the flap to the tent and disappeared inside. We stared after him, none of us brave enough to utter a word. A few moments later, a sliver of light illuminated the dirt at our feet as he ducked back out into the darkness.
I've made arrangements for you.
He brushed his hands on his pants.
They'll just be a moment.
What is this place called? Sloane echoed one of my own questions.
Crystal River.
He formed the words carefully, as if imparting something sacred.
That's what it was called before the communities. We wanted to keep it.
I repeated the name in my mind and imagined sparkling water winding through a lush, living landscape. Before we could ask anything else, the flap opened again and two people exited the house. My eyes were drawn to the woman first. Her blonde hair hung straight, almost to her waist, and shimmered in the reflected light from the habitations around us. The man standing next to her was tall, and, from the way his biceps bulged under his shirt, obviously strong. His hair was close-cut and brown, but with a reddish hue when the light hit it. He had a broad smile on his face, as if the two of them had been sharing a private joke moments before. They seemed close, fully comfortable with each other.
This is Lily and Sean.
As soon as Tom said their names, the couple turned to look at us. Sean started, and his smile disappeared at the exact moment Sloane stiffened next to me. My eyes darted between the two of them. Tom was still talking, but I was too distracted to pick up on his words or their meaning. It only took him seconds to recognize the sudden tension we'd all picked up on. Then our group stood in silence as we stared questioningly at Sean and Sloane.
Do you two know each other?
Tom gestured between them.
I don't see how that's possible. Sean joined us last year from
Northeast Territory. Sloane exhaled slowly. Her eyes were fixed on Sean. How did you make it out?
I thought you were linked.
Sean spoke over her.
Or dead. One of the two.
The woman with blonde hair crossed her arms over her chest and her brow furrowed. Sean's nostrils flared.
Why didn't you come back?
How dare you ask me that? Sloane scoffed. After what you... Sean shook his head and the motion silenced her. He slid an arm around Lily's waist and turned toward Tom.
I'll get their food ready, but they're going to have to sleep somewhere else tonight.
Tom nodded hesitantly, and his eyes narrowed as he glanced back toward Sloane. Sean and Lily disappeared hurriedly into the tent. Sloane didn't move a muscle. What's going on? I hissed as Tom walked forward and motioned for us to follow. Who was that? Sloane's lower lip began to tremble, and all of the anger seeped from her face. Her expression was soft, almost fragile, as she spoke in a whisper. That was my mistake. Part 2. Channel. Chapter 6. April 20th, 2161 through April 22nd, 2161. What I'm saying, I hissed through my teeth, is that I don't understand why you brought us all the way back here. I made it perfectly clear that my priority was finding Vera. Let me get this straight. Kenna held up a hand. You thought we'd drive past P3 boundaries, hang out with our supplies dwindling and far from sufficient for the number of people in our group, Somehow figure out where Vera was without any reliable intel, and then run a rescue mission? I bit my tongue. Ames handed out the last of our bars. At least, I assumed as much because she was breaking them in half. And Kay opened up the solar panels on the transport now that the sun was giving off enough light to make them useful. Alek caught my eye, and his eyebrow lifted. I shook my head. I turned back to Kenna and drew a breath to calm my nerves. It seems reasonable. Kenna pursed her lips, and I slumped against the hood of the transport. How can we leave her? How can we just go back to the warehouse, knowing what they're going to do to her? Do we know what they're going to do? I rolled my eyes. Come on, Kenna. We know it won't be good. She held up a hand in defense and inhaled sharply. I know. I get it. I'm only saying we can go back and recharge. Make a plan. From what we've seen, they're taking their time with people. Yeah, starving them, making them prisoners. I'm not arguing with you on that. I'm saying we likely have time on our side. Hopefully, I muttered. Kenna pinched the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger. Vera knew the risks. She insisted on doing anything she could to get you out. I'm not going to waste that by charging back in there. And, need I remind you, your friend is barely alive back there? Kenna pointed toward the transport. Everything good over here? Alek approached with a sympathetic smile. He'd taken the brunt of my blow-up this morning when I realized how far we'd traveled while I was sleeping. I owed him an apology. But the only way I wanted to apologize wasn't exactly appropriate for public display. The draw to be close to him seemed to grow exponentially with every new piece of frustrating news. I wanted to disappear into his embrace, to lose myself in his kiss and forget everything about the past 24 hours. His eyes narrowed as he watched me, as if reading my thoughts. Not good, I bit my lip. But I don't think I'm going to kill anyone anymore. Well, that's a relief, Kenna muttered. Would have been awful if I had to kill you first. She squeezed my shoulder and walked over to Ames to collect her meager portion of food. Here. Alek handed me mine. He leaned in and pretended to sniff the air between us. I hate to tell you this, but you kind of stink. I scowled. Look who's talking. I motioned to his dirty clothing and still healing face. You're a mess. Hey! He tilted his head and called out over his shoulder. What did two disgusting humans need to do to get a shower around here? Kenna rolled her eyes, but Kay raised a hand and seconded our request. We could help with that. I whipped my head around in surprise and gasped. Two women and a man, their hair long and wild, their clothing even more foreign than Alek and Mila's when I'd first seen them, stood on the other side of the transport. My shoulders tensed reflexively, and Alek took a protective step in front of me. Before any of us could respond, Kenna rushed forward. We're members of the coalition, on our way back to Palomas. I kept my expression blank, but noted the name she gave. Palomas. Had she called the coalition's home base that before? We know. The man closest to us nodded calmly. He stood still as a statue, as if rooted into the ground, a part of the landscape. All three of them with their weathered skin and steely eyes seemed to belong here in this wasteland. I relaxed slightly when I realized they weren't carrying anything menacing. The sacks slung over their shoulders were obviously handmade, woven out of some material I didn't recognize, but they didn't look community-issued. The women flanked the man who had spoken, and their deep chestnut hair pulled tightly into braids that hung to their waists was dotted with small pastel-colored stones, somehow tied to the plaits themselves. I caught myself staring and quickly looked away. We were close by and heard your transport. We have a message for you from our principal. Kenna's face was a mask of concern. Of course. Is everything all right? We've been abiding by our agreement. You're not being chastised, woman. The man cut her off with a throaty laugh. You're being summoned. I glanced over at Alek, but he hadn't moved a muscle. Summoned? I couldn't place that word. Where? Kenna asked. San Francisco. Kenna nodded, but my eyes widened. San Fran... I spluttered, and panic surged through me. That doesn't exist anymore, and it's on the other side of the country. We don't have time... Channel, Kenna interrupted. It's only an hour north of here." Her voice was firm and my brow furrowed. An hour north? What were they talking about? I'd learned all about the western coast and how it had slowly eroded away, how it fell piece by piece into the ocean years before Campy erupted. I opened my mouth to make another argument, but Kenna flashed me a look, and I snapped it shut. The man lowered his head and leaned close to the woman next to him. She nodded approvingly, and he lifted his head. "I am Clearwater." He pointed to himself. "This is Belotri and Azul Sky. We will drive with you." "So, what?" I asked Kenna a few minutes later as we gathered the few supplies we had left. "They say they're coming with us, and you say, 'Sure, people we haven't met before, hop on in the back with the kids.' Doesn't that seem irresponsible? And what kind of names are those?" "You're judging them," Kenna responded flatly, "because of how they look and act." I hopped up on the step next to the driver's seat and reached to fold away one side of the solar panels. I barely got it into place when I had to pause and rest the muscles in my legs. I dropped back to the ground and rested against the transport. The stress of the night before, the last 3 days really, was catching up to my already energy-depleted body. "I'm not," I muttered. "They're strangers." Kenna shook her head as she walked past me. "If they looked like me or Ames, would you have any issues? When I say they're friends, you need to trust me." Trust. There was that word again. The idea of blindly following anyone, even Kenna, who I truly did believe was looking out for our best interest, felt as doable as shutting down Cerebralink. I mentally berated myself. Why couldn't I let go and stop fighting for control all the time? Just do what people told me for once. Kenna stepped up on the opposite side of the vehicle and continued where I'd left off. When the panels were securely folded up, she slowly guided them back into their slot on top of the transport, then dropped down and walked back to stand next to me. She planted her hands on her hips. "The whole reason we have a home is because of their generosity. They're not strangers to me, and they're suffering as much as we are, probably more, by standing against the communities. They could have turned us in at any second." She snapped her fingers. "And they would have been richly rewarded. If their principal wants to meet with me, I have no choice." She straightened her vest and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "In all honesty, I'm glad to do it." Alek motioned for me to join him as Kenna stalked away from me. "Still mad?" He opened the back door so I could climb in. "Maybe." I dragged my sluggish body into the back of the transport and scooted in as far as I could to make room for our now larger party. Ave was asleep where we'd left him, curled up in a thin blanket by the window. I sat close and hoped he'd absorb some of my warmth. Alek took my cue and sat next to me, so his body pressed lightly against Ave's back. "You wouldn't be so mad if you were remembering clearly." He grinned mischievously. I scowled, so not in the mood to play games. "What are you talking about?" He waited for something to click, but I stared at him blankly. Finally, he gave in. "They said they could help us with a shower." I rolled my eyes but tuned in again to how sticky and grimy I felt. "I'll believe it when I see it." Kay jumped in the back and smiled, then took the empty spot on my left. "Doing okay?" she asked, and I nodded. "Looks like we're going to have a little extra drive time on our hands." Alek pulled his hand across his throat. "Don't remind her. She's a little sensitive." I smacked his shoulder. "You're acting like this is all a joke, Alek. It's not something to laugh about. People are dying and I'm trying to help them." His expression sobered immediately. "I'm sorry. I know." He ran a hand through his hair, and something flickered across his face. "I can't stop worrying about Mila, I think." He drew a breath and clenched his jaw. "Laughing takes the edge off." He turned away from me to look out the open door, and guilt settled in my stomach. Kay pulled her knees into her chest and averted her eyes as I slipped my arm underneath Alek's and reached for his hand. The rest of the group, including the newcomers, approached the back of the transport. I'd already decided, based on Kenna's words earlier, that I was going to do my best not to let my anxiety over this get the better of me. I was going to choose to trust her, and them, even though it went against every instinct in my body. If I couldn't at least try to trust her, After everything she'd done? After everything she'd risked? Alek ran his thumb along the inside of my wrist, and the motion calmed my rapidly increasing heart rate. His touch had a physical effect on me. It was astounding the way his presence could both heighten every sensation and calm them simultaneously. It was a feeling I was quickly becoming attached to, something I didn't want, but needed in my life. I'm glad it was Vera and not him. The unexpected thought flashed in my mind, and a lump formed in my throat. I tried to erase it, tried to convince myself that I wasn't so shallow that I'd trade one life for another that easily. But I couldn't make it go away. Somewhere between our temporary camp in the woods and this transport in the middle of nowhere, Alek had etched himself into my heart and made himself indispensable. As his thumb traced mine, that fact raised my fear to a new level. If it hurt this bad to lose a friend, what would it feel like to lose him? Billowtree nodded at us as she and Azulsky clambered into the transport, and I leaned in closer against Alek's side. Kenna slammed the back door and hopped into the front with Clearwater and Ames. Kay leaned closer as the vehicle pulled forward. I only brought up the drive time because I want to know more about Cerebralink. Sorry it wasn't helpful. I sighed. No, Kay, it's fine. I remember you asked about it, but I was too tired to think. She nodded knowingly, and as her eyes flicked toward the floor, I took notice of her. Really saw her for the first time since I'd gotten out of P3. She was different. Stronger. How had I not noticed that shift before? Her neck was less waifish, and the muscles in her shoulders pushed tightly against the sleeves of her shirt. Had her skin gotten darker? She was still petite, no doubt about it, but her body seemed more substantial, like it took up more space. She was physically solid. Where should I start? I asked softly, but before Kay could answer, there was movement on our left. You had Cerebralink? Billowtree asked as she reached across the space between us and placed her hand on my cheek. She twisted my head so she could inspect the back of my neck. Her eyes narrowed as she traced the skin where the wire still protruded from my skull, now wound up and held in place by a piece of adhesive Ames had retrieved from her emergency kit. I'd tried to convince Kenna to remove them. She'd built the thing after all, so I figured she'd have some idea about taking them out. I hated that I had a permanent reminder of what had been done, and worried that, if it was still there, I could be linked again. Kenna had refused, citing the fact that coders weren't surgeons, which I'd informed her sounded like a total cop-out. Billowtree pulled her hand away from my neck and stared at me intently. Tell us about the link. She folded her arms and settled against the side of the vehicle. Oh, okay. I started nervously as I turned my head back and adjusted to my newfound audience. This was the last thing I wanted to talk about with perfect strangers, but I could tell by the look on her face I wasn't going to get away with avoiding the topic. I started from the beginning. After we convinced— Who's we? Azulsky interrupted gruffly. I pointed to Ave on the floor, then back to myself. She observed me shrewdly, but accepted my answer. After we convinced the community leaders we were there to receive Cerebralink, Ave and I went in for our surgery. I turned my attention back to Kay. The next thing I remember was waking up at home. Your same home? No, I shook my head. My mom was there, but it wasn't the same place. Simply saying the words out loud sucked my consciousness back to that place. The clean walls, the airy open floor plan, the happiness on Mom's face. Every image was intensely vivid, like I could take one small leap and be transported back in an instant. These weren't normal memories. They lived in my mind differently, but I hadn't found a way to describe them in a way that made sense. Ave was there, I continued, and Kay's eyes widened. Not really there, I corrected. Nothing was real. I thought it was at first, but... I trailed off and shivered at the memory of being trapped alone inside my own head. Desperation and hopelessness flashed viscerally through my body. Ghosts, Billowtree whispered, and my eyes snapped toward her. Ghosts are living in your own thoughts. Exactly. My breath whooshed out of me. How had she understood and put it into words so effortlessly? She pursed her lips. We've heard about these things. Azulsky lifted her hand and drew a symbol in the air between us. My eyes widened. Are you unreal? Belotri shook her head. Real, unreal, bah. We are people, that is all. But you know about the way things look when you're linked? I pointed to Azulsky. This air is full of pictures, Azulsky responded crisply. And none of mine come from the communities. That was a definite no, then, given the way she spat out her last word like it was poison. Maybe it was. Right. I pretended I had some understanding of what she was describing. Anyway, none of it was real. It was all happening inside my mind. I figured it out, but knowing was only helpful to a point. I had no idea how to get out. How did you do it? Kay asked with rapt attention. I paused and pondered how to explain. If I couldn't verbalize the way life had felt when I was linked, how could I begin to describe this? I thought about that night in the grid, how I'd talked to a better version of myself, ate chocolate cake, saw Alek standing behind the columns. I swallowed hard and took a deep breath. It was him. I pointed to Alek. He turned, suddenly acutely interested in what I was saying. If I wouldn't have had an audience, I would have laughed at the desperate curiosity written all over his features. Alek's the reason I figured it out, I repeated. Or my mind's version of him, I guess. Can't give you all the credit. I elbowed him lightly and he chuckled. How, though? Kay asked. A flush crept up my neck and onto my cheeks. I realized too late I shouldn't have brought this up. How he helped me figure it out would be impossible to describe without giving details. Details I did not want to admit to the present company, or anyone ever. I cleared my throat. We were talking, and he tried to convince me to stay. My mind tried to convince me to stay. I drew a deep breath. That version of Alek had been very persuasive. It would have been so easy to give in and live in a world where I got whatever I wanted, where people told me exactly what I wanted to hear. Pressure built behind my eyes, and I paused to stuff down the sudden swirl of emotion rising in my chest. But I knew. I sniffed and stared at the worn metal beneath my feet. I knew it wasn't real, because the real Alek would never tell me to do what was easy. Alek squeezed my hand, and it felt like a secret message. An acknowledgement of our universal truth. I was no longer a person who could do what was easy, because of him. It was that simple. He ruined it for me, I teased, then laughed much louder than I'd intended to disguise my tears. But I didn't fool him. I felt his eyes on me and knew he understood what I was hinting at. He heard the depth of experience hidden behind my less than adequate words. And then what? Kay prompted me. My heart pounded against my ribcage as I remembered how I'd asked to be released. The way I'd been sucked forward through the streams of light, how I'd glimpsed the pearly linking threads and clipped them one by one. Then I woke up. The words were barely audible. Just like that? Azulsky asked. I nodded. I asked Cerebralink, forced my way out. You got out without help? Belotri gasped in disbelief, and I nodded again. She turned to Azulsky and whispered something in her ear. Then I had to hide. I errantly brushed my fingers along the back of my neck. I figured out how to disconnect myself. An alarm went off and I could barely move. I thought of the cold floor, the comfort of pressing up against the warm housing of the databank. I needed to find Ave and my mom. I clenched my jaw and shoved at those memories. If Vera hadn't been there, I don't think I could have escaped on my own. When Kay spoke again, her voice was almost reverent. How did you find them? I pressed my palms over my eyes and willed the flashing images to stop. Vera knew the codes. Then I used my implant to connect into their ports and asked them to leave. I dropped my hands but kept my eyes closed a second before blinking them open. Azulsky watched me closely and absorbed every piece of information. I have a brother. He was taken years ago. He didn't listen to me and tried to... She cleared her throat. He tried to hurt the communities, and he never came back. My stomach dropped. A year ago. If they implanted him with Cerebralink? She sniffed. If they are holding him,
We could get him out with the methods you described.
I pursed my lips. Maybe. I didn't want to ruin her hope, but if we couldn't find a way to help Vera when we knew a specific location, I didn't think it was likely we'd be able to help.
You could help us.
Azulsky's eyes were pleading. I don't have any way to...
Just wait.
She held up her hand with a smile.
Wait till you see our city. Then you'll see we can do this together.
Their city? I'd put 2 and 2 together and realized the native land we'd been using was theirs, at least partially. When Nat had talked about the people here, he'd made it sound like they traveled around and lived off of what they could produce themselves. No one had ever mentioned a city. Bellotry reached into her pocket and pulled out a small silver disc. My heart beat faster, as I remembered the last time I'd seen something metallic like that. Now, it sat inside the fleshy folds of my cerebellum. She affixed it behind her ear and stared forward intently, then slipped it back into the pocket of her loose tan pants. How exactly did you find us? I asked with growing curiosity. She ignored the question, then glanced at Azulsky and nodded with finality. He knows. Chapter 7. The transport slowed as rocky cliffs appeared on both sides of the road. I contorted my body to press my face to the window while avoiding crowding Ave. I'd never seen anything like this. Layers of rock flanked the crumbling pavement, stacked one on top of another in undulating ribbons. The boulders scattered near the base were so massive, I couldn't begin to imagine how they'd built a roadway here in the first place. As the vehicle began to roll over rougher sections of broken asphalt, Ave finally awoke and lifted himself to sitting. How are you doing? I smiled as he yawned and ran his hands over his face.
Never better,
he wheezed with a wry smile. I chuckled. His breathing was labored, his face was pale, and his eyes sank into their sockets, but he was still able to crack jokes. I wasn't a physician, but even I could see that he needed something. Food, water. He'd only been in the stacks for a day or two longer than I had, but his body seemed to be far worse off. I thought back to when I'd emerged from my link, how I'd crawled pathetically across the floor and had barely been able to keep myself upright. Maybe this was exactly how I'd looked. I just didn't have to witness it.
Where are we?
Ave asked. He turned his head, yet kept his hands firmly planted on the bed of the vehicle to stabilize himself. I bit my lip as I observed his thin limbs. The tendons on his arms stood out like tightly stretched cords under his pale skin. We're meeting with... I hesitated, not sure what to call the people or the place. San Francisco. I suddenly remembered the name. We're going to a place called San Francisco, where Kenna is going to meet with...
You are coming to our city.
Azulsky cut in, and Ave turned to look at her.
We are the Vivientes, descendants of the Spanish who settled this area.
And the indigenous Americans who tamed it, Bellotry added. I nodded gratefully, trying to catalog these new, strange words.
I am Azulsky, but you can call me Sky.
She ceremoniously held out her pointer finger toward him. He stared at her hand momentarily, but then mimicked her. With a shaky hand, he reached his finger out to meet hers. Before he could drop his arm, Bellotry repeated the greeting. I am Tree. It took a moment for their pointers to meet with the jostling of the vehicle underneath. Ave laughed apologetically. Sky, Tree. Much easier to say than their full names. As they placed their hands back on the floor of the transport, I felt a small flash of disappointment that they hadn't greeted me in the same fashion. Sure, I hadn't exactly been excited for them to come with us, but I didn't think I'd been unfriendly. There was simply something about them that both frightened and intrigued me. I wasn't sure which emotion was currently winning out. You, Tree barked, and my head snapped up to find she wasn't talking to me. Her eyes were focused on Alek. Where are your people from?
Southwest Territory.
His lip twitched like it always did when he talked about his family. No. Tree shook her head. Where are your people from? Alek's brow furrowed. My eyes flicked between the two of them, and I wondered who was going to speak first. Eventually, Tree took pity on him. You do not know the stories of your people? Her voice was gentle. Alek hesitantly shook his head, and Tree inspected him from head to toe. He fidgeted under her scrutiny, and I had to hold back a smile. It wasn't often that Alek looked uncomfortable, but this was doing it. Tree inhaled audibly and closed her eyes. After a few moments, she opened them again and slowly exhaled. "You will find stories in San Francisco." I watched Alek's expression and wondered what that meant. Did she know something about Southwest Territory? About Alek's family? Before I could follow this thought spiral too deeply, Alek tapped me on the shoulder and I turned. He pointed out the window, and for a second, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. Where there had been muted desert tones and scraggy cliffs moments before, there were now pockets of iridescent, shimmering light in the distance. I gasped and squinted to see more of what was coming into view at the base of the canyon. All thoughts of stories and people flew from my mind. As we descended, the cliffs faded into the distance. They loomed over our tiny transport from behind, but no longer blocked our view. The lights I'd spotted grew. They sparkled in geometric patterns against the desert and glittered as we crossed through their reflective paths. Larger domes shone even more brightly at the base and reflected colors vibrant enough to make me question whether I was still connected to Cerebrolink. They were so bright, I could barely take them in. I desperately reached out and gripped Alek's hand. I traced the outline of his fingers and felt the cracked skin around his knuckles and the uneven wear on his nails. My breathing began to calm as I found each imperfection. They rooted me to the present and the real. I wondered if there would always be a little doubt when it came to being in the real world. I lacked trust in the people and world around me, but mostly in myself. How could I ever really know for certain when I'd been so easily fooled in the past? I exhaled slowly. "This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Alek squeezed my hand. Sky sighed contentedly behind us. "Welcome to San Francisco." The transport pulled to a stop next to one of the dazzling orbs we'd spotted from the road. Now that we were at the same level as the buildings, the reflective effect wasn't nearly as transcendent, but I still found myself in awe of the bizarre structures in front of us. No two of them were exactly alike, which seemed both exciting and incredibly inefficient. Tree and Sky shuffled to the back door of the transport and opened the doors from the inside before Kenna could make it over to let us out. They dropped to the ground and walked together to meet Clearwater, then disappeared down a sloped walkway that led to the closest structure. Reddish-brown dirt was piled around three sides of the building and exposed a section of roof built from whatever had created the rainbow effect we'd witnessed earlier. I thought they must be like our greenhouses back home. Alek stepped out onto the dirt and inspected the dome. Or like the ones at the warehouse. But this isn't like anything I've ever seen before. You'll likely never see it again. Kenna put a hand on her hip as she scanned the area. I remember coming here, when we were negotiating our usage of the land, right after I left my position in the communities. She breathed in deeply through her mask and let it out slowly. It's how I knew I made the right choice. How so? I turned to help Ave maneuver his body through the door of the transport as Kay supported his back on the inside. Kenna smiled. Because the communities put so much effort into making us think they have a corner on technology, that they're the only long-term source of survival. But when I saw this, she shook her head. I knew for a fact there were options they had conveniently decided to keep to themselves. She walked forward a few steps and the reminiscent look slowly hardened. I'm going to meet with the principal. Wait here. As soon as she disappeared down the path, Ames joined us. She took one look at Ave and blinked. He needs food, she muttered. I'll be right back. She spun on her heel, marching resolutely after Kenna and leaving us four standing in the dirt. Where are we? Ave asked, and my brow furrowed. Hadn't he asked that exact question in the transport when we were driving through the cliffs? Ave, are you... My question was cut short. Before I could get the words out, Ave leaned over in his too baggy pants and dusty shirt and vomited violently on the dirt. Alek jumped back in surprise, and Kay scrambled to get out of the vehicle to help. I rushed forward and grabbed his arm to keep him from face-planting. Help! I shrieked. We need help! Ames was already on her way back up the path with a handful of food items, and she broke into a run. What happened? I don't know, I choked out as I threw Abe's arm over my shoulder. I held my breath and attempted to keep him from stepping in his own mess while not gagging myself. He asked us where we were again and then started throwing up. Ames's face blanched. I can't believe he had anything to throw up. She shoved the supplies into Alek's arms, then rushed back into the building without a word. Help me move him, I grunted, and Kay stepped carefully around the contents of Abe's stomach, then ducked under his other arm and lifted. This feels way too familiar. A strangled laugh burst out of me. Yeah, but I'm sure a well-fed Zayn was heavier. Alek looked at us confused. On the mountain, Kay gasped. Don't you remember that? Alek walked with us, stalled to readjust the snacks, then froze when he realized there was no way for him to hold them and help us lift Ave. Of course I remember, he muttered, but how does Channel know that story? Kay and I dragged Ave a few more feet as Alek hurriedly set the food inside the transport and jogged over to assist us as we carefully lowered him to the ground. He squatted down and supported Ave's head as we propped him against the side of the vehicle. Girls, talk to each other, I panted. They've told me everything. Everything? Kay shrugged. Basically. Alek looked between the two of us as if gauging whether he believed us or not. He didn't have long to speculate, because just then, Ames and Tree tore out of the building and ran up the path. How long has he been like this? Tree asked. I shrugged helplessly. This was the first time he threw up. He was without food for a long time. We gave him small portions at first. I thought that's what we were supposed to do. Tree reached around his neck and felt for the wires. She muttered under her breath, then hoisted him up from the ground with a strength I never could have predicted and balanced him against her shoulder. I can. Alek started, but before he could finish, Tree grunted and motioned for him to stand up. Carry him. She handed Ave over as soon as Alek was vertical, then motioned for him to follow. Using the technique Zayn displayed in P3, Alek grabbed both of Ave's wrists and pulled him over his shoulder. Ave's body mass was substantially decreased, but he was just tall enough that Alek couldn't quite keep his feet from dragging on the ground intermittently. It was good enough. Alek lugged Ave forward after Tree with leaden steps. My heart pounded, and anxiety gripped my heart. What was wrong with him? Since pulling him out of the stacks, it had never once occurred to me that we might not be home free. He seemed fine, lucid and normal. The exhaustion seemed completely benign given the circumstances. Bile rose in my throat. How could the council do this? They were starving people, killing them with calculated, methodical protocols. They were using us as a resource, and they couldn't care less about the consequences. In here. Tree curved off the main street and opened a door that led into a building smaller than the one we just left, but similar in design. I ran my hands along the rough interior walls, hard as stone, and seemingly one solid surface. Alek laid Ave gently on the floor as Tree flung open a sleek black cupboard door and rummaged inside. I'm going to give Kenna an update. Ames wrung her hands nervously. I spun to face her. I hadn't realized she'd been following along with the group. How was her meeting going? I kept my head raised and tried not to look down and notice the way my best friend's skin looked. Pale, almost greenish blue. I don't know. She pursed her lips. I'll come back as soon as I can. I nodded and watched her leave before I allowed myself to glance back at Ave. His breathing was shallow, and his forehead was slick with sweat. Alek stood next to the door with his hands on his hips as he caught his breath. Not knowing what else to do, I sat down next to Kay on the floor. She put her hand on my arm. Without a word to any of us, Tree pulled a tall, cylindrical vial from the cupboard and attached a small tube to the end, then thrust it into my hands. She threaded the tubing through her fingers and found the end, a thin, square patch with a raised circle in the center. She sprayed the inside of Ave's arm with a clear liquid, and an acrid smell flooded the room. I coughed, and my nostrils burned. She waved her hand over his skin, then affixed the patch and pressed the circle. A red light blinked into view, then turned green with a small, barely audible click. The liquid inside the vial I held began to drain, and I looked up at her in surprise. Electrolytes.
His body is out of balance. Tree took in my confused expression and elaborated. Essential minerals that conduct electricity and are required for muscle. No, I know what electrolytes are. I watched the liquid continue to drain through the tubing. I have no idea how you figured it out. How did you know what he needed? Tree's face hardened. When you have had to survive on your own this long, you know what organ failure looks like. My eyes widened. Organ failure? My mind began to race, and the vial nearly slipped from my hand. Kay reached up to steady my arm. How does it work? She pointed to the patch on Ave's skin. Tree shrugged. Simple. It senses for a vein, punctures the skin, and delivers the solution. There's a needle? Kay's face blanched. Have you received one before? I asked. Kay vehemently shook her head. I've heard of them. I know people who had to get pricked when they were young, but I've never seen one directly in front of me. Technically, I guess she still hadn't. It was hidden by the patch. While I was intensely curious about what her reaction would be to the real thing, another person throwing up within 15 minutes of our arrival wouldn't be ideal. I'd had a few different injections when I was a kid. I couldn't remember why. Not to mention the tracker we'd most recently been implanted with. That one stung for hours. Tree stood and rushed around the small circular home and revealed storage space and cupboards hiding in the most unexpected places. She lifted the tabletop, swung chairs open, and somehow moved portions of the wall. The efficiency of this small space was mind-boggling. Every piece of furniture felt like it was built from the earth, as if it sprang up from the ground and grew into something useful. Eventually, with arms full to bursting, Tree squatted across from us and set her things on the earthen floor beneath us. She swiftly lifted Ave's head and slipped a handmade pillow under his neck. Then, careful to avoid the tubing, she wrapped a blanket around his body from his neck to the tips of his toes. She barely got the first one in place before she rolled another one on top of it. I turned my head to find Alek, but he was no longer waiting by the door. I twisted as far as I could without pulling on the tube and searched the visible space outside the building. Nothing. Warmth, Tree whispered. He needs warmth and rest. How long will it take? I turned back around. Do you think he'll be okay? Tree clicked her tongue. None of us gets to decide whether a person lives or dies. We don't? I asked wryly. Seems like some people believe that's exactly their prerogative. Tree didn't comment, and I looked up from Ave's still body to meet her eyes. They decided, didn't they? The communities? The council? They're deciding who lives and dies. She paused, then chose her words carefully. They're giving us opportunities to do both. That is true. I waited for her to finish her thought, to agree with the fact that the communities were doing something heinous with Cerebralink. But instead, she pursed her lips and looked down at Ave, then pressed 2 fingers against his cheek. How could she call this an opportunity? Tree sniffed. You asked how long it will take. You won't be going anywhere for at least a few days. Unless you want to leave this one behind with us. Ave, I corrected. His name's Ave. Tree laid her palms on Ave's blanketed chest and closed her eyes. A few days. I glanced around for Alek again without thinking. Kay's expression mirrored the same concern I was feeling. She still looked like she might need medical attention after the shock of seeing Ave so violently ill. But a little color had returned to her cheeks. It's empty. Kay cleared her throat. I stared at her quizzically until she pointed at the vial in my hand. Tree took it from me, flipped a small clamp over the tubing, then untwisted it from the base. Now, we wait. Channel. Alek's voice sounded behind me and I jumped, then panicked before I remembered I was no longer holding a vital treatment attached to Ave's body. Alek stood in the doorway. The low lighting accentuated the dark blue and purple bruises that marred the face I'd come to know so well over such a short time. He motioned for me to meet him outside, and though running to him was all I wanted to do, I hesitated. It's all right. Go, Tree said. He's safe here, with me. Thank you, I breathed, feeling a sudden rush of gratitude for this woman we'd just met. Kay stood with me, and we walked outside the domed house together.
Chapter 8. Where are we going? I walked quickly to keep up with Alek, who already strode down the road.
To meet with Kenna.
Back where we stopped? Kay asked. Alek shrugged.
I assume so. I saw Ames walking down here in a hurry, so I stepped out to make sure everything was okay. She was looking for us and told me to bring everyone back.
He stopped short and looked ahead. I quickly figured out why. Ames stood beside our transport and motioned for us to move faster. Alek broke into a jog, and Kay and I followed. My breathing quickened and immediately fogged up my mask, which made the skin around my mouth and nose hot and sticky. I should have taken advantage and removed it while we were inside Tree's house, but given the situation, it hadn't even crossed my mind.
Come on.
Ames walked briskly down the path toward the door we'd seen her exit through earlier.
Kenna's meeting with the elders. She wants you there.
What? I asked without thinking. Why? Ames didn't answer, simply pulled open the door and stepped back for us to enter. The structure was half buried, just like the house we'd been in moments before. This roof, though still formed with geometric patterns, wasn't transparent like Tree's. There were long, ground-level windows along the sides of the building and a large skylight in the center of the small room past the entry.
This way.
Ames led us around a central pillar and then immediately took a right into another hallway. We followed her through a low open doorway into a dimly lit room that smelled of spices and earth. The ceiling was only inches above my head, and Alek had to crouch to avoid hitting his. Thin pillars of light shone through the ceiling by way of circular skylights in each corner. They allowed in enough of the glow for us to make out forms and figures while still shrouding the room in shadow. As my eyes gradually adjusted, I peeked around Alek's shoulder and saw 2 women and 2 men, maybe 3, seated on the floor along the exterior walls, their legs crossed in front of them. These must be the elders Ames had been talking about. Kenna sat in front of us in the middle of the room next to Sky and Clearwater, with their backs facing the door.
Come, join us.
One of the elders broke the silence and motioned toward us. Immediately, a young boy I hadn't initially noticed rushed forward and placed a folded blanket on the ground for each of us. We obediently walked forward and sat. Kenna motioned for us to remove our masks, and I gratefully took mine off, relieved to let my skin finally breathe. The command also provided an easy distraction. I could focus on folding my mask and setting it to air out instead of staring awkwardly or fiddling with the hem of my shirt. Yet even with something to do, my heart pounded in my chest. My nerves were shot after watching Ave lose consciousness, and now I was seated in a dark room surrounded by important people I knew nothing about. What could we possibly have to offer them?
She's the one?
The man seated directly in front of our group pointed at me, then glanced at Kenna for affirmation. Kenna gave it, and the man turned back. He lowered his arm slowly, and his body flowed more than moved as he shifted his position to see me clearly. Kenna turned and mouthed the word, principal, to us. My eyes widened. His skin was darker than mine, darker than Alek's even, and he wore simple clothing. His sand-colored shirt stretched across broad shoulders and a thick torso. He was the first man I'd seen since joining the coalition who reminded me of Zayn. If Zayn pulled his hair into a knot on top of his head and had a more weathered face.
You sent the evidence. From inside the communities?
The principal spoke directly, and I looked over at Kenna.
I shared it with them, Channel, as soon as I got it.
Before I had a chance to respond, Sky clapped her hands together and reached over to lift the wires off the back of my neck and showcase them.
She escaped the link. She knows how to break others free.
The principal looked between the 3 of us.
You know this?
His eyes narrowed as he leaned forward. I drew a deep breath and swallowed hard. The way Sky had proudly announced the information, I was almost impressed with myself. Until I remembered the fear. The cold and dark. I had help. My voice shook. From someone inside Paradise 3. I wouldn't have known how to connect with other people in the stacks. Other people who were linked. If she wouldn't have shown me how.
But you do know now. How to break out?
He prodded. I've only done it once, successfully. I watched Mom turn away from me in my mind's eye and shuddered. I don't think it works for everyone.
She pulled her friend out.
Sky smiled hopefully. I did, I admitted. But we'd both only been linked for a short time. Cerebral link creates connections that become permanent over time. Who knows what would have happened if I would have tried waking up later? I paused and pondered this. Would it have worked if I wouldn't have figured it out so soon? Considering Abe's condition, I doubt I could have waited much longer. I would have failed. And it doesn't matter anyway. I lowered my gaze as my throat began to constrict. Why doesn't it matter? The principal asked as he leaned forward. I glanced again at Kenna, but she was staring straight ahead. It doesn't matter, I started again, but hesitated. Kenna said she'd sent him the file. He had to know at least part of what I was about to say already. It doesn't matter because the communities are linking people and leaving them to die. They're withholding nutrition, which is why my friend is fighting for his life on Tree's floor right now. I pointed past the wall in the direction of the street. I met Sky's eyes. Even if we could find people who were linked a long time ago, and even if we could somehow break the stronger cerebral link connections, they wouldn't be around at this point to set free. The principal didn't move a muscle, just continued to stare intently at me. His scrutiny made me want to squirm, but I resisted the urge to shrink. I didn't know what he was getting at or what he wanted from me, but I wasn't going to pretend this situation was hopeful. You didn't look at the information you transmitted, he said finally as he folded his hands carefully in his lap. My face pulled into a scowl. Why would that make a difference? I downloaded it and sent it out hoping Kenna would find it. That's all I had time for. It worked. It did. But you don't know. He tapped the air like I'd seen Sky do on the transport. I don't know what. I watched him carefully and tried to figure out what he was talking about. Before I could come up with any potential possibilities, a map of the territories appeared in front of us. I worked to suspend my shock at having a digital image take form in the real world and scanned the map. These are areas of community control. He pointed to sections of land colored red. As you can see, there are small sections of the southern and eastern territories, including our area here, that remains free. We do not believe that will last long. Alek stiffened next to me, and I followed his gaze toward Southwest Territory, a small island of green in the middle of an angry red landmass. Even the swooping southern continent had red dots peppering the long coastline that spread inward like a virus. The elder waved his hand in the air and the map rotated, showing the European, African, and Asian continents across the ocean. The red areas were smaller here, taking up only about 50% of the available landmass. I'd seen world maps before, but never like this, split up by ownership and control. Looking at it divided and parceled out like this made our existence feel like some cruel cosmic game. Now, he zoomed out so the entire globe was visible. With the information we've been able to gather from the file you sent to Kenna. He concentrated and tilted his head. The colors on the map shifted. The red blotches shrank and changed positions and left most of the world bathed in green. What does it mean? I asked as I scrambled to find some pattern or connection between the two images. The principal stood up and walked closer to the projection. The file you sent included information from P3, yes, but small batches from other communities across North America were tagged as well. My eyes widened. I hadn't meant to pull information from anything but the stacks in P3. The fact that other data made its way into the file left me with more questions than answers. He continued. We've extrapolated the trends we found and applied them theoretically to all areas of community governance. He clasped his hands behind his back. You said people wouldn't be around, even if we could break them out? I nodded, and my mind was reeling. Where was he going with all this? Well, he continued, from what I can tell, that's only true in specific areas. He pointed to a large red swath of land, and I recognized it immediately. Paradise 3 Community. I'd seen plenty of pictures outlining our borders, and while this rendition varied slightly from what I remembered, it was close enough. It was glowing red while other community boundaries were green. We've extrapolated the trends we found and applied them. I sucked in a breath. They aren't killing everyone. The red represents specific zones. I noticed for the first time that Alek was close enough for his arm to brush mine. Without thinking, I reached for his hand and gripped it tight.
The principal nodded. From what I can tell, they're running controlled experiments, each community area specifically chosen for population diversity numbers, then manipulated in particular ways. They're tracking and storing the data, not only what their subjects' minds create, but also how it's created, and how their variables affect output. My stomach churned thinking about people, other members of my community, being treated like data points, a blip on a chart. Some people could be saved. I glanced over to Sky. Maybe not those who've been linked for a long time, and probably not people in the red zones, but possibly others? Kenna met my eyes. Channel, you said it yourself when we first met. What are we going to accomplish by continuing to run raiding missions? How long ago was it that we first had that conversation in the kitchen? Weeks? A month? It felt like a different lifetime. I know, but you were right, that we'd be using all our energy and resources to fight a losing battle. For each person we pull out, the communities have 100 more ready to fill their spots. I bit the inside of my cheek. I knew she was right, that I'd been right. The fact that I was even standing here, 17 years old, giving advice to people who'd been fighting this battle since before I was born, seemed pretentious at best. But I couldn't help myself. If there was a chance that we could help them? You provided us with the information we needed to be able to work a different angle, Kenna continued. All of that data gives us factual evidence to take before the council. Instead of trying to stop this from the ground up, we're going to go straight to the top. It sounded reasonable. If the council wasn't in agreement and Bryn was using North America as his personal laboratory, we could blow his cover and have a chance at stopping everything for good. I squeezed Alek's hand. What do you need me to do? Kenna's eyes flicked between Sky, Ames, and the elders. It's not that we don't want you to be a part of it, Channel. Alek, Kay. She looked at each of us and paused as if searching for the right words. My brow furrowed, and Kenna sighed. It's that you've already had to sacrifice so much. We think you should have some time to, I don't know, be kids. Was she saying what I thought she was saying? I turned to Alek, but he looked just as confused as I did. I don't understand. You called us here, pulled us away from our friend who's not doing well, so you could tell us you don't need us anymore? Kenna smiled apologetically. We hoped you could tell us more about how you broke away from your link. I scoffed. That's the only way I'm useful to you? I couldn't even begin to hide the hurt I felt. It was written all over my face, and I didn't care. Because I can't give you a specific protocol, you're done with me? Kenna straightened. Channel, this is something for you to discuss at a later time. The principal cut in. His voice was calm but commanding. The map that hung in the air began to dissolve until it faded into nothingness. We'll leave you now. There is a strategy here, and we have faith we can find it together. Kenna nodded. Thank you, Principal. She bowed slightly, and her face was drawn as she waited respectfully for him to take his seat along the exterior wall. Before he made it back to where he'd been sitting, his form began to shimmer. My eyes narrowed, then widened in shock as his figure faded exactly as the map had moments before. In seconds, each of the elders were non-existent. My jaw dropped. How? I couldn't finish the sentence. They'd looked real. Really real. I'd lived in augmented reality, and I'd seen plenty of projections in both the unreal and real worlds. What we had just witnessed was something else entirely. Sky laughed, then winked at Kenna conspiratorially. You will have plenty of time to learn about our ways. Tree tells me you won't be going anywhere for a few days, possibly a week, if your friend doesn't heal quickly. Kenna took a few steps toward the exit and paused. The rest of us will head back to base. You can send word when you're ready to move, and we'll collect you then. And then what? I stared at the back of her head and willed her to look me in the eyes, dared her to tell me there would be some happy ending to this story. Did she understand I didn't have a home to go back to? My only living parent had chosen to stay in the unreal world without me. Without the real me, anyway. Alek wouldn't have a home or a family much longer if we didn't succeed here. It wasn't like we could suspend reality and pretend everything was normal. Our worlds had been irrevocably changed. She'd been the one to clue me into that fact,
and now here she was asking me to rewind the past few weeks and embrace a reality that didn't exist? I don't think it's possible for us to just be kids, I blurted. Kenna looked down at the ground and smiled sadly. Which is exactly why we think you should try. Chapter 9. Alek, Kay, and I walked out of the building numb. Just be kids. What did that even mean? We were in a strange place with strange people, while our friend fought for his life. That didn't exactly create a positive environment for happy childhood memories. The glow was low on the horizon, and as we walked along the road, the adrenaline slowly seeped from my body. I suddenly felt bone-tired. My limbs seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds as I lifted my mask to my face. Should we head back to trees? Kay asked, and I turned my head slowly. The fuzzy feeling inside my head transported me back to a sterile room where I'd leaned on Mom as we waited for Cerebralink. It felt like 1,000 years ago. No. Azul Sky spoke up behind us, and my heart skipped a beat. Had she followed us out here? You three are weary. You need to clean up and eat something. Yes, please. Kay's whisper was pleading. My stomach grumbled at the mention of food, and I was suddenly very aware of the dry, chalky texture inside my mouth. Sky slipped a bag off her shoulder. Tomorrow we'll get you a proper meal, but for now. She reached into the main compartment and pulled out a small bundle. With slow, methodical movements, she peeled off a strip of brown wrapping and squatted low, then rested the package on her knees. Here. She picked up a handful from a mound of dark, crumbly substance and nodded at Kay. All three of us lowered our masks. What is it? Kay asked pensively as she reached her hands out obediently and cupped her palms. Dried fruit, meat, and nuts. Sky dropped it into her hand and reached in for another clump. I received my portion next and inspected it in the diminishing light. Strange, pale shapes mixed with dark, shriveled orbs of all sizes. I had never seen anything like it, but at the moment, I didn't care. I lifted my hands to my mouth and shoveled the mixture in, then chewed hungrily. A tart, tangy flavor exploded through my mouth, tempered by the rich, earthy flavor of the nuts and the savory sweetness of the meat. I'd been so worried about Ave, I hadn't realized how depleted I was. As soon as the food hit my lips, I felt ravenous. I couldn't get enough. I licked my palms clean and reached for seconds. Tree put another small portion in my hands and clicked her tongue. No more after this. You'll be sick. I nodded without argument. There is water in the bathhouse. You'll drink there. You have a bathhouse? I perked up at the sound of a familiar word. She nodded and handed Alek and Kay their last portions. I watched her replace the wrapping and slide the bundle back into her bag. She slung it over her shoulder as she stood, then motioned for us to follow her. We replaced our masks and walked behind her in silence until we came to a long, low building with the same geometric panels on the roof we'd seen all day. This time, the shelter glimmered from the inside and shone like a beacon against the darkening sky. I marveled. You have light. Electricity. Sky seemed affronted. Of course we do. All night? Alek asked. As long as we need. How? My mind already felt more functional at the prospect of a proper shower. I hadn't seen any solar panels since we'd arrived, and without those... So many questions. Sky laughed. Meanwhile, you look like you've been dragged through the mud. And met a few rocks and trees along the way. She grinned and looked meaningfully at Alek. He reached up and gingerly prodded his bruised cheek. We can answer questions after you're clean. Sky pointed to the entrance. When you enter, put your clothes in the sanitizer and then choose a stall. Which side is for girls? I asked. Sky tilted her head. I mean, which way should we go when we enter? There is only one way, Sky answered simply. But, Alek... Sky nodded as if suddenly understanding my question. You are worried about taking your clothes off with other people present? Not other people. Just one particular person present, I thought, but didn't say it out loud. I've heard of this. People paying too much attention to their skin and not enough to the spirit inside it. My brow furrowed. No, it's not that. It's just that boys and girls need to be separated for bathing.
I explained. Sky observed me curiously. Why? I looked to Kay for assistance, but she didn't offer any. Because, I answered slowly, we have parts of our body that are private, and I paused and searched for the right words. We're attracted to each other? Or can be, I guess. My cheeks flushed. Sky laughed out loud. Our bodies are all the same. Different in small ways, but all the same parts. Why would they be private? My eyes widened. Why would they be? Was she joking? Messing with us because we were new? If this was some kind of Vivientes initiation, I was not having it. Your body needs to be cleaned, yes? Sky asked, and we all nodded. Then we will clean them. Attraction has nothing to do with cleaning. My heart started to pound. She was serious. I wanted a shower more than anything, but I knew what I looked like under these dirt-crusted clothes. I'd been forced to become more comfortable with my physical form since being in the real world, but stripping down in front of people, especially Alek, was way beyond that comfort zone. I began to sweat. Maybe we can take turns? Bah! Sky waved my comment off. No time. Lay your clothing flat and press the button to start the cycle. Then choose a stall. Your clothes will be ready for you by the time you finish scrubbing your bodies. Oh, she slipped the bag again from her shoulder and rummaged inside. For your teeth. She handed us each a thin-handled brush. We took them from her, then turned and walked hesitantly toward the entrance. Clean clothes, clean bodies. The idea of water coursing over my skin was beyond tempting, but I didn't think I could do this. Sure, I'd been nude in a bathhouse with other people before, but only as an unreal, where I could go offline and have complete privacy. There was nothing to hide behind here besides clothing, and now Sky wanted to take that from me too. The idea made my hands shake. Just as the tension within me became unbearable and I was about to turn back, Alek spoke. I won't look, I promise. He put a hand on my shoulder. His touch soothed me and instantly pressed pause on the anxious spiral that had begun to take hold within me. Kay nodded. Me either. We can do what needs to be done. How can you not look? I whispered and drew a shaky breath. We'll be right next to each other. Alek shrugged. Like she said, we're cleaning ourselves, nothing more. But there is something more. How can we not notice our bodies? How can we? Mila and I jumped in a lake together on the way here. Kay shrugged. We do things like that all the time back home. My eyes widened. I guess they hadn't told me every detail about living in the real world. Alek dropped his hand from my shoulder to lower my back. That touch wasn't doing anything to help the current situation. He leaned in as we walked and spoke just for me. Turn it off. Turn it off? He said it so simply. Turn what off? The terror that gripped me at being seen with nothing to hide behind? My attraction for him? I could barely keep from staring at him under normal circumstances, and now I was supposed to just flip a switch and pretend his perfect, strong body didn't exist directly in front of my face? Alek dropped his hand and stepped forward to make sure he reached the door first. Without hesitation, he walked inside and held the door for Kay and me to follow. Once the door to the bathhouse closed behind us, he never looked back. Not once. He walked forward without a word and located the flat counter with a wide belt running down the center. It was a foreign system, but easy enough to figure out. I found the button that, I assumed when pressed, would jolt the belt into motion and transport our clothes into the receptacle at the end of the row. Somehow they'd be cleaned and then come out the other end. Wet or dry? I had no clue, but it didn't matter either way. I'd experienced worse things in the last week than putting on damp, clean clothes. Alek stepped in front of the counter close to the button. True to his word, he fixed his eyes on the belt and began taking off his clothes. I snapped my head to the wall and refused to drop my eyes. I followed his lead and stood stock still in front of the belt. My hands shook as I reached for the hem of my shirt. You can do this. Cleaning, that's all. Turn it off. I repeated these words in my head as my hands and arms took over. I closed my eyes and refused to think as I peeled my shirt off, then my undershirt, then stripped off my pants and underwear. It was terrifying standing there, completely vulnerable. Until
I realized I also felt protected. Not by my clothes, but by the knowledge that all three of us were in this together. We were choosing to maintain each other's privacy even when we weren't forced to. A few moments earlier, I'd internally laughed at the idea of flipping a switch in my head. But just like Alek said, it happened. Something switched. Cleaning has nothing to do with attraction. It didn't. It really didn't. I nearly laughed out loud as the thought took hold. I didn't have to view Alek, or anyone else for that matter, the same way in every circumstance. I didn't even have to view myself the same way in every situation. I had control over my mind. I could choose. Alek pressed the button, and the belt began to move with a low, mechanical hum. I kept my vision trained at eye level and didn't look directly at him as he walked past the counter and turned right. I could see the tops of the stalls from here, closed on three sides, open in the front. I picked up the toothbrush Sky had handed us and followed. I, of course, was aware of Alek in front of me. His dark skin contrasted against the light gray walls of the bathhouse, but I chose not to see him. I chose to turn everything off. I kept my eyes focused on anything but him, and as he disappeared behind the partition, I smiled to myself. The hardest part was over, and we'd succeeded. I entered the stall next to him, and my excitement dissipated slightly. There was only a single button on the wall in front of me, much like the one on the laundry counter we'd seen earlier. What was I supposed to do with that? I stifled a laugh as I imagined all of us pressing down and being tossed onto a belt, being fed through an automated cleaning station with our clothes next to us. I felt along the walls and tried to find any other controls without luck. That main button would have to turn on the water, but even that stumped me. I scanned the stall but couldn't determine where the water would come from. There were small metal discs in the wall and 2 tube dispensers with soap tablets. Spotting those made my heart yearn for home again. Even though I knew I didn't want to go back, the nostalgic pull was overwhelming. I longed for familiarity, predictability, a feeling I was becoming less and less confident I'd ever get to experience again. I heard the water turn on in Alek's stall. He must have figured it out, and I wasn't about to admit he'd been able to see something I hadn't. Here goes. I reached for the button. What happened next could only be described as a deluge. Water exploded from each of the silver discs I'd noticed earlier. The jets sprayed every part of me simultaneously. I gasped, and the sound echoed against the sterile walls and ceiling. Alek laughed uproariously. "Thanks for the warning," I shrieked over the sound of the sprayers. "I'm so glad I didn't say anything." His words were barely understandable through the guffaws. That was the best. "What warning?" Kay asked, just as I heard her water turn on. She yelped, and Alek's amusement was contagious. I couldn't help but giggle along with him as I reached for a soap tab. It took only seconds for me to clean my body and wash my barely there hair. While I missed my shoulder-length locks, I had to admit, short hair was incredibly convenient. I turned in a circle and allowed the water to massage my skin and rinse off the suds, then reached for the toothbrush. Wetting the bristles, I popped it in my mouth and began to scrub. My eyes widened, and I nearly choked. "You guys!" I shouted with the handle still protruding from my mouth. "This toothbrush tastes like, I don't know, like a spicy fruit or something?" "Spicy fruit?" Alek repeated skeptically. "Try it," I insisted, and moved the brush to my bottom row of teeth. When I finished, I spit into the drain on the floor. Sky said the water in here was okay to drink, so I opened my mouth and let some of it pour in. I swished and spit again. My teeth felt so slippery, I couldn't stop running my tongue across their smooth surfaces. Joy bubbled up inside me. I was warm, and the spray of water was beyond soothing. I knew I couldn't stay much longer, but I wanted to. I wanted to linger as long as possible. I soaked in a few more moments of heaven, then rinsed out my toothbrush and reluctantly hit the button to turn off the water. I realized too late I had no clue how I was going to dry off. There weren't any drying sheets here, at least not that I'd seen earlier. Before I could call out to Kay and Alek, a fan started up, and warm air began to circulate all around me. It blew stronger by the second. I shivered. What magic was this? I spun, lifted my arms, and reveled in the heat as my body dried. A few seconds later, the air turned off, and I stood there in my shower stall in a complete daze. I felt incredible. More than incredible. I was clean, calm, and relaxed. And, did I mention, clean? The worries I'd had just moments earlier seemed ridiculous now. I'd strut through the streets with no clothes on any day of the week if I could feel like this at the end of it. I closed my eyes and felt my smooth teeth again as my skin hummed. Finally, I drew a deep breath and walked out of the stall back to the laundry counter. I found my clothes on the opposite end, laid out just as Sky had said. I picked up my undershirt and slipped it on. Dry. And soft. Why hadn't I thought to pull all of my clothes out of my bag before coming here? Then I remembered how we'd been whisked out of Tree's house without any warning. Right. That. I put a solid item on my to-do list for the next day. Wash all my clothes as soon as humanly possible. Kay's water was still running, but Alek's stall had been quiet and abandoned when I'd exited mine. Since he wasn't here, thankfully, he must be outside. Fully dressed, I walked out the door to give Kay her privacy. We survived. Alek grinned in the dim light outside the bathhouse. I smiled shyly. I may have had the ability to turn it off inside, but seeing him now with clean clothes and slightly mussed, damp hair flipped that switch right back on and cranked that attraction up to a 10. Thank you. I was filled with gratitude as I walked closer. I reached up and gently traced the bruising skin on his cheek, then wrapped my arms around his waist. For what? He looked pleasantly surprised as he lowered his gaze and met my eyes. For helping me through that? Alek chuckled. You're welcome. I grinned. You really don't worry about what you look like, do you? I searched my memory for any time he'd mentioned feeling self-conscious, any moment where he'd expressed anything about his body, ever. Nope, he answered simply. What's the point of worrying about how I look? I don't have any control over it. I nodded slowly, remembering that was my problem, just like he'd pointed out to me in the backyard of the safe house. In P3, I did have full control. I could change anything I wanted at any time. In an attempt to help me love my form, augmentation had only made me hate the real me more. I'll get there. Someday, I sighed, and Alek leaned closer. He lightly brushed his lips against mine. That helps. He chuckled. You smell amazing. We smell identical. Then I smell amazing. He teased and lightly kissed my forehead just as the door to the bathhouse opened behind us. We quickly parted before Kay spotted us. Come, Sky called, and I turned to find she'd been standing on the hill right where she'd left us. My cheeks burned as I realized she'd probably had a bird's-eye view of Alek and me the entire time. We climbed the hill and tromped along behind her as she led us back down the main path to Trees. The blissful feeling I'd had earlier at the bathhouse dissipated slightly as I remembered why we were still here. While we'd been reveling in fresh water and clean skin, Ave had been wrapped in blankets, lying alone in the dirt. Chapter 10. Ave lay catatonic on Tree's floor. I'd woken up before the glow was visible on the horizon and couldn't fall back asleep. Alek and Kay's deep, peaceful breathing provided a slow, rhythmic backdrop to this moment. Me, sitting cross-legged, wrapped in a blanket, staring at Ave's lifeless body. I begged him to open his eyes, or move, or do anything that would let me know he was still in there somewhere. The image reminded me eerily of standing in the stacks, and I shivered. Was it really only a few days ago that Vera and I had stormed in and pulled Ave out? Only a few days ago that I'd talked with Mom and had to leave her there to die? A tear spilled down my cheek, and I brushed it away. It seemed everything reminded me of her. I couldn't stop seeing her face. How could she not see what was happening to her? What more could I have done to convince her? Anger and frustration welled up in me afresh as I thought of Kenna driving away from P3 without Vera. I understood her reasoning. Of course we couldn't rush back in trying to save people with no information and no supplies. But I couldn't get Vera's face out of my mind either. She risked her life to help me, to help all of us. She deserved better. I'd barely been able to stomach the idea of needing to wait and regroup at the warehouse and take so much time to devise a plan to help her. But now? We were going to be stuck here for days. Even when we did go back to meet with the coalition, We weren't necessarily going to be a part of their missions. I knew how determined Kenna was to put a stop to Cerebralink, which meant one individual wasn't going to be at the top of her priority list.
Good morning,
Alek whispered behind me, and I jolted. My hand flew to my chest. You scared me.
Sorry.
He spoke the right word, but the glint in his eye said he was anything but. I rolled my eyes. I didn't mean to wake you. I wiped my cheeks with the backs of my hands and shifted over so he could sit next to me on the floor. Tree was kind enough to offer her home to us, and it had been surprisingly cozy. She'd explained the night before how living partially underground allowed for the earth to regulate the temperature. In the moment, I hadn't been fully listening. I'd been too worked up about Ave, and then distracted by Kenna kicking us out of any coalition planning. Lastly, I'd been too emotionally spent from the whole bathhouse experience to care about heat conservation. This morning, though, it was obvious to me how much the piled earth around these walls kept in the warmth.
You didn't wake me.
Alek's voice was low and husky. He sat close enough that I could feel the warmth radiating from his body.
I've been tossing and turning all night.
I'm sorry. He grinned.
Why do you keep apologizing? It's not your fault.
I shrugged and allowed my eyes to wander over his face. His bruising was turning greenish-yellow around the edges, beginning to heal. I wish you had a better night, that's all.
It's better now.
The corner of his mouth lifted, and I smiled warmly. But it isn't night anymore. He chuckled and pointed at the still darkened sky, then raised an eyebrow. The low lighting accentuated his cheekbones. I laughed lightly and shook my head.
What about you?
He asked.
How was your night?
I slept pretty well, I think.
Till now.
I nodded. Right. Till now. He nudged my shoulder.
Is everything okay?
What kind of question was that? No, everything was clearly not okay. My best friend was sitting on his deathbed, and Kenna had informed us of decisions I disagreed with.
Sorry.
His voice interrupted my thoughts.
That was a dumb question. I should have said, are you handling everything okay? I know things are a mess right now. I was just wondering how you're doing.
I turned my head and forced a half smile. Now you're the one apologizing? Alek shrugged, and I leaned my shoulder against his. Not well, I whispered.
Well, that's a relief.
Though I was looking down at my hands, I could hear the smile in his words.
I thought I was the only one.
He stretched his arm over my shoulder and pulled me closer. The motion opened a floodgate of emotions, and suddenly I couldn't get my words out fast enough. What does Kenna think we're going to do now? I whispered. What does she expect? I was done being a kid years ago, ever since my dad died. Since then, I've been constantly worried about something. My education, my projects, my placement. Then getting back home, getting away from home safely, helping Kenna get other people away safely. Does she think that's suddenly going to all go away? That we'll be able to sit back and not worry about everything? Just trust the coalition to save the world while we... what? Play sticks or something? We just risked our lives to help them. We got them information they wanted. I thought we'd finally proven ourselves. I drew a ragged breath and realized how loud my voice had become during that unexpected and depressing monologue. I blinked back tears and stared out the window. The sky had begun a transformation from black to a deep, inky blue.
It's stupid,
Alek agreed.
You're right to be frustrated. Kenna needs all the people she can get, all the brain power she can get. We've already proven our ability to contribute.
I lifted my head and pressed my cheek against his. It was stupid. So stupid, in fact, it was almost laughable. Kenna had never been concerned about anyone's quality of life before. If anything, she'd been brutally honest about her willingness to ruin it in the short term if it meant winning this fight with the communities and preserving people's freedom down the road. So why suddenly switch gears? Why claim altruism now? My mind latched onto this question as it recognized an aberration in a proven pattern as swiftly as it always did. Something wasn't adding up. I could feel it. I think I might be done, Alek. I slumped over and rested my head on his chest. I don't think I can keep doing this.
What do you mean?
I sighed and attempted to form my abstract thoughts into sentences. There was always something wrong, always another puzzle to solve and another problem to work on. My whole life I'd planned to be finished with all that by now. I was supposed to have my placement and be settled. It's one thing after another, I sighed. If it's not the communities dictating my life, it's the coalition. I'm sick of it. Yeah. He exhaled and I listened to the whoosh of his breath. I'm sorry. I sniffed. No more apologizing, remember? I felt his shoulders shake, and as his body stilled, I memorized his heartbeat. I already got what I came for. His voice rumbled in his chest. I was looking for help for my family. We found it. We now know there are people like us, and we found people who are fighting for the same things we are. You haven't found what you're looking for yet. How do you know? Because if you had, you wouldn't be so upset about this. I bit my lip as I recognized the truth in his statement. Why was I so upset about this? We were safe, weren't we? We had a way to survive, and we had each other. So why wasn't that enough? You don't know if your family will be okay, even though you found help, I mused. How are you not still worried? He shrugged. I know we'll find a way back to them. How? I lifted my head and met his eyes. How can you be so sure? I don't know, he whispered. I just know. Kenna might not always do things the way you want, Channel, but she's on our side. We need to be patient. And what about Mila and Zayn? He paused at my question and didn't answer immediately. I worried that I'd blurted the words out too callously. I'm worried about them, of course. I wish we had some way of knowing whether they made it. I wished I could tell him that I just knew they were safe and that we'd all be reunited again, but I couldn't. My analytical brain knew all too well how unlikely it was that they'd make it back to us. We'd already beaten the odds in more circumstances than I could count. If we kept pushing, we had to eventually come up empty-handed. Alek reached out for me with his free arm and hoisted me up onto his lap. My legs slipped to the floor on either side of him, and I knelt, seated on his thighs. In this position, I could almost look him directly in the eyes without lifting my chin. He laced his fingers together behind my back and pulled me so close I could feel his breath on my cheek. I was suddenly hyper-aware of every sensation as every nerve ending in my body lit up, ignited with his touch and proximity. I lifted my hand and traced the side of his face with slow fingers, then dropped over his cheekbone and felt the stubble along his jawline. Every second with you feels like I'm getting away with something. His voice was so low I could barely make it out. How so? I asked, but the question was rhetorical. I knew exactly what he meant. We should have died. Twice. Before that, I was linked, and Alek didn't have the luxury of living in his own literal fantasy world. As if reading my thoughts, his breathing quickened. The way he looked at me sent me reeling. My mind flashed back to how he looked, how he talked, when my imagination and cerebral link were calling the shots. I was both impressed and disturbed by how well my mind had recreated him. No matter how often I reminded myself that this was real, there was still that small part of me that doubted, that wondered if I'd actually gotten out, or if I was still linked and this was only my brain's way of reconciling my cognitive dissonance. I reached up again and pressed my palm to Alek's cheek, then slowly ran my fingers through his tousled hair. Imperfectly perfect. This had to be real. His breathing deepened, and he leaned his head back slightly as I trailed my fingers softly down the back of his neck, then wrapped around to his collarbone and under his shirt to caress the soft skin of his chest. His hands slipped under my loose shirt and explored the skin of my lower back. His touch sent heat shooting through my midsection, and my skin tingled. In an instant, his touch shifted from exploratory to urgent as he stretched his fingers across my hips and waist. Warmth and longing exploded through my body, and my heart raced. I wanted to tear his shirt off of his body and feel every inch of him, kiss every inch of him, but I knew I couldn't. We might be the only ones awake at the moment, but we weren't alone here. I forced myself to hold still, to settle for each tug of his fingers and the sound of his ragged breath. Is this what we did? Alek's lips brushed my ear. When you were linked? How was he so good at getting into my thoughts? I leaned away from him and with all the self-restraint I could muster, gingerly held his face between my hands. I could see him clearly now. The glow was strengthening through the windows. His lips were parted, and his eyes shuddered as his gaze raked hungrily over my lips and neck. My nose wrinkled with a mischievous grin. This is killing you, isn't it? Not knowing what was going on in my head. His lip twitched, as if debating whether he was going to take the bait and join the conversation or continue talking without words. I brushed my lips along his jaw. Why does it matter so much? He shuddered under my touch. I hate it. I slowly pulled back, and my hands dropped to his chest. I hate that you have all these experiences I wasn't a part of. His eyes dropped, and his dark lashes brushed his cheek. I rubbed the tip of my nose against his. I was only linked for a few days. There weren't that many experiences you weren't a part of. He raised an eyebrow and I laughed, then clapped a hand over my mouth to keep the sound from escaping. It was morning, yes, but not late enough that I wanted to wake Kay or Ave. Despite my attempts to lift his spirits, I knew by the number of times he'd brought this up, he wasn't going to be mollified by teasing or rationalization. I'd be dying too, if the roles were reversed, and this thought gave me an idea. You know what we could do? I asked nervously, as a flush traveled up my neck and onto my cheeks. Alek noticed how my body tensed and looked at me curiously. I swallowed hard. We could recreate it. Them, I mean. My heart started to pound, and that made it intensely difficult to speak clearly. The moment's in my mind. Then you'd know. He leaned forward and kissed me, and while it was just the boost of confidence I needed, I pushed my hand against his chest. Nope, I smirked. That's not how it went. He growled, and I reached up to tussle his hair. It started like this. I picked up his hand and brushed it along my arm, then tilted his palm to cup my face. I kissed the inside of his wrist, and his breath caught. And this was how it was different. In Cerebralink, it was all about me. How I felt, what my reactions were, not his. As I felt his heart race against mine and heard his breathing quicken, the experience deepened instantly. It wasn't just about what he could do for me and what I wanted, but what we could do for each other. His hand dropped over my shoulder and I leaned forward. Then there was this. I kissed his jaw lightly, over and over again in a line, moving up to his ear and then down the side of his neck. His hand slid up my back and wrapped over my shoulder blades as if holding small parts of me wasn't enough. Lots of this, I murmured, then pulled back to finally find his mouth. I touched my lips lightly to his and slid my arms around his waist to allow our bodies to curl into each other. His lips pulled and strained against mine, like he needed me more than air. I reveled in being wanted, in being needed, and as my body melded with his, I sank into sensation. He kissed me as if trying to prove himself, to convince me that he could give something my mind's version of him couldn't. And he was beyond successful. Even in my most creative moods, my mind couldn't make up the minute details of this moment. The way his chest rose and fell rapidly against mine. The roughness of his unshaven face juxtaposed with the softness of his lips. The way his lips impatiently moved from my mouth to my neck and back again. The way my skin hummed and my legs trembled. The way neither of us could catch our breath. A cough burst out next to us and I gasped, then tore myself from Alek in shock. Panting, I whipped my head to the right in search of the source of the sound and saw 2 eyes staring back at me in the morning light. I jumped off of Alek's lap, straightened my shirt, and attempted to catch my breath. Ave was awake. Chapter 11. You're here. I dropped to my hands and knees to get a better look at him. The room grew brighter by the second, but it was still difficult to make out important details. With my skin still humming from Alek's touch, I inspected Ave's face as best I could and tried to pull myself together. Adrenaline, newly fueled by embarrassment at being caught, coursed through my veins and made my head swim. Ave still looked a little out of it, and for our sake, I hoped he wouldn't remember anything about the last couple of minutes. He coughed again and wriggled to pull his hands free of the tightly wrapped blankets. I put a hand on his shoulder. Careful. You have a port in your arm. For fluids. If he registered my instructions, he didn't show it. He ripped his arms from the blankets and stretched them high over his head, then flexed his fingers and blinked his eyes rapidly. The port and tubing somehow stayed intact. Ave, are you all right? I snapped my fingers in front of his face. He focused on me then, and a slow smile spread across his face. Channel? I smiled and wrapped my arms around his neck. It wasn't the best angle, but I hugged him anyway. I'm so glad you're awake. My face was squished between his cheek and my right arm. I slowly extricated myself and took in his confused expression. He attempted to prop himself up on his elbows. Where are we? Shh. I put out my hands to press his body back to a horizontal position. What do you remember? Ave searched for an answer. I remember riding in a transport. We saw strange buildings and rocks on a cliff. Then we stopped. I don't remember anything else. Kay's head popped up off the floor across the room, and I waved for her to join us. I nodded. We stopped here in San Francisco. When you stepped outside, you looked awful and threw up. Then you passed out. Way to give it to him gently. Alek chuckled, and the sound of his voice sent a tingle up my spine. I turned. What was I supposed to say? You looked great as you emptied the contents of your stomach in the dirt? Alek snorted and ran a hand through his hair. I just meant you could have left a few details out. His cheeks were flushed, and it was difficult not to think about kissing him all over again. That's not how Channel and I roll. Ave's voice was hoarse. We tell each other how it is. I met his eyes and forced a grin as guilt washed over me. I hadn't been doing the best job of being honest with him lately, but there would be time for that later, when he was better. Do you remember Tree and Sky, the women in the back of the transport with us? Ave's eyes narrowed, but he nodded. I think so. Brown hair? Older? Right. We're at Tree's house right now. She saved your life. I launched into an explanation of how Tree diagnosed the mess P3 had made of his body, how she gave him electrolytes and kept watch. Kay jumped in to talk about the meeting we had with the principal, and I finished the diatribe by sharing how I felt about being kicked out of the Coalition's missions. Ave's eyes darted between us as he tried to take it all in. So, these people, the Vivientes, they have technology that's better than ours? I stared at him. That's what you got from all that? Yeah. How is that not the most important takeaway? I laughed with disbelief. Until he had the opportunity to see their projections like we did, he wouldn't know the half of it. He scratched his head. How is that even possible? Real people living in the middle of the desert? How would they have the energy? Alek nodded. I've been trying to figure it out. They don't have solar panels anywhere that I've seen. Good. He'd noticed that too. I looked upward at the glass dome above us. The sky was now bright red in the east. It doesn't make any sense, Ave added. I shook my head. You almost die, and within seconds of waking up, you're already trying to figure out what their energy source is? He motioned for me to move closer, as if he was struggling to project his voice. I leaned in. What else would I do? He asked, his voice low enough that only I could hear. Kiss you? My stomach sank, and I sat up abruptly. Ave absorbed my shocked expression and looked at me quizzically, then flashed a signature goofy grin. Had he seen something? Or was he only making a joke? I thought back to when I'd linked with him. The way he'd looked at me. How are you feeling? Alek knelt next to me to inspect Ave's face like I had moments before. There's more color in your cheeks. My cheeks were still flushed, and Alek's comment made me hyper-aware of this fact. I need a minute. I stood and walked toward the entrance. Is she okay? I heard Ave ask behind me. Alek sighed. She's probably overwhelmed to see you awake. Should I go after her? Their whispers continued on behind me as I grabbed my mask from the bench. I pulled it over my face and walked out Tree's front door into the chilled early morning air. What was I supposed to do about all this? The last thing Ave remembered was that he and I were together. We'd been together our whole lives. Not together until recently, and he had to know that our one real kiss was due to a majorly extenuating circumstance, right? I groaned as I thought back to my life in P3 and tried to be honest with myself. I did have feelings for him then, but that was before Alek. Now? I folded my arms across my chest and stared at the glow slowly rising over the barren landscape. Why hadn't I probed his mind for more information when we'd been linked? I could have figured out exactly how he felt and what he was thinking then, instead of trying to sleuth things out the normal way. If I knew he thought we were only friends, good friends, I could easily tell him everything about how I met Alek, how he changed my life. I wanted to be able to talk to him about the most exciting thing that had happened to me since him. I walked down the street and held my hands over my head. If I knew how he felt. I needed to stop kidding myself. I did know, which was why I hadn't said anything. From the second we pulled Ave out of P3, I knew what he was thinking. Hoping I was wrong wasn't going to help anything or make the truth disappear. I sighed. I also couldn't ignore or bulldoze over his feelings. I cared too much about him to be insensitive. That left me with only one other option as far as I could tell. I needed to talk to Alek and tell him we had to wait. Wait until Ave healed. Wait until we knew what was happening next. Wait until I could make it clear to my best friend that that was all we were. Friends. It was the last thing I wanted to do, literally, but I couldn't handle the idea of spending 24 hours a day with both Ave and Alek under these circumstances. With this decision made, I woke up to my surroundings and realized I'd walked all the way back to the town base. The air was beginning to warm with the glow, but not fast enough. I shivered and wrapped my arms around myself. I took a moment to catch my breath, then turned and headed resolutely back to Trees. Ave remained awake most of that day, and by the next morning, Tree had him up and walking. His body was weak, but he was able to stumble along far enough to make it to the bathroom and back, which was all Tree needed to see to move him into the next stage of recovery. She removed his port and tubes, then gave him a serious lecture on proper diet and hydration. Tree had put Alek, Kay, and me to work cleaning the day before, and my arms were still stiff from scrubbing roof panels. They were pretty to look at, but after having to wipe them clean, I wasn't sure they were worth the effort. I rubbed my shoulder as all three of us sat on a bench and listened carefully to Tree about what Ave could and couldn't do over the next few days. You guys, I'm fine doing this on my own. You don't need to worry. Ave called to us from the other side of the room. I shook my head. Too bad. Now that Ken is gone, we've got nothing better to do than trail around behind you and make sure you follow Tree's protocol. Ave groaned and turned to Tree in desperation. You must need help with something around here. More cleaning? Repairs? Possibly chores in another location? Tree threw her head back and laughed, the sound throaty and full-bodied. You're already sick of them. He nodded emphatically, and Tree put a hand on her hip. I think I have something you three could work on while Ave rests. My eyes lit up. I'd been mostly joking about babysitting Ave, but it was nice to have a legitimate distraction. I was starting to go stir-crazy. Sitting in Tree's house with Alek and Ave both there all the time was unbearable. I kept waiting for the right time to talk with Ave, but when was there ever going to be a good moment to explain this? Hey, remember how we moved past the friend stage? That didn't mean anything. Well, it did until I found someone I wanted more. Brutal. Especially because he was still throwing out semi-flirtatious vibes. The thing was, I didn't know what I wanted until I'd seen it. Seen him. It wasn't that Ave wasn't good enough or that we couldn't be happy together. He just wasn't Alek. All of that stress from yesterday had not made for a good night's sleep. I'd spent last night lying next to Alek in the dark, thinking about his hands on my skin as I listened to him breathe, which did nothing to lessen the torture of having to be in such close proximity during daylight hours without touching him. Then, as I'd tossed and turned, I'd had the glorious opportunity to feel guilty about Ave's current condition and the fact that I was going to crush his dreams on top of it. A perfect mix of desperate longing and brutal regret. A tragic midnight cocktail. Walk back to town base, where you met with Kenna and the elders, Tree commanded. The house on the right is Sky and Clearwater's. Wait, they're a couple? I cut in. Of course they're a couple. They have 3 kids and a grandbaby on the way. Tree scoffed as if we should have known all of that already. Go to their house and tell them I sent you. They'll take you to the grow houses and put you to work. Alek's eyes lit up. That was my job back home. Tree smiled at him. Then I'll be very interested to hear what you have to say when you return. The three of us stood and hesitantly made our way toward the door. Will you be okay? I asked Ave. By yourself, I mean? I'll be fine. He motioned to Tree. I've got her to get me settled, and I'll probably just sleep. He looked a little too eager to get rid of us. Tree nodded. Even if you don't sleep, you'll be resting. Whether you close your eyes or stare at the sky, it doesn't matter to me. Ave nodded obediently. Could I take a small bite of— No. Tree cut him off sharply. Liquids only for another 24 hours. We've barely kick-started your digestion again, and it wasn't doing well to begin with. She handed him a tall glass of green liquid. Ave grimaced. See you later tonight. I smiled apologetically and gave a small wave as we picked up our masks. Channel, Ave called out, and I turned. Don't stay too long. He smiled and winked at me, and my cheeks grew hot. I turned and quickly followed the others out to the street. Chapter 12. This is a grow house? Alek asked in awe as Clearwater led us to a long line of buildings with shimmering, iridescent windows. Grow houses, Clearwater clarified. They're all connected, but they are individual structures. We walked closer and Alek broke away from our group, jogging to the edge of the buildings to inspect the architecture. It's built into the side of the hill. His voice disappeared behind the glass wall. I jogged over to see what he was so excited about, and more importantly, to watch his face as he discovered it. He laughed in disbelief. Look at this. Just like their houses. Built into the ground. To regulate temperature, Clearwater added proudly. There are vents. Alek peered toward the top of the structure. Do you actually open those? Clearwater nodded. But how do you conserve oxygen? We don't. Obviously, we only open them when absolutely necessary. Up until the past year, we rarely had to use them. But now, when the vents open, our filtration kicks in and our oxygenators go to work. Alek gave him a quizzical look, then scanned the area. It takes a lot of energy to create more oxygen, and I don't see any solar panels. Clearwater chuckled. That's because we don't use them anymore. My jaw dropped at this statement right along with Alek's. Kay's eyes grew so large I worried they were going to pop out of her head. What? We all asked in unison. They're inefficient, comparatively. We still keep them as backups, but we haven't needed them in a long time. But Alek's mouth worked to form a question, then snapped closed. How? He started again, then put his hands in his pockets as his face twisted in consternation. It would have been amusing if I hadn't been dealing with the shock of this information right along with him. According to everyone I'd met in the real world, solar panels were the source of energy, unless you were lucky enough to set up shop in a geothermally active zone like the Coalition. Clearwater reached out a hand and patted Alek's shoulder. There will be plenty of time to share our ways, but right now, Tree asked me to show you the grow houses. Alek nodded slowly as Clearwater led him forward. I'd never witnessed him so perplexed, and it made me feel closer to him. Ever since the day we'd met, Alek had seemed further ahead than me, wiser, stronger, more sure of himself. To see him in a situation where he was confused and uncomfortable made me, with all my weaknesses, feel more deserving of being real. Clearwater opened the door closest to us, and we followed him inside the building. A wave of humid air washed over my skin, and he motioned for us to remove our masks. Alek watched him warily as he slipped his off, then hesitantly pulled his down as well. This air is healing for the body and spirit. Clearwater closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. I mimicked him and filled my lungs with air, then gasped as my entire body lit up with new sensations. Moisture on my skin, a wet, earthy scent in my nostrils. It was like nothing I'd experienced. If living were a smell and a feeling wrapped into one, this would be it. Warm, complex, more than comforting, like I'd been wrapped in someone's arms and knew I'd be safe and nourished forever. Clearwater watched my face with a half smile on his lips. This is new for you? He asked, and I nodded as I worked to hold back emotions that bubbled up inside me.
People will tell you that plants are just plants, that they don't have a spirit or awareness. But in places like this, he shook his head and reached out to brush his fingers over a fresh green leaf on the plant next to him. Hard to deny their power. I swallowed hard and gulped another breath so the rich scent could wash over me afresh. I felt that way. Alek's voice was reverent, in our grow houses, but I was always so worried about messing something up. We hardly ever took our masks off.
I didn't ever go inside ours, Kay murmured. Alek raised an eyebrow.
Never?
She smirked. Not with permission. Alek chuckled. I was never assigned there, or anywhere really.
I think people were trying to give you a break.
Alek shoved his hands in his pockets. He always did that when he was nervous. I didn't need a break, she whispered. I needed to feel useful. Alek winced as if her comment physically stung. I cleared my throat. What do you grow here, in this building? I wanted to move the topic of conversation away from the past, though everything here seemed to throw it back in front of our faces. Experiencing something better made you question all the choices you made prior that were worse. Before Clearwater could answer, Kay looked closer at the row next to us. This soil is red. Alek and I leaned over and looked into the troughs that held the rows of plants. She was right. The mixture around the roots almost looked like sand, fine and light coral in color. What is it? I asked. More questions. Clearwater laughed, amused. You are curious. That is good. And this is something I can teach you now. He turned without an explanation, and the three of us followed him along the rows. He wove through aisles and eventually ended up in the next building over. He led us to the center of the grow houses, then stopped just as the planks we'd been walking on changed direction and split to outline a dark pool. Plants hung overhead, and long, twisting vines reached toward the amber liquid and dipped their leaves under the surface. I wiped my forehead. Small beads of water collected across my skin. Clearwater motioned at the pool. This is how we grow our plants. Hydroponics. No soil needed. We use sandstone, which we have plenty of, as a medium for our nutrients. Clearwater motioned to one side of the pool where a translucent pipe stood tall. It erupted out of the water and connected to smaller pipes that fanned out in a grid throughout the houses to connect with each of the troughs.
These are the nutrients?
Alek asked skeptically as he surveyed the pool at our feet.
How could this possibly supply enough of what those plants need?
Ah, Clearwater smiled. That's where these incredible creatures come in. He leaned down over the pool and dipped his fingers in the water, then gently splashed along the surface. Almost immediately, slippery bodies pushed up to the top of the pool next to his fingers. They erratically jumped and flailed and sent ripples across the glassy surface. I jumped back. What are they? Tilapia. I stared at him blankly. Fish. He laughed at my stunned expression. We raise them here. They not only serve as a food source, they also create a perfect fertilizer for the plants we grow. Alek blinked.
It's just their waste? You don't have to add anything else?
No, nothing else. Clearwater stood and wiped his fingers on his pants. Just as quickly as they'd appeared, the fish retreated into the water and the surface became calm again.
What do you feed them? And how did you get them in the first place? This area doesn't seem like a natural habitat for fish.
Alek looked out the windows at the scraggy landscape.
And how do you keep this system healthy? How?
Clearwater laughed out loud, completely tickled by Alek's excitement.
I'll answer your questions, I promise, but I don't have all day. Let's walk while we talk.
He strode past us and headed back down the aisle that led to the house we'd started in. My family has been in the business of aquaponics for almost 150 years. Before the communities? Kay asked, and Clearwater nodded his head. You're correct that this area is not a natural habitat for this species of fish. We had many fish in our large rivers and streams, but those dried up before I was born. He stopped and motioned down the aisle on our right. We grow compatible plants together. We like to make sure each one enjoys its neighbors.
Cabbage. And beets.
Alek reached out and touched the broad green leaves streaked with deep crimson veins. They enjoy living next to each other. Clearwater pointed further down the row. Broccoli and lettuce, kale and spinach. All good for each other. I looked at Kay and Alek and wondered if they understood the strange words he was throwing out. They sounded familiar, and I could tell by context that these green things must be edible, but I had no reference point. I'd eaten compressed, prepared foods made by the communities my entire life. Even with the coalition, our food still originated there. Did all of our food start somewhere like this? My stomach grumbled. I'd forgotten to eat anything before we left Trees this morning, though that might have been because of the sludge she'd fed us the night before. What are they? I braved ridicule to satiate my curiosity. The plants? Clearwater asked, and I nodded. Food. He turned to walk further down the aisle. That wasn't the answer I was hoping for, but I didn't want to be annoying by pressing the issue. Instead, I looked at each leaf and stem we passed and attempted to figure out how this could possibly become what I was used to seeing. Alek walked quickly and fell into step next to me. You've never had fresh vegetables, have you? How could you tell? I whispered. You look more terrified than when Cass said she wasn't planning to let me go back in P3. Do not. I swatted his shoulder playfully and he laughed. But I honestly can't imagine putting a leaf like that in my mouth. You don't eat the leaves. Alek grinned. On most things. Kay turned and put her finger to her lips. Shh, I can't hear what he's saying. Sorry. I flashed Alek a dirty look as we tuned back into Clearwater. My family owned a fish farm, and when Campy erupted, my great-grandfather found a way to salvage it. Barely. Those fish you saw in the pond are descendants of his original stock. You've kept them alive that long? Alek asked in awe. Clearwater stopped in front of a long row of tall trees that stood at least 10 feet tall. We've kept generations of tilapia alive, out of necessity. The great thing about that species is they aren't picky. They'll eat anything and adapt. Anything? Kay wrinkled her nose. Trust me, if it exists, we've tried it when we were desperate. Now that our society is more stable, they're back on an omnivorous diet of plants, algae, and insects when we have them. It's a fully sustainable nutrient loop. He pointed to the closest tree and patted the thin trunk with gratitude. This is our moringa grove. More strange words. I lifted my gaze and took in the wide, feathery canopy. My mind spun with all of Clearwater's explanations. I'd spent my whole life believing we'd escaped a dead-end reality. And here, all around me, was proof that the real world had been progressing right along with us. All the nutrition needed for an entire people was contained in this collection of buildings. What did this mean for our future? Is this what the communities were doing? Were they growing food like this and then somehow scaling for mass production? Somehow I doubted it. Alek walked forward and reached out to feel the smooth bark. My father told me about these trees. He said they'd tried growing them initially, but the seeds they had were too old. The seedlings never sprouted. It may not have been the seeds that were a problem, Clearwater mused. They only sprout when a particular algae is present. We were lucky enough to have a supply. His eyes lit up and he turned to make sure all of us heard this part of his story. My great-grandfather worked for an organization that traveled around the world to help people in need of food and supplies. It is said that he set foot on every continent. My eyes widened. Every continent? I couldn't imagine a world where people existed on every continent, let alone traveled from one to another to lend a hand. They grew moringa because of their high vitamin content, he continued. Dried the leaves and seeds, crushed them, sprinkled them in whatever people ate to help their bodies replenish. You can try one, here. He turned and pulled a leaf from the closest branch. I looked at Alek and grimaced. He laughed. You can do it. Without hesitation, he took the leaf and popped it into his mouth first. Clearwater handed a piece to me, and for a moment I simply stared at it. A pale liquid leaked from the torn edge, bled onto my fingers. I'd never held a living plant like this before. Sure, at this point I'd seen plants growing. I'd witnessed the miracle of resurrected greenery against all odds. But this was different. This tree was thriving, and it provided nutrients to sustain life while deriving its own nutrition from the fish living in the pond we'd seen earlier. It was mind-boggling. How could such a simple system create such value? What are you waiting for? Alek nudged my shoulder, but I still stood there and stared at the leaf cradled in my palm. I swallowed hard, slowly raised my hand, and slipped it onto my tongue. I cautiously chewed. Ugh! I forced myself to keep it in my mouth and not spit it on the ground. Kay and Alek laughed so heartily at my reaction, they nearly fell over on the ground. Clearwater's eyes sparkled. It's bitter, I choked out as I quickly swallowed, then looked for anything that could clear my mouth of the acrid flavor. Here. Clearwater popped a small orange sphere off a branch of the plant behind him. This will help. I desperately shoved it in my mouth and gasped as it burst between my teeth and shot out a sweet, flavorful liquid. What was that? A cherry tomato. He smiled. Slightly more enjoyable. I nodded thankfully. Alek wiped tears from his eyes and I glared at him, but couldn't keep a straight face. Your time will come, I warned. I might be experiencing the real world, but remember how you felt inside P3? Not so funny, was it? Alek clutched his stomach. Sorry, he wheezed. Your face. It was just too good. I rolled my eyes and put a hand on my hip. Can we see the other houses? I pretended to ignore my supposed friends to keep some semblance of my pride intact. Clearwater nodded and led us down the aisle. As we walked, he launched into lengthy explanations of companion planting biosymbiosis, how the entire growing system cleaned and protected itself without much human intervention. Alek quickly forgot my ridiculous reaction earlier and soaked in every tidbit Clearwater threw our direction. His face was hungry, like he'd been in a drought his whole life and had finally found an oasis. I could see the wheels turning in his head, and I grinned as he practically bounced along the path. What? Alek's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. I looked over to find Clearwater and Kay entering the last house on the row. You were staring at me? He stepped closer and his expression made my cheeks flush. Alek, I whispered, slightly off balance. They're right there. I pointed past his shoulder. Alek's eyes narrowed and his face softened. Are you embarrassed? About me? What? I was taken aback. What are you talking about? He stopped in front of me and drew a deep breath. Or not sure about us? I searched his eyes and tried to determine if he was teasing. He looked serious. Alek, what? Ever since Abe woke up, you've been closed off. I just wondered if maybe... I shook my head. Alek, I was staring at you because I love seeing you so happy. In your element. My heart started to pound and I glanced quickly ahead to make sure the others were still occupied. I haven't been pulling away. I mean, I have, but not really, I stammered, and my face scrunched at my poor attempts to explain. I'm scared, Alek. Of what? He reached out and interlaced his fingers with mine. I glanced over his shoulder again and saw Kay and Clearwater talking. I inhaled to steady myself. Ave and me? You know we've been friends for a long time. Alek nodded. Before I left the communities, it was starting to become more than that. I looked down at my feet as guilt and embarrassment washed over me. I'd never mentioned this to him before, and now I realized I should have. I know, Channel. I was on the comms that night, remember? Right. He'd heard Ave talking. I nodded sheepishly. Well, I haven't ever talked to him about us, or anything that's happened since I left. Not because I didn't want to, but there hasn't been a good opportunity. Right, exactly. And a lot has happened since I left. But for him, I shook my head. He was linked too, Alek. I swallowed hard and hoped he'd understand without me having to spell it out. Alek nodded slowly, but then his eyes widened. He was in his own fantasy, just like you. Not just like me, I muttered. But now for him to wake up after everything he's been through and see us together? I stopped short and hoped this was all making sense. It feels wrong to drop that on him. So you need time to talk to him about it. Alek summarized. I nodded, but my stomach sank. Why did it feel so impossible? It was a simple conversation. Ave, since I left, Alek and I have become a thing. A thing? My partner? Ugh, that sounded even worse. Telling Ave I liked someone else, especially Alek, made me want to dig a hole, crawl into it, and never come out. You look like you just ate another moringa leaf. Alek smirked. I groaned. I don't know how I'm going to do it. He's sick, and in a new place, and he only has me.
He knows us, Alek insisted. It's not just you.
But it's going to be so awkward, I complained, and Alek laughed at my pathetic expression.
You're making this more complicated than it has to be.
You're making this more complicated than it has to be, I whined and pushed him away playfully. If you weren't here with your golden skin and amazing hair and... I blushed, and my throat suddenly constricted as he closed the gap between us.
No, please, go on.
Alek grinned. He reached out and pulled me to him, then looked down so his face was inches from mine. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. You guys! Kay's voice made me jump, and I bumped Alek's nose with my forehead. He jolted back in surprise, then lifted his hand to check if it was bleeding. Alek, I'm so sorry. Come here, Kay called more insistently. You have to see this. Chapter 13. Alek and I rushed forward and stopped next to Kay near the transparent wall of the last grow house. I squinted as I searched the landscape outside of the glass in the direction she was pointing. What is it? I finally spotted what looked like a wall of stacked circles peeking out from behind the edge of the butte. That's our power source, Clearwater answered. Not the entirety of it, but the first step. Alek squinted.
Is it wind? Geothermal?
Clearwater motioned for us to follow him out the door closest to us, and we slipped on our masks as we stepped back out into the desert landscape. The moisture on my skin seemed to evaporate instantaneously in the dry breeze. We walked forward as Clearwater led us away from the cliffs so we could get a better view. Carbon recapture. He motioned to the air above our heads. Campi let out an incredible amount of CO2 into the atmosphere, and it was already quite saturated to begin with after years of human pollution. I stared at the massive wall of rings.
What do you mean, recapture?
Alek asked. I could tell he was just as entranced by the sleek rows and columns of whirring circular machines as I was. This technology has existed since before you were born. Clearwater sighed. Society abandoned it because, while they could store the CO2 they collected, they didn't have enough of the necessary ingredients to manufacture it into something usable. It was inefficient. They gave up? I asked. Clearwater nodded. They put their time and resources into things that were a sure thing. Building systems that reduced energy use caught on like wildfire. Efficiency became so popular with the general public, corporations were forced to meet the demand. They called it preventative energy care. He scoffed at this, and I looked at him confused. How is that a bad thing? To reduce our energy needs? I asked. I'd read about this cultural shift, and I'd always viewed it as a positive. Look where it took us, he answered soberly. Whenever a loud portion of the population demonizes an issue over others, someone will find a way to become the god to solve it. And there's always too much power at stake for it not to attract the worst of us. Bryn. I thought back to the way I'd described the rise of the communities to Alek. Had I really been so naive? An opportunist, Clearwater stated matter-of-factly. A smart one, too. He stepped in and was treated as a savior. Everyone was so desperate to go back to the way life was, they didn't think about the cost. He shook his head. One thing led to another, and now we have people being kept against their will, treated like another natural resource to be harnessed and exploited. I bristled at this comment. The communities are being used too, as far as I can tell. There are good people there, and they're being exploited by Bryn just as much as we are. Clearwater scrutinized me, and I couldn't tell if he was frustrated with my rebuttal or impressed. The community system can't work, he responded bluntly. A small group of individuals are gatekeepers for the daily lives of millions of unreals. Humans are too weak to make good decisions in the face of that much power. Even if he's gone, there will always be another Bryn Lee. Clearwater turned and walked back toward the edge of town. You need a good meal. After that, I'll show you the work that needs to be done in the grow houses. Without another word, we stepped in line and followed. Clearwater didn't say much on our walk back. He motioned for us to enter town base and led us into a room behind the pillars in the entryway. As soon as I removed my mask, my nostrils were infiltrated with the most glorious smell, and my stomach rumbled in response. "We have food for you here." He pointed toward a counter with foods I'd never seen before, piled high on platters. Though there wasn't any fanfare, the sheer color and volume of it reminded me of the World Build celebration. My eyes grew wide as I tried to take everything in. Clearwater smiled at our expressions. "All of our workers will be eating soon, so take what you need and sit out of the way if you can." "Thank you," I murmured as he turned to go, "for showing us everything this morning and for feeding us." "You are welcome." He gave a slight nod as he walked down the hall. I watched him go, then stepped through the door Alek was holding open. I might have offended him with what I said earlier.
You didn't. He has strong feelings about the communities. I understand that.
I pursed my lips. I couldn't help but get defensive when someone talked about the negative impact the communities were having on the world, or even worse, their lives personally. I knew they weren't blaming me or saying it was my fault. I didn't start the communities. I didn't make decisions about how everything would play out. But I was only here because of them. I was a product of the communities, and they were as much a part of me as my own flesh and blood. On top of that, I'd had a few days to do some soul searching. If I was being honest with myself, I did still believe in some of the things I'd been taught. I'd never admit this to Alek or Kenna, but the way the reels talked about everything, it was kind of extreme. Were bad things happening? Yes. I'd seen all of it firsthand, and it made me as sick and angry as anyone else, maybe more so. Was the real world opening up my eyes to a whole new version of existence? Absolutely. But did that mean everything in the communities needed to be burned to the ground? I wasn't so sure. Did the use of our technology in the wrong way by the wrong people make it inherently wrong? Could it be used for good? And what if it was a moot point anyway? We'd found our answers and what we should be doing, but hadn't considered whether we could. If there was one thing history had proven over and over again, once something was out of the box, it was extremely difficult to put back in. Sure, we could try to find a way to shut down the current CerebralLink project, but did that mean it would be gone for good? It was not that I was having second thoughts. I knew we were on the right track, and I believed in the coalition and its mission. I wasn't convinced that we knew where the track ended, which, in my heart, made me wonder if I was still part of the problem. What is this? Kay echoed my earlier question. I cleared my throat. I don't recognize anything. At least I wasn't the only one who didn't know where to start. Oh, fish! Kay noticed something familiar and reached for a plate. She used a metal serving utensil to push a strip of white, flaky meat onto her dish. "That's fish?" I asked. "Yes." Her eyes lit up. "You've never had it?" I shrugged. "Not knowingly. I've never seen anything like this." "You only ate those bars?" Alek asked, incredulous. "The ones they gave us at the coalition?" "Not only bars." I crossed my arms over my chest. "We had lots of different types of food, but..." I paused, embarrassed. "I didn't ever see what it actually looked like." Alek nodded and put a hand on my shoulder. "Well, this will be a new experience for all of us." He smiled widely, and I could tell he was working hard to pretend we were all on equal footing here. But I knew the truth. They'd spent their whole lives growing and taking care of their needs. Alek had worked in the grow houses, and even though Kay hadn't, she benefited from whatever they produced. I was the only one here who never once questioned where her food came from or what sacrifices had to be made to produce it. "I'm just going to try one of everything." I stepped forward and picked up a plate. My stomach flipped as I looked at the first bowl, piled high with green leaves like the one I tried back in the grow house. "It's not the same," Alek chuckled. "See how the edges are variegated?" "Vera what?" He laughed. "A slightly different color." "Oh." I nodded and noticed the pale green around the edges. I scooped a small portion onto the plate. We slowly made our way down the line. I asked questions, and Alek got a kick out of the fact that I knew nothing about real food. By the end of it, I was mostly over the embarrassment and laughed with him, even when he teased. My nerves were on high alert as I put each new food in my mouth, but it was also exciting. The bright colors and variety in shapes and sizes sent all kinds of signals pulsing through my mind and body before anything even touched my tongue. As we sat down, I couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of it. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so I picked up the fork and took my first bite. As Alek predicted, these green leaves tasted nothing like the one in the greenhouse. They were slightly acidic, but also sweet, crisp, and fresh. I looked at Alek in surprise and excitedly took another forkful. This is incredible. Kate took a bite of her fish. It's got a warm taste. Maybe a seasoning? Alek took a bite and chewed slowly.
Yeah, that's different from home. All we use is salt. Maybe some herbs?
I listened intently to their banter as I chewed and wondered what all these things were. Seasonings? Salt? Having never prepared a meal for myself, it was all foreign to me. What is salt exactly? I asked at the risk of being teased. It's a mineral, Kay answered simply.
It comes from the earth. Necessary for life, Alek added between bites, but also makes things taste better.
I nodded, grateful for their nonchalance. The food provided to us in P3 was curated for perfect mineral and vitamin content. I knew that much. There must have been salt in there somewhere.
If they've figured out how to transform atmospheric carbon into usable energy, do you understand what that means?
Alek asked excitedly. A green leaf poked out of the side of his mouth as he talked. Wow, I laughed. That's a topic change. Have you been thinking about that since we came back? Alek shrugged and lifted the hand holding his fork to tap his forehead.
One-track mind.
I snorted. He did have a tendency to zoom in on the things he was interested in. It would be revolutionary. I chewed and swallowed. I'm pretty sure most of our community energy comes from solar, just like yours. Alek shook his head.
My dad says the communities use nuclear power. It's cleaner and more powerful than solar.
My brow furrowed. Nuclear? I learned about that once in primary school. Something about heating up water and using steam. I couldn't remember the rest. Why don't you do it too then? Alek smiled at me, amused at my naivety.
Because we don't have uranium. You can't use an SMR without it. A small modular reactor.
I remembered the first time I'd talked with the Southwest group about frequencies and coding, their confusion and blank faces. Now it was my turn to sit in obvious discomfort and ignorance. Alek continued.
We talk a lot about this at home. Dad is always trying to come up with something that could make life a little better for us.
He looked down at his plate.
He's convinced that one of us will be able to figure it out. How to make nuclear work.
I smiled and thought about Mom and her insistence that I could be the one to make the next groundbreaking discovery. What was it with parents assuming their kids would somehow be smarter and more capable than they were? I sighed. It's cute. How they tie their hopes and dreams up in our potential. Alek laughed out loud, but Kay shook her head. Just be glad you had parents that believed in you. She spoke with a grin, but the reality of her statement immediately sobered me. I'm sorry, I mumbled. No, she shook her head. Nothing to be sorry about. We have different challenges. You both had too many expectations piled onto your shoulders. I had none. Both are hard to handle. I nodded and considered this. Do you think about them? Your parents? She sat up in her chair. Every day. But not because I miss them. More because I can't figure them out. I want to understand them and know why they were the way they were. Her words hit me squarely in the chest. I'd been turning my last interaction with my mom over and over in my head, wishing I could let it go, frustrated that I couldn't stop thinking about it. But that was exactly it. My mind was trying to understand it, to figure out why she did what she did. I was trying to find closure. Chapter 14. I placed the silver disc behind my ear. The smooth metal felt cool against my skin. After harvesting in the grow houses all afternoon, my whole body hummed. I felt vibrant after breathing the living air and bathing in humidity. How does this work? I asked. Alek and Kay peered over my shoulder at the communication device. It allows you to hear through bone vibrations, Tree explained. She sat next to me on the floor. We've already connected the frequency with Kenna. You should be able to talk now. I nodded and glanced over at Ave. He was sitting up comfortably and eating his first solid food in days, a putrid-looking sludge Tree had made for him. Nothing like what we had at town base, but at least it was something other than liquids. Tree watched him like a hawk and motioned for him to keep eating up. The voice in my ear ripped my focus away from him. "Kenna? Is that you? This is Channel." My heart pounded. I hadn't planned on being the one to make this call and was nervous about how it would be received given the current situation. "Right, I'm here. What's going on?" I hesitated and looked at the others for reinforcement. "Ave's awake. He's doing quite well, actually. We'd like to come back to the warehouse. To base, I mean." Kenna sighed. "We barely got back." The way she said it reminded me of Mom, like she was annoyed I was interrupting her work for the third time in a row. My chest felt tight. "We stayed to make sure Ave recovered." "You stayed because I told you to stay," Kenna interrupted. "Channel, I'm serious. There's nothing for you to do here." I swallowed hard. Though I didn't have specific expectations for this call, I certainly hadn't been anticipating this. What I wanted to say and what I should say were two totally different things, and it took me a minute to choose correctly. "I know you don't want us involved with coalition decisions, Kenna, but that doesn't mean we can't be helpful. You've got people who could focus more on your missions if they had their laundry taken care of and their children watched over. If you remember, those are two things we were quite good at coordinating." Kenna was silent a moment. "Pass me to Tree." I lifted the silver disc from my skin and handed it over. Tree placed it behind her ear and paced as she listened. "She doesn't want us back." Ave shuddered as he swallowed. I shook my head. "It doesn't make any sense. She's completely shutting us out like she did before." "I know." Alek nodded. "I don't like it." Kay sniffed. "Mila has always trusted her. Maybe she has her reasons." "Oh, I'm sure she has her reasons," Alek whispered, "and that's what worries me." I pursed my lips. She did come back for us. I looked over at Ave. She could have left us in P3 and not risked her life or the lives of her team. Ave's expression was pained. "I'm sorry. If I hadn't gotten sick, none of this would have happened." "That wasn't your fault," I hissed. "Our community leaders left you in the stacks to die, remember? And as far as Ken is concerned, if it wasn't you, it would have been something else. Now that we found what they need—" I stopped mid-sentence as a thought occurred to me. "What is it?" Alek recognized the look on my face. My brow furrowed. "I don't know. What I just said. Did we give her what she needed?" "Yes, you sent the file." "Right." I chewed on my lower lip. "We sent the file. The file that had evidence of data collection from Cerebralink. So why hasn't she gone to the council?" "Isn't that what she's doing?" Kay asked. "Preparing things to present our case?" I nodded. "But what else is there to prepare? We have the evidence we need. Why wait?" Tree walked back toward us and held the disc between her fingers. She handed it to me. "Kenna?" I replaced it against my skin. "Tree and Sky will transport you here. We can talk more when you arrive." "Thank you." I waited for a response, but none came, so I handed the communication device back to Tree. My friends looked at me expectantly. The wheels in my head were still turning, but at least this problem was solved. I grinned triumphantly. "We're going back." We slept that night at Tree's, our bodies completely exhausted from the day's work. After one last breakfast at town base, this time with a yellow fruit so sweet I considered stuffing 10 into my pockets for the trip, we walked down the path we'd first taken upon our arrival. A camel-colored van with large, rugged wheels sat on the dirt road and waited for us. I scoffed. "I expected to see something magical here." Tree looked at me quizzically. "Everything else is so advanced. I thought you might have some new mode of transportation, too." She smiled. "We do." My eyes widened. "But we can't use it." "Why not?" Alek asked. Sky clicked her tongue. "Because the communities control the resources we need." She opened the door to the vehicle and we climbed in one after another. This van had actual seats for us, so we didn't have to squeeze inside an open bed. It felt surprisingly luxurious. Abe sat next to the window and I slid in next to him. Alek scooted in on my right, which left Kay to sit on the bench next to Tree as Sky drove. What resources? I was too intrigued to let the brief pause kill our conversation. Can't you make whatever you need here? I both desperately wanted to know and not know the answer to this question. I knew it would most likely lead to more condemning information about the unreal world, but I couldn't help myself. Every day my worldview was cracking apart a little more, and I felt compelled to learn every last secret hidden behind the curtain. At the same time, I wasn't sure how much more I could take. Some things aren't manufacturable. Copper, zinc. Sky pulled out onto the road and drove toward the entrance to the canyon. Cesium. Tree shushed her, and I frowned. Why was she upset about the last word that left her friend's lips? What? Sky waved her off. It's not a secret. It's also not something the elders want spread around, Tree reprimanded. She leaned close to Sky and spoke in a hushed tone. Cesium. That's an element, right? Like uranium? I asked Alek. He nodded. It's rare as far as I know. Tree barked a laugh. Not as rare as you think. What do you mean? I asked. Tree looked at Sky accusatorily. Cesium is a rare element comparatively, Sky said. The largest source before the Campi eruption was in the Canadian Territory, northeast. That's all controlled by the communities. I thought back to the map I knew so well. Correct. There are a few other locations on the African continent that are still outside of community reach, but that means they are outside our reach as well. I tried to follow. The elements she'd listed were needed somehow for energy production and technological advances. How or why, I had no clue, but at least I had that first part down. Cesium is concentrated during magma crystallization. Tree gave in, leaned back in her seat, and joined the conversation. So Campi created a new site? Alek found her point before I could. Tree nodded. It's a pegmatite, a deposit of ore easily mined for that mineral, along with others. Alek's brow furrowed. And the communities control that too. Not yet, but they will soon if we don't find a way to stop them. We? I asked. Our people, and the coalition. Wait. I tried to wrap my brain around what she was telling us. Kenna hadn't said a word about resources. She'd never once talked about wanting to protect new areas from community control. The wheels began to turn as I connected this new detail with everything that had happened over the past week. Kenna said the coalition's goal was to give reals and unreals a choice, to present them with all the information about Cerebralink so they could decide for themselves whether a community life was what they wanted. Right. Tree nodded. But this doesn't sound like it's about people at all. This is about control over resources and trying to stop the communities altogether by taking away valuable assets. Pressure began to build in my chest, and I clenched my jaw. Was this why Kenna had shut us out? To prevent us from seeing what her objective really was? My mind flashed back to the conversations we'd had, the actions we'd taken and missions we'd finished. Could this have been her goal all along? All the talk about doing what was right, protecting people and fighting for freedom, so that we could control resources for the future? This was so convoluted and complicated, it made me want to scream in frustration. You were right. I turned to Alek. Everyone has their own agenda. This isn't even about us, reals or unreals. It's about who has power and control. My breath began to come in fits and spurts as a claustrophobic feeling reared up so strongly I began to panic. Stop, I called, but my voice broke. Stop the vehicle, I repeated, stronger this time, and Sky obediently slammed on the brakes. As soon as we slowed, I scrambled out of my seat and over Alek's legs, ripped the door open, and jumped out as soon as the transport came to a rolling stop. I marched out into the desert. No mask, no nothing. Just me with my hands raised and pressed against my forehead. Eyes closed as I gasped for air. Channel? Alek growled behind me. Channel, wait. His footsteps pounded against the dirt, so I walked faster. I was about to break into a run when he clamped a hand down on my shoulder and pulled me to a stop. Channel, what the? I whirled on him. I can't do this! I shrieked as tears began to pool in my eyes and spill over onto my cheeks. Real? Unreal? It's a mess! How can we possibly help with this, Alek? He stared at me intently as his chest rose and fell. Tell me, I screamed. Everything we've done, what I thought we were fighting for? I shook my head and pressed my fingers to my temples. Tell me how we solve this, because I don't see how any of it can end well. Alek ran a hand through his hair. I don't. Exactly. You don't know. I don't know. Kenna doesn't know. The Vivientes don't know. Nobody knows. I thought... The next word stopped in my throat, and emotion overwhelmed my ability to speak. My face pulled into a grimace as a sob broke free, and Alek pulled me tightly to his chest. You're right, he whispered. I don't know. None of us know the answer. You're right. He repeated this softly over and over, and didn't try to correct me or say something inspiring. Hot, angry tears fell against my cheeks and seeped into his shirt as the pit in my stomach only grew deeper. We'd tried. I'd tried. I'd given up my comfortable life, sacrificed everything to do what I thought was right. But the more we pulled at the knot in front of us, the tighter it got. My breathing slowed as the emotion drained from me for the moment. As I calmed down, Alek's grip loosened, and he rested his chin on the top of my head. You're right that there aren't any answers, he repeated again softly. But I've lived with that fact since the day I was old enough to understand what my parents meant when they said things like community or resources. I sniffed and reached up to wipe the moisture from my eyes. How could you want to keep living, knowing that this was it? That there might not be any way to make it better? Alek didn't answer, and I thought back through everything we'd discussed, all the things he'd taught me and all the lessons I'd learned since being in the real world. Had none of them sunk in? Had I been fooling myself thinking that I could be happy with the ups and downs and uncertainty? Back then, it seemed simpler, more linear. All we had to do was stop the communities from forcing Cerebralink on their citizens. Not easy, but simple. Now there wasn't an all we have to do is. All we had to do was change the way the entire world worked, make people less selfish, including ourselves and the people we were working with, make them stop caring about being in control, change human nature. It was, in a word, impossible. I don't know, Alek said softly. Being here makes it better, though. We might not be able to solve the world's problems. We don't have superpowers. Speak for yourself, I mumbled, and Alek laughed out loud. Right, okay. I don't have superpowers. He pushed my shoulders away from him and looked down at my dust and tear-streaked face. To my surprise, his eyes were glassy. But we can still do something. What, Alek? What are we supposed to do? Kenna is forcing us to step back, but I can't. I can't just sit here while this is happening around us. And I can't stand by knowing all of this might have had more to do with stupid metals in the earth than the people we were trying to save. It's killing me. And it's only been 2 days. Alek smiled and took a breath, but his inhale quickly turned into a dry cough. We need to get back to the transport. I turned and walked quickly back the way we came as I noticed the slow burn in my lungs. We'll figure it out, Alek wheezed. I'll help you. I love the sentiment, but how? We're completely helpless. We've got zero access to any information unless someone grants it to us. Not true, Alek spluttered. When we get back to the warehouse, I've got an idea. Before I could press him for details, Tree opened the door of the van and we climbed inside, then slid back into our original seats. Well, that looked fun, Ave quipped. I rolled my eyes. Hey, we sat here and watched your dramatic episode a few days ago. I think you can give me 10 minutes to freak out a little. Ave laughed and leaned his head against the back of the seat. Thanks for talking her down. He patted Alek's shoulder. It should have been me. I promise I'll pull my weight in this group as soon as I can walk 10 steps without wanting to pass out. Alek smiled and shot me a sideways glance. It should have been me? Fresh guilt bubbled up inside my chest and made my stomach ache. Everyone okay now? Skye looked at us in the rearview mirror. Hardly. I nodded anyway, and she pushed the vehicle forward. Chapter 15. It was early afternoon when we arrived at the warehouse. Driving up to the massive wall and front doors brought back flashes of our first moments there, and I realized this was Abe's first moment.
He hadn't been with us last time. Ave! I excitedly shook his shoulder to wake him up. I might have been disenchanted with everyone, but this place still felt like the closest thing to home I had at the moment. He rubbed his eyes and sat up groggily. Look. I pointed out the window. Have you ever seen anything like it? He scanned the exterior wall and shook his head. What is this place? Come on. I pulled my mask over my mouth and nose before I followed Alek and Kay out of the vehicle. I turned back when Tree and Sky didn't follow. Aren't you coming in? Tree shook her head. If we leave now, we'll barely get back before midnight. Sky crawled into the back from the driver's seat and Tree replaced her at the wheel. I took in their stern expressions and gratitude surged within me. I hadn't made my mind up about anything or anyone, about the Vivientes, the coalition, the communities, but they were the only reason Ave was alive. I rushed forward, rounded the front of the vehicle, and opened Tree's door. I leaned in and wrapped my arms around her. Thank you for saving my friend. I held her a moment, then stepped back. She nodded her head slightly and a smile lifted the corners of her mouth. You would have done the same. Sky winked from the back seat. Thank you both for teaching us. I took another step away from the vehicle so Tree could close the door, but she didn't. Tree sighed. I know it seems like we're only after our own interests. We aren't. We do not trust the communities, and we will not give up the things we know without being sure they are going to be used for good. I pursed my lips. Everyone was saying that lately. Everyone thought what they were doing was best for themselves and ultimately the world around them. Even Bryn was probably convinced that his experiment would lead to a brighter future for humankind. So, who decided which group was right? When everyone had different opinions on what it meant to do good, who got to make the final decision? Sky leaned forward and her head peeked out next to Tree's. Her eyes bore into mine. Be careful. I will. I swallowed hard. She shook her head. You do not understand me. She curled her finger and motioned for me to move closer. We often find ourselves drawn to the new, the exotic. She turned slightly and fixed her gaze on Alek as he talked with Kay and Ave. My hands began to sweat. You've felt it. The real world isn't your home. Her words sliced into me like a knife. I bristled and compiled a rebuttal in my head, but she held up a hand and smiled serenely. That is not a judgment, but a fact. You will never feel fully home here. And that boy needs the real world like he needs air. I watched Alek. His eyes crinkled as he smiled, and my lower lip started to tremble. You're wrong about me. I turned back to Sky. I need it too, just as much as he does. Tree smiled knowingly. We all figure out what we need soon enough. She slid back into her seat. Be careful, Channel. We'll see you again soon. I stepped back and waved half-heartedly as she finally closed the door of the transport and pulled back onto the crumbled dirt and pavement. Ave, Alek, and Kay turned as the vehicle disappeared. Unlike the last time we found ourselves in this position, we were now the only people standing in front of the warehouse. It was eerie how silent the air was. What are we waiting for? Kay grinned from ear to ear. Her enthusiasm gave me the boost I needed to shake off the unsettled feelings that swirled inside me after Sky's strange lecture. Who was she to tell me where I belonged? If Alek and I cared about each other, it didn't matter what world we were from originally. We'd both become better because of our differences, and we could figure this out, learn to understand each other. I drew a deep breath and put it behind me. Are you ready for this? I turned to Ave. He leaned against the exterior wall with his free hand in his pocket. You seem a little pale. Will you stop worrying about me? I'm fine. I walked up to stand next to him and ignored the dark circles under his eyes. Together, we stepped forward and knocked on the front doors. 10 minutes later, we all stood in the dirt in front of the warehouse. Guess we should have had Tree call Kenna before they left, I sighed. I don't understand. They knew we were coming. Alek grunted. I'm going to walk around back to the grow houses. See if I can find anyone. I nodded. I'm going to wait here.
I don't think Ave should be doing anything else."
"When did you turn into my mom?"
Ave asked sarcastically, and nothing in his expression told me he was joking.
"Since you almost died?"
My eyes flashed. "I'm only trying to help." Ave turned away from me and pretended to inspect the length of the wall, even though we'd been standing there staring at it long enough to memorize each scuff and divot on the siding. Alek and I shared a look before he turned and jogged toward the back of the property. Where was everyone? Besides the fact that the coalition should have been expecting us, it didn't make sense that nobody would be inside the warehouse, not even the kids and families. "Did anyone try the handle?" Kay walked up to the entrance and pressed on the latch. She shook her head. "Locked." I put my hands on my hips. I don't get it. I talked with Kenna less than 12 hours ago. Why would—
"There's nobody back there,"
Alek called out. He jogged back to stand next to us.
"No transports. The grow houses are closed. It's completely deserted."
Anxiety began to bubble up within me, but I pushed it back down. Could we have misunderstood? Maybe they're on a mission or something? They're getting back later than expected? I knew the thought was ridiculous even as I verbalized it. The coalition would never put their entire group at risk like that. But saying it allowed me to avoid the other option, clamoring for playtime in my mind. That they left without us. Which meant we had no food, no supplies, and no mode of communication. Maybe if we could get inside. I mulled over the points of entry in my head. There are 2 doors in the back. Could we—
"Tried them."
Alek's lips drew into a line.
"They're sealed tight."
They'd probably be easier to break into than this one. I glanced at the solid metal door in front of us.
"I don't know."
Alek tried to be positive, but his eyes told me everything I needed to know. If he didn't think he could break through those entrances, I didn't know who in our group would have a chance. Ave slid to the ground and rested his back against the warehouse wall. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. "Are you doing all right?" I asked gently. "Yes, Channel." His voice carried more than a hint of annoyance, and he didn't even open his eyes to acknowledge me. It made me want to smack him. Instead of becoming physically abusive, I walked in the opposite direction and tried to breathe down the panic. Time to troubleshoot. How long were we going to be stuck out here? If the coalition never returned, would we have to start walking? Hope we could find our way back to P7 in one direction or to the Vivientes in the other? Bile rose in my throat and pressure mounted behind my eyes. How could Kenna do this to us? How could she just leave us here to— A low rumble sounded in the distance. It was barely audible at first, but grew louder and stronger by the second. I whipped around, and my heart pounded as I scanned the horizon for the source of the sound. There! Kay pointed at a small cloud of dust approaching over the furthest rise.
"Do you think it's them?"
Ave asked.
"Kenna?"
I didn't answer. I was still too angry by the way he'd been treating me. I got that his body was depleted and he probably wasn't feeling like himself, but that didn't give him an excuse to be a jerk, especially after so many people had risked everything to keep him alive and free. We waited in uneasy silence and watched the cloud grow closer. No. I recognized the tan color and long body of the van we'd driven in earlier. It's Sky and Tree. They're coming back.
"Are you sure?"
Alek squinted and held a hand up to block the glow. "I'm sure." The van finally skidded to a stop in front of us and spit sand at our feet. Just looking at Tree's expression, I could tell something was very, very wrong. My heart sank as Sky flung the side door open and yelled for us to get in. Before we could even scramble into the vehicle and sit fully on the benches, Tree was already peeling out. "What's going on?" I asked breathlessly. "The coalition's been compromised." Tree attempted to keep her voice steady. "What?" the 4 of us asked in unison. "Someone from inside leaked information. Kenna had to evacuate everyone. They tried to contact us, but couldn't connect before they lost their signal." "Are they okay?" My heart beat so fast it felt like it might burst out of my chest. Where did they go, and how were they able to transport everyone? "We don't know, Channel." Sky reached behind her to put a hand on my shoulder and encouraged me to sit back and take a breath. "We do know where they're headed," Tree added. "A safe house. About 3 hours northeast of here." Northeast? That would take us back near P7.
Is it? Tree shook her head. You don't know this place. I don't know this place. It's a new location. One the coalition has never used before. My brow furrowed. Why would they choose to take their entire group to a location they'd never used before? And so close to community boundaries? They must know who leaked the information, I whispered under my breath. I looked up. It has to be someone who knows details. Maybe someone Ken is close to. Someone who's been with them a long time, Alek mused. Could it be Ames? I scoffed. There's no way. She's been through too much. If they're in her inner circle, they've all been through too much, Alek muttered. As soon as the words left his lips, I gasped. Alek tensed, and Kay's face turned a ghostly white. By her expression, I could tell she'd had the exact same thought I did. Nat. Part 3. Mila. Chapter 17. April 23rd, 2161 through April 24th, 2161. I'm sorry. I hurriedly shifted so Zayn could remove his arm from under my neck. He lifted himself up, grinned, and propped his head on his elbow. Did you sleep okay? I glanced around the small partitioned room and forced myself to transition into reality by clearing my brain of whatever dreams still floated around. I think so. It was barely light out, and I wondered where Sloane had ended up sleeping for the night. When Tom had told us we were staying in this tent, together, I'd just about died. If I hadn't been utterly exhausted and scared to make a fuss, I would have protested. But there had been something comforting about having Zayn next to me in the dark. Zayn laughed as he rolled up to sitting and brushed his fingers through his hair. It was long enough now to fall past his shoulders. Do you think you could give me a haircut? That's your first thought when we're in a strange place sleeping on some stranger's floor? Surprisingly, yes. Yes, it is. A slow smile spread across his face. It's been driving me nuts. I gulped. I don't know, Zayn. I've never given anyone a haircut before. My mom always did that. He raised an eyebrow mischievously. You've given me fair warning, but you can't really screw it up. Oh, I beg to differ. I threw off my blanket and stretched my limbs to work out the kink in my lower back. The first time Dad asked me to prune the tomato plants, I cut off the entire top, thinking it was a sucker branch. Zayn pulled a section of hair forward and mimed scissors with his fingers. This is a little more straightforward. I don't care if it's perfect. It's just getting long enough that it hurts my head when I pull it up. I rolled to my side and laughed. That's exactly why I braid mine. I motioned to the single plait that fell down my back and rested on my shoulder blades. Keeps it back and there's no pain. Teach me. He reached out to take a closer look. I yawned and sat up, then crisscrossed my legs. It's harder to do it on yourself than someone else. You'll have to practice. He nodded, and his face was so innocent, unguarded and vulnerable, that my breath caught. How had I ever thought he was such a jerk? I knew I should back away. With the morning glow filtering through the fabric of the tent and my brain not fully awake, it was difficult to stick to my plan. The pull toward Zayn grew stronger, and I didn't want to give in. I knew it would only cloud my ability to make good decisions. I didn't need another person to obsessively worry about. And yet, it would be so easy to rise to my knees and move closer, to climb onto his lap and wrap my arms around his neck. Mila, are you okay? Zayn lowered his head to look me in the eyes, concerned. Yeah. I drew a shaky breath. What was wrong with me? Sorry, just zoned out for a second. Here. I spun around and reached behind my head to take the tie out of my hair. I started to pull it loose, then froze when I felt Zayn's hand on my shoulder. Goosebumps prickled along my skin as he ran his hand down my arm and gently spun me back toward him. What was he doing? I stiffened and scooted back. Okay. His voice shook as he held up his hands. I do want to learn how to put this mess into a braid, but I have to say something right now, because I don't know when I'm going to get another chance. He cleared his throat and swallowed hard. I don't know what's going to happen from here, and I wanted to say something back in the boathouse in P7, but then Sloane busted in.
Zayn, slow down. I can barely understand you. He laughed, then noticed I was shivering. He slowly moved closer and, without touching me, lifted my blanket up and wrapped it around my shoulders. Thank you. He didn't move away, and instead settled so his knees touched mine. I pressed my palm against his chest without thinking, then quickly pulled back. I didn't move fast enough to avoid noticing how fast his heart was pounding. That only made mine race faster. Just as he opened his mouth to try again, we heard footsteps on the ground outside our tent.
Who is it?
Zayn called out gruffly. The crunching stopped.
Wow. Okay. It's Sloane. We need to... We'll be out in a minute.
His voice was softer this time. Sloane's shadow appeared on our exterior wall.
I'm not coming in there for obvious reasons, but if you don't get out here soon, you're going to miss breakfast. We get it. We'll be out in a minute.
Zayn answered brusquely, and I held back a laugh. He was nervous and flustered. I thought it was adorable. Who was this new version of myself? Thinking Zayn was adorable? Sloane grunted.
Obviously woke up on the wrong side of the mat.
She stomped away, and I couldn't hold it in anymore. A laugh escaped my lips, and Zayn looked at me with a mixture of hurt and confusion on his face. No, I'm not laughing at you. I drew a deep breath and composed myself. You're cute. My eyes widened at my own words, and heat rose to my face.
Cute?
I bit my lip.
I don't think I've ever been called that before.
I didn't think I'd ever said that to someone before. My eyes dropped, and all I had to stare at were his broad shoulders and solid chest. Why was this the only thing in my field of vision? I glanced to the side and pretended I heard something outside the tent. I meant it as a compliment. His body softened, and I could feel his eyes on me. I didn't have to see them to know what they looked like. Warm and earthy brown, deep pools that were nearly black in the dim light.
I meant what I said,
he breathed.
Before we split off from Alek and Kay and the others. But I don't think you understand. Or maybe I wasn't clear enough.
He looked down at my hands folded in my lap, and his thumb twitched. You said you cared about me. My hands were shaking, and I buried them deeper in the blanket.
Right. And then we got interrupted for the millionth time.
I laughed at this, and he cracked a smile, then waited for me to look up and meet his gaze.
But I don't just care about you like I care about my friends. Like Kay. Even Alek.
He raised an eyebrow.
This whole being close to each other all the time but in constant danger thing is not cool.
Adrenaline coursed through my veins as I turned my head and looked up. I kind of knew what he'd meant when he offered to come with me. Kind of because he was under duress, and while he said he cared about me, he also cared about our entire group going home. Since I was being a little bit, stubborn about the whole thing, I figured he was probably saying anything he could to get me on board. It had worked, which meant he'd known it would work, or at least hoped it would. Zayn's hand lifted and he placed it on top of mine. I twisted my wrist so our palms were touching, and his fingers grazed the sensitive skin on the underside of my arm. The truth was, I'd never done anything like this in my life. I'd never felt wanted by a boy, so how could I have held hands with one? But now Zayn had shared his feelings with me twice. I didn't fully understand them, and I didn't like how out of control they made me feel. But I was drawn to him. There was something there, for both of us. Though there was a very real possibility that I might pass out or have a heart attack, I lifted myself up from my knees so I didn't have to tilt my head to look up at him. Even then, Zayn's eyes still sat a foot higher than mine. Every physical sense was heightened as he lifted his eyes to meet mine. I was instantly aware of my stale breath and sweat-stained clothing. I kicked myself for not taking the time to change into something less gross before falling asleep last night. Despite all of this, I reached out and ran a hand through his long hair. I wanted to touch him and be close, but I didn't want to hurt. I didn't know if it was possible to get both, so I pretended to gather information for his potential haircut. It is pretty long. My voice shook. I've never done this before.
You already said that.
Zayn's voice caught in his throat. We both knew I wasn't talking about the haircut. My lips twitched. I wanted to tell him that I'd never been close to someone before, that I didn't know what to do or if I'd be good at any of it. He seemed so sure, so capable and smooth, whereas I felt like my heart was about to explode. Zayn, Without warning, he wrapped his arms around my waist and rolled. His body pressed me back to the mat, so I landed on my side next to him with my legs draped over his. He'd lifted me like I was nothing, and I shivered. My body felt insignificant in comparison to his, and I liked it. When he turned, his nose almost touched mine. I forced myself to breathe. I've never done this before. That makes two of us. My eyes widened. You've never had a girlfriend? I blurted, and he shook his head. I find that hard to believe. It's true. So you've never kissed a girl? I didn't say that. He smiled playfully. I reached out to slap his arm, but my hand hit his stomach, and I froze with my knuckles pressed against his midsection. He drew a deep breath, and his face suddenly grew serious. I kissed two girls, both when I was 14. One was a girl who was leaving for the communities and wanted me to kiss her before she left. She asked you? I moved my hand and accidentally brushed his hip before finally reaching safety against my own leg. Zayn's eyes closed momentarily. Yep. Came to my door and everything. I scoffed. That was not something I could ever in a million years see myself doing. The second was a girl I'd known since I was a kid. Their family spent a lot of time with ours over the years. She left for the communities about 1.5 years ago. Did you love her? Jealousy gripped my heart before I even heard his answer. Remember how I was 14? He chuckled. I thought she was cute. He added pointedly. I rolled my eyes. Well, either way, you have experience with at least some of this stuff. I trailed off. I'd been telling the truth when Alek had asked me about this at the warehouse. I'd never felt like this about anyone before, probably because my options at home were extremely limited, and I spent most of my time with family anyway. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. Zayn brushed his hand against my cheek and shifted even closer. My skin was on fire. Everything inside me screamed that I needed to escape, to go outside and wash my face, or at least brush my teeth, before this happened for the first time. I wasn't ready. Was I ready? Zayn propped himself up slightly on his forearm and positioned his face mere inches above my own. His hair fell forward and brushed the sides of my face. You should get that cut, I murmured. A smile spread across his face, and I could feel the heat from his skin. I couldn't stop staring at his perfectly formed lips. If I was ready, then I wanted this moment to be perfect, even though I didn't have any idea what that even meant. But mostly, I just didn't want to have anything about me ruin it. Not my sweaty clothes or my lack of experience or my morning breath. This was Zayn, after all. We only had each other. If I did something awkward, we still had to see each other every second of every day. The corner of Zayn's lips lifted slightly as he moved slowly toward me, and his nose brushed mine. This was happening. He was going to kiss me right now. I closed my eyes as liquid heat flushed across my skin. It's been 10 minutes, Sloane shouted from outside, and both of us froze. Zayn's face was so close, I could purse my lips and make contact. But I didn't. Desire had flipped into panic, and I suddenly felt claustrophobic. I rolled out from under him. Coming! I scrambled to find my shoes and hastily pulled them onto my feet. I quickly retied my hair and smoothed my shirt. Without looking back, I stood up and unzipped the flap to the tent, then bolted outside. For the next hour, I was floating outside of my body, an onlooker curiously watching my real life. I ate strange food that tasted a little bit like dirt. Fine. Trailed behind Tom while Sloane snarkily responded to anyone who tried to talk to her. Absolutely. Heard people talk about how the world was being taken over by narcissistic community leaders. Even that couldn't break through my emotional brain fog. What Zayn had said, that he cared about me in that way, seemed to click one puzzle piece into place. And with all the other pieces being scattered around and virtually unavailable to us, that one connection felt like everything. Then, because of my worry that I'd ruined something, I wrecked our moment. What had I been thinking? Why had I backed away and chickened out? Because of Sloane? She could have waited a few more minutes. She never would have known if I'd reached up and pulled him to me. But I'd gotten scared. No, I'd already been scared. Her voice had been exactly the excuse I'd needed to give in to the fear. How could I explain to Zayn that I desperately wanted whatever that moment was? He was the magnet that I was constantly being drawn toward. I was aware of him in every moment, even when I couldn't see him. And when I could, I was ultra aware. I knew the way his eyes crinkled when he smiled, the way he tossed his head back when his hair fell into his face. I really did need to teach him how to braid it. And the way his jaw flexed and his eyebrows pulled together when he was deep in thought. But I didn't know what came next. Or rather, how to do what came next. I sat down heavily next to Sloane on a bench made out of a dead tree trunk. Overhead, a platform of woven branches created a whimsical canopy, and in any other circumstance, this moment in this setting could have been almost romantic. Instead, I ignored it and slumped forward, then followed her gaze to the front of the room. The least I could do was distract myself from obsessing over my stupidity. I sighed. "You're going to have to talk to him." Sloane's eyes were fixed on Sean, who was already halfway to the front of the outdoor auditorium where Tom stood with Lily. Ironic that I was giving her the very advice I struggled to follow myself. When Sloane didn't respond, I mustered my courage. "What happened between you two?" She gave me a sideways glance and opened her mouth to speak, but Zayn plopped down next to us before she could. Sloane looked between us and her eyes narrowed. She'd come to the tent twice this morning and knew we'd been in there alone. My palms began to sweat. Finally, she crossed her arms over her chest and leaned back. "I don't want to talk about Sean." "I'm sure you don't." Zayn jumped right in. "We're sick of sitting under your storm cloud, so please, air it out so we can get it over with." "You're sick of—" Her eyes flashed, but Sean's voice floated through the air from where he was in front of us, and she couldn't keep her hackles raised for long. She lowered her voice resignedly. "I told you how I used to go out on missions with Talia." We both nodded, and she leaned over to rest her arms on her thighs. "What I didn't tell you was that these were conversion missions. Our team was sent out to real communities, and our sole directive was to bring more people back than what we left with." She twisted the tips of her shoes to make patterns in the dirt. "Conversion missions? Those existed?" "You met Sean on one of these?" I asked hesitantly. Sloane nodded. "It was a typical day. At that time, people in the real world were suffering. I don't know what it was like for the two of you, but the reals here were struggling to feed everyone in their groups and keep up their energy production." "Because they didn't have access to community resources," Zayn postured. Sloane lifted her head. "Why should they? They weren't contributing in any way to our success. The community started with one goal: to make life more efficient and enjoyable for all people, free to join. When in the history of the world has there been an opportunity like that? It was ridiculous that people weren't willing to take advantage of it." She took in our shocked and slightly horrified expressions and let out a breath, then sat up straight. "Well," she pursed her lips, "you can see why I didn't talk to you about it in the first place." I worked to set aside my indignation for the moment so she'd finish the story. "It was a normal mission?" She pressed her palms into the log on either side of her. "Not exactly. It started out that way. We were running things like we had on past tours. We gave out gifts, wooed whoever was in charge with promises of more help to come. We promised them that the communities were there to support them. Oh, and by the way, had they heard of the new strides we'd made in our augmented reality tech? Did they know about our nutrition innovations and education infrastructure?" I shivered and thought back to meetings like the ones she was describing in our own town. Zayn stiffened beside me, likely thinking about his own father's involvement. People milled down the aisle next to us and filled up the space. They glanced at us nervously and took their seats as far away as possible. Word had obviously spread about our arrival, but who knew what they'd heard about us? Sloane lowered her voice. On that mission, there was one caveat. We weren't allowed to leave anyone there. What do you mean? I asked. Anyone who didn't join P7 by choice would be taken by force in a second wave. I sucked in a breath. Physically forced to join? How? They ordered you to kill them, if they didn't comply. Zayn's voice was emotionless. I know, because I overheard a conversation with my dad once, talking to P3 leaders. I turned to him in surprise. When was this? It couldn't have been for a mission that was carried out because we were all still there. He shrugged. A few months ago. That's another reason why I decided to come with you and Alek. And this is the first time you thought to mention that? My voice rose with every syllable. Sloane put a hand on my arm and shushed me. I looked around and saw people staring our direction. I gritted my teeth and forced a smile. It didn't make sense then, Zayn explained. I couldn't figure out what they were talking about. But hearing this, he shook his head. How could Zayn have kept that to himself? Our parents and his family were still there. If they'd discussed this months ago, a mission like Sloane's could be happening any second. What if P3 moved in and forced them to link before we were able to get back? My head spun, and I could barely focus on what Sloane was saying next. Anyway, she flashed a smile at Tom, who was still turned our direction. On that particular night, we were in an area north of here, probably 80 miles away, if I had to guess, because water transport wasn't an option. She said this nonchalantly, as if we should know what she was talking about, but her numbers and reasoning meant nothing to me. I humored her and nodded. It was new, she continued, and the people there were glad to see us, let me tell you. They were struggling hard. You would have thought we brought enough food for the rest of eternity with how they reacted. Did you bring a lot? Zayn asked. Enough to bulk up their stores, for sure, but only for a few months. We weren't planning on leaving it, but we wanted as many people as possible to come voluntarily. Anyway, they had a big celebration. Everyone in town came out. Music, dancing. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before, and that's saying something coming from P7. I imagined the joy on people's faces, the elation at having more supplies and a reason to celebrate. They thought they'd been saved, when 72 hours later, they'd never see their home again. Sloane continued. That alone was enough to convince me we were doing the right thing. Of course these people needed our help. Of course they needed to integrate. They were destitute. If they were too stubborn to choose a better path for themselves, it was our responsibility to choose it for them. Her words made my stomach sour. Too stubborn? How could the communities force people out of their homes, force them into a completely different reality, and justify it by saying they knew better? The idea made me want to throw up. At the time, I thought it was right, she finished, and I couldn't help myself. What about now? Sloane groaned in frustration and shook her head. I don't know. On the one hand, I've seen how much better life is in the communities. She gestured at the meager accommodations around us. But on the other? She slapped her palms back on the bench. I don't know if it's right for people to be forced into anything, even if it's technically better for them. If is the operative word there, I muttered. Sloane didn't respond to that. On the other hand, I've also personally seen what happens when you do something community leaders don't like. I took in her points, though I was still mentally reeling from Zayn's revelation earlier in the conversation. Nobody at the coalition ever talked about missions like this happening. Kenna must have known, since she was a community leader at one point. Why had she not warned us this could be a possibility? I think that's how Channel felt too, Zayn continued. Our friend from P3. Even after members of the coalition showed her hard data, she still thought it was a misunderstanding. At first. Where is she? Your friend? Sloane asked. My chest tightened. We don't know, he answered, and suddenly all I could think about was Alek. Did he find Channel and Ave? Had they made it out safely? Mila's brother and another friend from Southwest Territory went back with the coalition to find her. Sloane nodded. You haven't heard anything? I shook my head. How could we? We've been having way too much fun with you to even think about checking in on them. Sloane barked a laugh at my twisted attempt at humor. Zayn smiled. You didn't finish your story. I mentally thanked him for not letting her off the hook. Right. She reached up to sweep her hair from her forehead, briefly glanced up at Sean, then quickly turned her attention back to us. I was young. We were young. He walked in and had this aura about him, this confidence. She paused and her jaw flexed. Do you want to know what he said to me? I nodded eagerly. I was standing next to the door by myself, watching everyone celebrate. It wasn't really my thing, dancing and all that, and I thought I was better than them. I never would have guessed. Zayn muttered under his breath. Sean came up to me with this big smile and said, Today's my birthday. You're beautiful and only here for 3 days. Then he put out his hand. My eyes widened. Out of nowhere? Sloane nodded and her eyes glittered with the memory of it. Did it work? Obviously, she scoffed, and Zayn snorted. He pulled me away from the party and we spent the night running around town. He showed me all of his favorite places, snuck me into food production buildings and people's houses. I laughed in shock as I imagined someone from the communities walking inside our humble house. I felt wild and free and definitely dangerous, like a dream. She trailed off and lifted a hand to her cheek as her brow furrowed. I was supposed to be focused on my job, but I couldn't help it. I just wanted to be with him. At first, I'll admit, he was something shiny and new, but we talked for hours, told each other about our lives. As ridiculous as it sounds, I fell for him like that. She snapped her fingers. In a matter of hours. I took in the harsh angles of her face, the intensity of her black hair against her skin. I could easily see her taking something or someone she wanted, but couldn't imagine her falling for anything. She smiled sadly. I looked for every opportunity to get away, and I felt fine about it. We had so many new recruits, it was ridiculous. A higher population percentage than we'd ever had before. Even though we were told volunteers were better, I didn't care. I was there to do a job. I didn't have to see these people after I stepped off the transport. Whether they left on day 3 or came with us forcibly on day 4, they were all coming to P7. She hunched over on her knees again and fiddled with a loose nail. Which is exactly what I let slip. My eyes widened. You told Sean? Sloane nodded. He said he didn't want to join the communities, that he loved his life there. I thought it would be helpful, that I could change his mind so he could have a good experience instead of being held with cuffs around his wrists. Zayn scoffed. I bet he lost his mind. Well, you'd be right. She looked up just as Tom turned toward the audience. Hello, everyone. His voice boomed through the shelter. The chatter around us immediately died down, and everyone turned their attention to the front. Sean and Lily were sitting down now. They leaned over to talk to 2 women I didn't recognize. I know, there are a lot of questions, but I think most of them, including my own, will be answered by listening to one of our guests. I turned to Sloane, surprised she'd volunteered to speak. Don't look at me. She grinned. I told them I was only an accomplice. All eyes in the room turned our direction, and my stomach dropped. Mila, come up here, please. We're all extremely curious to hear what you have to say. Chapter 17. My mouth went dry, and I frantically looked over at Zayn. He shrugged and seemed just as blindsided and confused as I was. I'll come up with you if you want, he whispered, but I shook my head. What would that accomplish? He'd walk up to stand next to me awkwardly? For moral support? There was only one open seat next to Sean and Lily, which I assumed Tom would take as soon as I filled his spot on stage. I stood slowly. My legs walked obediently forward of their own volition toward the front of the room as I internally screamed for them to stop. What was I supposed to say to these people? Especially after hearing Sloane's story. How many of them had been like Sean and escaped community forces in the past? At least I knew that meant they'd likely be on our side. Before I could come even close to forming a coherent plan, I found myself standing next to Tom. He motioned for me to take the floor, then retreated to the bench as expected. I turned to face the audience, and my hands began to shake more violently than they had this morning. Rows of people sat with their faces fixed forward and watched me with skeptical eyes. Their dress was like ours, different fabrics and colors and less coverage, but it was familiar in style. There was a temperature difference here, but the way we made our clothing was practical and efficient. It was comforting to see that despite the land between us, we reals were on the same page. Clothing, empty chairs. These were the types of frivolous details my brain latched onto to avoid thinking about my current predicament. Talking to a large group of people was on my short list of personal nightmares. Zayn caught my eye and nodded encouragingly. It was just enough of a push to help me swallow and open my mouth. "Hello," I stammered nervously. "I'm Mila." "Speak up," someone called from the back, and I nodded. My head swam and I blinked to clear my vision. "Right." I projected my voice as much as possible without hurting my throat. "I'm Mila. My friend Zayn and I are from Southwest Territory." A few whispers broke out, and I assumed this meant not everyone had heard the details surrounding our unexpected arrival. "We're a real society, like yours," I continued, and my voice caught on the last syllable. I swallowed again and took a breath. "Unlike yours, we aren't thriving." The whisper stopped, and all eyes fixed on me. This subject and their response gave me courage. I clenched my fists and stood up straight. "For the last few years, most people in our area have left to join the communities. Out of close to 3,000 people, we're down to approximately 150, with no children under 10. There was so much information in my head, swirling incoherently, that I struggled to grasp any obvious organization. How could I explain everything about my home? Or the reason I'd felt so driven to leave? I closed my eyes and took a breath, then shoved my hands into the back pockets of my pants. Then I just started talking. "I'm sure you think we're crazy. Who would leave their home and travel all the way across the country? We didn't have a death wish. We were desperate. We worried that something would go wrong at home and we wouldn't get any help from the communities." I looked past all the concerned faces and focused on the fresh, green leaves of a plant poking up next to a dead tree trunk. "At first, we thought about joining up like everyone else. Maybe it was better, and our parents were only being stubborn. But things weren't adding up. The way we were being treated, the lack of information, it didn't feel right." I thought about that conversation with Mom and Dad, how they'd been so sure that joining the communities was wrong when they had no real data to go on. "And it wasn't right," I added firmly. "We gathered a couple of friends and left our home to search for people like you. We found the coalition instead." I glanced around for Tom and looked at him questioningly. "They know of the coalition," he whispered, and I nodded. "They're working to disrupt the community rollout of Cerebrolink," I explained. "If you don't know what that is, it's a new implant that replaces all senses instead of sight only." There was an audible gasp in the room, which again made it clear that not all the reals here knew what had been happening outside of their bubble. "This implant, it's killing people, and we don't know why. We helped the coalition with their missions in exchange for help getting us here, to you." I looked back at Sloane, who still slumped in her seat to avoid Sean's notice. The nerves I'd felt only moments before had dissipated, but my body still felt shaky from the stress and excitement. I took a deep breath and continued. "I didn't think we wanted anything to do with them. The coalition," I clarified. "But we were taken captive into Paradise 7 community, and we met a member of the council." I sniffed. "If you're anything like me, you probably don't know much about community politics, but trust me, this guy was a big deal." I turned my head and took in the people in the front row, finally calm enough to do so without collapsing into a nervous heap. I closed my eyes and remembered that moment with Bryn Lee, held to the wall by magnetic cuffs. "You need us," I blurted in a moment of either pure genius or pure stupidity. "Who are you, exactly?" Bryn looked at me suspiciously. Zayn tried to stop me, but I ignored him. Don't pretend like you care. It doesn't matter who I am. You're stuck, Bryn, and we're not useless to you. If you don't show the council proof of what's happening here, sooner or later, they're going to start asking questions. My heart pounded in my chest as I wondered if this risk was worth taking. Bryn's expression told me all I needed to know. I was onto something. The reals are barely surviving, I continued, but they're never going to stop fighting, just like the coalition will never stop fighting, and you're running out of time. He sneered at me. The coalition is as good as done. They're no threat to me at this point. And the reals? He waved the word away. Your populations are dropping faster than they could ever be replaced. Doesn't seem like they're dropping quite fast enough. He smirked. You're right. I don't care who you are. But I'll admit, my curiosity is piqued. Why, may I ask, do I need you? I steeled myself. The reals know about the coalition. It's giving them hope, which means they're only going to hold on to their way of life tighter. You aren't going to win this battle by brute force. You've lost their trust. But we haven't. Alek said my name and Bryn repeated it. Mila. He rolled the word in his mouth. You're proposing I use you, the whole group, to advocate for Cerebral Link with the reals? If we disappear, it's only going to make things worse for you. They'll believe us. I'm sure they would. Bryn's face was inches from mine. Mila. He let each letter roll off his tongue. The problem is, I don't. My eyes flew open and my nostrils flared at the memory of his arrogant face, the way his shoes had clicked along the floor. I'd offered to talk to the reals on his behalf. I'd been willing to do anything to save my friends and give us some chance of remaining free. Now, here I stood, just as I'd offered, but not as his advocate now. He's not interested in helping the reals. My voice burned with intensity. He's not interested in helping the unreals either. He's pushing Cerebral Link down everyone's throats for a purpose we don't fully understand yet. The good news, though, is that we don't think he's acting on behalf of the entire council. How does that help? A woman asked from the bench directly in front of me. I smiled, grateful for the interaction. It helps because we can convince the other council members that what Bryn is doing is wrong. Advocate for our way of life. Convince them that the world is healing and there's enough room for all of us in it. At least, that's what we're trying to do. A man with ginger hair and freckles across his nose stood up near the back. The community leaders never listen. Several people nodded in agreement. You're wasting your time. A woman with jet black hair raised her hand. How would you even talk to them? I nodded. We need help from the coalition. And wouldn't we be bringing more unwanted attention to ourselves? Another man piped up as he leaned forward in the front row. They've already tried to integrate people here. We shouldn't get involved. A woman shouted over the growing chatter. Let them live their lives and we'll live ours. Haven't you been listening? A voice boomed above the din, and I looked over to see Zayn on his feet. Mila wasn't kidding when she said Bryn Lee doesn't care about you, about anyone. He walked down the aisle between the benches. Just like our territory was stripped of community resources, you're going to be hit soon. It sounds like you're already not getting much to begin with. He passed the front benches and stood next to me, then turned to face the crowd. We don't take anything from the communities. The man in the front row spit. You must not get packages anymore, but I bet you rely on their infrastructure. Edge access? Water purification? The man's face hardened. That will all end. I'm guessing soon. Bryn's not going to let you live your lives, just like he won't let us live ours. Because us being alive is a threat. Zayn clenched his jaw. As long as we exist, he won't have complete control. That will never be satisfactory to him. I turned to him and filled my expression with gratitude. I hoped he'd be able to translate my unspoken words. Neither of us knew what we were hoping to accomplish here, but I was convinced that if we could get these people on board with doing something, we'd be able to figure out our next step together. "They're here!" A voice screamed from back by the tents, and the entire audience turned. A boy raced down the dirt path that led into the auditorium and finally bolted into the covered space. "They're here! The communities!" he wheezed. "Boats!" As soon as the last word left his lips, everyone spun toward Tom, who jumped from his seat and rushed to stand next to the child.
"What are you saying?"
he asked. "They're here," he repeated a third time. "There are at least 5 ships in the harbor, docking next to their small one." My eyes widened. 5 ships? But that's impossible. Sloane ejected off the bench. "I turned off our tracking. How could they—"
"It doesn't matter,"
Tom growled.
"There's no time."
He stood and adjusted his pants.
"You know what we've practiced. We've prepared for this, and now it's time to put it into action."
He nodded with finality.
"Move."
Chapter 18. I watched in amazement as everyone stood from their benches in solemn silence and quickly and efficiently dispersed back to their homes. Lily pecked Sean on the cheek, then turned and helped a woman carrying her baby hustle her 2 other children along.
"You 3 need to get out of here,"
Tom growled as he looked between me, Zayn, and Sloane, who was quickly approaching from the back.
"Preferably in the opposite direction of where we're heading."
Tom and Sean charged past the benches toward the tents. I stumbled to keep up. "But this isn't our fault." My voice sounded pathetic even to my own ears as we trailed the 2 men. Tom whirled around and nearly knocked me off my feet.
"You're saying it's a complete coincidence that community forces showed up a day after you got here?"
"No,
Because it's not."
Tom cut in forcefully.
"I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt and assuming this wasn't your intention all along."
"This was not purposeful." Sloane jumped in. "I turned off all edge connections on the breeze. I have no idea how they found us."
"What if they're telling the truth?"
Sean asked, and Tom's head snapped toward him.
"About the council?"
Time stood still for a moment as Tom's expression clouded over. Organized chaos swirled around us. People pulled the walls from their shelters and exposed the frames underneath. They left everything inside and carried only packs on their backs with absolute necessities as they made their way to the available transport vehicles. Tom gaped at Sean.
"If these 3 are telling the truth, they're even more dangerous to us. The communities would be coming for them, not us. Leaving them here is our best chance of survival."
Sean glanced at our group, and his eyes landed on Sloane.
"I can't leave them to be taken by the communities if they're seeking refuge."
He set his jaw stubbornly.
"These 2 are reals like us. It wouldn't be right." "And her?"
Tom pointed a finger at Sloane.
"She's one of them."
Sloane bit her lip, and fear briefly watched over her face before her features hardened. The stress of the last 24 hours was visible in the creases and dark circles under her eyes. Sean didn't answer. Tom shook his head in disgust and stalked away from us.
"Not my problem, Sean,"
he called over his shoulder.
"You've got your mind made up, and I'm not going to try and change it."
Sean's nostrils flared. He drew a deep breath and avoided Sloane's eyes.
"Come on. Grab whatever you can carry. Meet me there."
He pointed to the same vehicle we'd traveled in the day before. Then he darted away from us, probably in search of Lily.
"You heard him," Sloane barked. "Get moving."
Zayn and I jogged back to our tent and scrambled to collect our meager supplies, then rushed back into the fray. Vehicles with women and children piled on top of each other zoomed past us and headed further inland. Streams of people, mostly men who gave up their seats in transports, hiked past the furthest tent frames and worked their way through fallen, dead tree trunks to escape. We searched the clearing for the rest of the group and found Sean, Sloane, and Lily huddled where Sean had pointed a few minutes earlier.
"It's not the same thing,"
Sloane argued, her voice tight.
"Back then, the communities were convinced they were doing the right thing, integrating people who weren't going to survive. We don't have time to discuss that right now,"
Sean cut in hotly. He ran a hand wearily over his face and noticed our approach.
"Ready?"
We nodded, but movement over Sean's shoulder caught my eye. Seriously? They'd left Hank strapped to a pole? What are we doing about him? The group trained their gaze in the direction of my pointed finger. Hank contorted his body and writhed to loosen his restraints. Sloane's face blanched and her jaw tightened. Without a word, she stomped across the dirt and halted only when she hovered directly over Hank's dirt-streaked face. Zayn and I followed closely behind her. "You did this," she spat. Hank looked up at her and froze. He panted with his arms stretched awkwardly over his head. "You did this," he fired back vehemently. "How dare you subvert? How?" Sloane bellowed. Hank scoffed. "How what?" Beads of sweat collected along his hairline and slowly dripped down along his temples. "How did you call them? I searched you. Thoroughly, I might add, when I took you on the breeze." Her eyes narrowed. I didn't think of that." She planted her hands angrily on her hips. "You still have your implant." Hank's eyes hardened. "How are you a captain when you still have your implant?" "I didn't say I was a captain. We don't have time for this," Sean shouted from across the way. Sloane ignored him. "You did. You told me months ago." "I was trying to impress you." Hank gasped as he shifted his body and pulled his legs under him so he could stand. Sloane's face was blank, and her mouth hung slightly open. "But now that I'm cut off from the edge," Hank continued, "I can see what you really look like." His eyes traveled over her from head to toe. "Nothing like your form online." He sneered and arched an eyebrow. "I'm no longer interested." He formed each word slowly and flashed a cruel smile, then watched eagerly for her reaction. Sloane's hands clenched into fists, and Zayn reached out to pull her away from Hank. "Don't hurt yourself. He's not worth it." Surprisingly, she didn't struggle. If there was any shred of guilt or duty left in my psyche regarding Hank, his last sentence had just obliterated it. "Good luck," Sloane spewed over her shoulder as Zayn led her back to Sean and Lily. "You and P7 are a perfect match." Sean observed us curiously as we approached, but didn't ask questions. "We have to move. Any more complaints about leaving him?" I shook my head. Sloane's eyes flashed as she crossed her arms over her chest. "All right then. Follow me." We drove for what felt like hours. Though most of the area was covered in dead wood, the road we followed had obviously been cleared and cared for regularly. Even though we didn't have plants and animals to break things down, we still had insects, fungi, and weather. The first two were slow to transform a landscape, but the third tended to change things drastically, sometimes overnight. These dead trees weren't up to holding their own against intense rain and wind, which meant most things around here were piled deep with broken trunks and branches. I shuddered at the thought of trying to clear a mess like this back home. I turned from the window and tried to close my eyes and rest, but couldn't. Too much information bounced around inside my head. The communities came after us. Bryn knew who we were, and he knew what we were trying to do since coalition members had been with us. Was Kenna safe? Were Channel and Ave free from P3, or were they still linked? There was no way Alek would accept that, which meant if they weren't safe, neither was he. My thoughts circled and spiraled through worry after worry about the people I loved. Normally, I wouldn't be the person to instigate. Well, anything, really, but I was scared. My heart raced, and the longing to be comforted outweighed my normal social anxiety exponentially. Zayn was on my right, and his body already smashed against my side because Sloane had insisted on sitting in the back with us instead of sliding in next to Lily. With him so close, I didn't have to do much. I slipped my arm between his elbow and his ribs and ran my fingers along his arm until I reached his hand. He looked over at me in surprise, and I lay my head on his shoulder without explanation. He wrapped his hulking fingers around mine and reached over with his free hand to cradle the side of my face. His skin was rough against my cheeks. Though I still couldn't sleep, I was more relaxed by the time Sean finally stopped the vehicle to recharge. We reluctantly untangled ourselves and clambered out of the back. The five of us stretched our legs and moved our bodies to collectively undo our muscle stiffness from sitting cramped for so long. The transport was small and compact, great for energy efficiency, not so great for comfort. Though, losing feeling in my feet was a small price to pay for cuddling with Zayn for hours at a time.
"This will need about 5 hours to fully charge."
Sean folded out the solar panels.
"My advice is to get something to eat and then sleep if you can. Once we're able to, we're going to drive the rest of the way to Cross City."
What is Cross City exactly? I scanned the area for a comfortable place to lie down. A town. Bigger than ours. Lily ran her fingers through her long blonde hair. How many towns are there over here? I wondered what it would have been like to have neighbors growing up.
5 within a couple days' driving distance. A few more down south.
Sean stepped back and double-checked his work. Are all of you survivors of forced integration? As soon as the words left my lips, I realized they were a mistake. Sean's expression hardened, and Sloane looked like she just swallowed a frog.
Not all of us,
Sean muttered. He turned and placed a hand on Lily's lower back, then led her away from the transport. Sloane flashed me a look, and I silently apologized before she could stalk off. Great, I muttered under my breath. Zayn slipped his hand in mine and pulled me toward a log. Every touch was still surprising and unexpected. His skin against mine sent my heart into my throat and amped every nerve ending in my body to a 10. While feeling still hurt, feeling with someone I cared about hurt less. Zayn squeezed my hand.
You didn't do anything wrong. Those two have strong feelings for each other.
I hushed him. Zayn, Sean's with Lily.
I didn't say they were positive feelings. But if you ask me, he still cares about Sloane.
He dropped to the ground and smirked as he leaned back against the dead tree. That's not exactly something to laugh about.
I think it is.
He watched and waited for my face to soften.
Come on. What are the chances? They have this wild romance with a tragic falling out, and then years later find themselves pushed back together in a crisis? That's the stuff epic stories are made of.
I looked at him quizzically. Since when do you like stories? Zayn shrugged, and a soft half-smile replaced his arrogant expression.
I always enjoyed them when we were kids.
I sat next to him and leaned back, but before I could settle, he slipped an arm over my shoulders and pulled me into his chest. A surge of gratitude flowed through me. He wasn't going to let this be awkward. If he'd been upset about how I'd handled things earlier in the tent, he certainly wasn't showing it. I sighed. When we stopped going to school, Mom still insisted on telling us stories, but most of them were terrifying.
How so?
Zayn laughed, and his chest rumbled under my ear. I grinned and remembered how Alek and I would groan whenever Mom would ask, "Have you ever heard about?" We knew that meant a history lesson. They were all thinly veiled attempts at educating us about real-life events. She'd make up characters, but we'd realize about 5 seconds into the story that she was talking about the community takeover or the Fourth World War or something like that. Zayn ran his hands along my arm and sent ripples of pleasure across my skin.
Sounds kind of brilliant.
His voice was almost wistful. I immediately felt guilty that I'd complained. I knew how different our home lives had been as kids. I didn't know Zayn's mom, but I did know Alejandro, and that gave me all the information I needed. So, what's your favorite story? I hurriedly changed the subject.
My favorite?
He thought a moment, and I matched my breathing to his as my head rose and fell with his chest. I gazed at the green shoots on Zayn's left and admired how they stretched toward the sun. How had seeing life like that become commonplace? It had only taken a few days for me to stop gawking and begging to spend an hour inspecting every plant we came across. This realization pricked my heart with a tinge of sadness. What other miracles had I gotten so accustomed to that I was missing them altogether?
Probably the tortoise and the hare,
Zayn answered, and I laughed out loud. I lifted my head to see if he was joking. Are you serious?
Totally.
But that's a little kid's story.
Doesn't seem like it anymore.
I took in the slope of his forehead and his strong brow. It pulled together slightly in the center. He was being serious. How so? I lay my head back down.
We're living it, aren't we?
He asked softly.
The communities are racing ahead with all this momentum, backed by power, money, and resources. We're way back near the starting line, taking one slow step after another.
I inhaled a deep breath as the visual in my head took hold. I guess I hadn't thought about it that way. What happens next?
In the story?
Zayn shifted and took me with him as he leaned back farther.
You know the ending.
I know, I murmured, and allowed my eyes to flutter closed as exhaustion from this morning finally set in. Now that I was stretched out, I felt like I might actually be able to sleep. I want to hear it from you. I couldn't see his face, but I sensed his amused grin.
Well, you see.
He adopted a professional tone and drew out the words. I smiled against his chest, too tired to laugh.
The hare thinks he's so far ahead that he begins to slow down. He gets complacent, thinks he doesn't have to try anymore because he has the race in hand.
He lifted his fingers and played with a strand of my hair.
But the turtle keeps plodding along, never slowing down or taking a break. He's consistent, and eventually, he passes the hare without even knowing it.
The turtle wins the race. I yawned as my body slipped slowly into the space between waking and sleeping.
The turtle always wins the race,
Zayn repeated, and I wanted to thank him. I tried. I thought hard about saying the words, but nothing came out. Instead, I drifted and watched a slow, plodding turtle take one step after another. Chapter 19. At some point, we'd loaded back into the transport, but I didn't remember details. I remembered the light waned in the sky. Zayn had practically carried me back to my seat. Now, my eyes blinked open when the transport pulled to a stop. I sat up, surprisingly refreshed, and found Zayn already awake next to me. I stretched my back and sighed as much as I could with my limited space. Zayn turned his head and smiled. I smiled back, then reached up to clear the sleep out of my eyes. My skin felt like it had been sandblasted, gritty and raw from spending time outside in the dirt all afternoon and from being on the water the day before. Is this it? The sound of my voice broke the silent night air as I looked out the windshield.
Cross City.
Sean nodded.
Tom got here before we did, and mostly everyone else.
Relief passed over his features as he scanned the masses of people that milled around beyond the glass.
We'll all be sleeping outside tonight. There's no way they have accommodations large enough to contain us.
Especially since more will be arriving tomorrow on foot, Lily added, and I thought back to the line of people who'd tromped off into the woods. We should have been the ones on foot, not them. We didn't even belong to this community. Why'd you take us with you? I blurted out. Why didn't you leave us like Tom said? Sean didn't answer right away, and the silence stretched awkwardly. When he finally spoke, his voice was clear and to the point.
You came to us for help. It wasn't your fault that the communities came after you, and I didn't feel good about leaving you behind.
That answer works for them, but what about me? Sloane asked.
Why not leave me there with Hank?
Again, silence. Lily looked down at her hands. Sean swiveled in his seat and met her eyes.
Tom believes we'll be just fine on our own, that we don't need community help, and trust me, I don't want to need community help, but I believe what you said. I haven't always agreed with you, but I've never known you to be a liar.
I glanced between the two of them. The air felt charged with electricity. Sean tensed and his eyes locked on hers.
There's going to come a point where it's us or them.
Sloane winced slightly at his emphasis on that last word. Was she an us now? Or was she only here because she had to be? Sean sighed and turned back to face forward.
I don't know if that time is now, but if it is, and you have information that would help it be us that comes out on top.
His voice faded. Nobody spoke as we pondered this eventuality. Was it really us or them? The only option? I thought back to Kenna, how she had hoped that the rest of the council wasn't like Bryn Lee. Sean took a deep breath and put his hands on the wheel.
We all need sleep.
I could tell by his tone that the conversation was over for now.
I've got a little food in the back. We can eat now, and they'll have food for us in the morning. Not a lot, but something. Then we'll figure out our next steps.
He didn't wait for a response, just opened his door and stepped out of the vehicle. Lily watched him go, then flashed a small smile before she scooted out her side. My stomach grumbled. I didn't care what he'd stuffed in his pack. I'd eat just about anything. It was a good thing I wasn't feeling picky because as we piled out of the back seat, Sean handed us each a flat patty. It had to be edible, but it looked nothing like the bars we'd had with the coalition.
Don't think too much about it, Sean instructed. Just eat. He didn't have to tell me twice.
I broke off a piece and shoved it in my mouth. It was soft and smoky with an earthy, wild undertone. I wanted to ask questions, but could tell Sean wasn't in the mood. He edged away from us and closed his pack, then grabbed Lily's hand and walked in the opposite direction. The tents here looked the same as the ones we'd just left, and plenty of people crammed into them. Even if there had been extra space, I didn't feel good about taking shelter when we'd already stolen space in a transport that wasn't meant for us. Instead, all three of us found a spot in the open area between one row of habitations and settled in. With my pack under my head, I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but my body shivered. I didn't want to assume Zayn would be okay with me leeching his body heat all night, nor did I think merely pressing myself up against one side would do the trick. It's freezing. My jaw tensed and my muscles vibrated as my body worked to warm up. It was warmer here than at home, but without something like that shelter fabric I'd found to trap my body heat, I felt chilled to the bone. Here. Sloane sat up and opened her bag. She reached in and pulled out a small square packet, then handed it to me.
I've only got 2, so if you want to keep Beast Boy here warm, you'll have to share.
She waggled an eyebrow. I rolled my eyes, then stared at the thin object in my hands. How was this tiny thing supposed to help with my chattering teeth? Zayn reached out and felt the corner, and his brow furrowed.
You've never seen one of these before?
Sloane asked.
They're warming sheets. I use them all the time when I get stuck out on the water. Here.
She took the packet back and tugged at the corner, then pulled the sheet open one layer at a time. It crackled as she unwrapped it.
It's an exothermic reaction, she explained. The sheet reacts with the CO2 in the air and creates heat for up to 6 hours. But even after the reactants are used up, it will still do a good job of keeping in the heat your body creates naturally.
She handed it back to us, this time spread out so we could get underneath.
That side stays down. Otherwise, you'll be creating heat for the haze above you.
I moved my bag closer to Zayn's and lay down. A slow, steady heat spread over my skin as Zayn and I pulled the sheet over our bodies. It wasn't enough to cover his long legs completely, but since I was smaller, my body was fully wrapped in the cocoon of warmth. I don't think anything has ever felt this good in my entire life. I sighed as I settled against Zayn's side as my muscles relaxed.
Nothing?
Zayn's voice was low as he turned his head to look at me. My heart skipped a beat. Thank you, Sloane. I swallowed hard as I watched her pull open her own sheet and wrap it around herself.
Let's hope we don't need this again, because these are the only 2 I've got.
She lay down with her head propped up on her pack. She said the sheet would hold in our body heat even when it was used up. So as far as I was concerned, this thing was coming with us everywhere. No hoping needed. Thank you, I repeated, then reached up to cover my mouth as I yawned. I didn't know how my body was still so depleted after sitting still most of the day, but I wanted to sleep indefinitely. Zayn turned to look back up at the sky, and I sank into relaxation. I was warm, and he was here with me. I was safe. I didn't allow myself to worry about the fact that community forces would be heading our way at this very moment, or that we had no idea what we would need to do in the morning, and we didn't have any leads on how to move forward toward our end goal. Instead, I closed my eyes and breathed. In and out, in and out. I slept like a rock, and only woke when the glow already bathed the earth in morning light, and the cacophony around us became too loud to ignore. Just as Sloane had said, the sheet was no longer creating warmth, but underneath, I felt as cozy as if I was in bed at home. My hand draped over Zayn's chest, and I slowly pulled it back. I propped myself on my elbows slowly so I wouldn't wake Zayn, then took in the camp. People buzzed from one area to the next as they worked on unknown errands. It felt like I should be helping too, but I didn't know how. What exactly were we doing here? Running? Regrouping? I dropped back down to lay on my back. My empty stomach didn't complain, and this scared me. Dad taught us how starvation happened subtly over time. At first it was painful, but then you simply stopped feeling hungry. I hadn't been getting the calories I needed, which made me anxious about Zayn. I looked over and found his face still peaceful in sleep. His long, dark lashes brushed the tops of his cheeks, and I had the overwhelming desire to reach out and smooth the slight crease between his eyebrows. Not wanting to leave the warmth, but in desperate need of a bathroom break, I forced myself to slip out from under the sheet. I quickly tucked it in around Zayn's side so his heat didn't escape, and shivered as the cool air hit my skin. My hip complained as I stood. It didn't enjoy movement after being pressed into the hard ground all night. I stretched, then hobbled away from our sleeping area. "Hey," I approached a woman standing near one of the tents. "I need to go to the bathroom. Do you know where—" She pointed past the structures closest to us. "Outhouses are that direction. Keep walking and you'll run right into them." "Thank you." I smiled gratefully. My shoulders hunched as I wrapped my arms around myself and walked quickly and avoided everything in my path to the bathrooms. I spotted my target up ahead, a row of open-roofed rectangular stalls like the ones they had back at Tom's. One stall was open and I walked in. After using the bathroom, I squirted a small dot of sanitizing concoction into my palm and rubbed my hands together quickly. I wasn't convinced that this was as effective as washing my hands with soap, but it was the only option. I grimaced as I caught a whiff of it. Thankfully, the smell dissipated quickly, but I still held my hands as far away from my face as possible as I began the walk back to Zayn and Sloane. I hadn't gotten far before I jumped, startled by a tiny black blur that zoomed directly in front of my face. Once I'd caught my breath, I scanned the air and searched for the unidentified flying object. I caught sight of it against the pale orange sky, a small dark point that lazily swirled in the air with no apparent trajectory or purpose in its flight path. I raced forward and kept it locked in my sight as it meandered through the camp. Just when I thought I was getting close enough to make out details, the creature zipped further away and I rushed forward before I lost it. Finally, after trailing it for a few minutes, the thing slowed and landed on a long green leaf. I approached cautiously, on hands and knees as my heart pounded. Slowly, I peeked over the edge of the leaf, and my eyes widened. This was very much not just a dot. A small, round beetle crawled forward, and its back shifted between reflecting a red or purple hue as it moved. I watched in awe and took in every minuscule detail, its tiny curved legs, and the pointed mouth parts on its glossy black head. Incredible. Before I finished admiring it, the beetle opened its hard shell and exposed black, sheer wings that fluttered to life and lifted the insect back into the air. Though I wanted to continue following, I was rooted to the spot. That beautiful little insect had no chance out here. It didn't have the benefit of masks and processed nutrition, although it probably didn't have many predators either. Still, tears sprang to my eyes and I laughed as I hastily wiped them away. Who cried over a bug? I trudged back to the path with a slew of complex emotions. It was a miracle that insect was alive. It was a miracle we were too. We, the Coalition, the Reals, were nothing more than bugs. We tried to survive in a world that didn't want us to exist. Except we now had a more powerful force, beyond the natural elements, that was determined to squash us out. We would keep clawing and fighting, but ultimately, I knew how this had to end. How would we not be snuffed out? The communities were all powerful and already had years of momentum. What chance did we have if we stood against them? "Mila." Zayn ran down the path toward me out of breath. "Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you." The sight of his bronzed skin and heaving chest made stuffing my hopeless, depressing thoughts down deep a lot easier, though the expression on his face made me pause. "I was using the bathroom." His brow furrowed as he compared the path I'd just traveled with the straight road in front of us that led to the stalls. He shook his head in confusion. "Whatever. You need to come with me right now." I jogged to keep up with him as he spun back toward our camp. "What's going on?" I asked. "Is P7 following us all the way out here?" "I'm sure they are, but that's not what I need to show you." We walked past the place where we'd slept, and as we weaved through the circular tents, my head started to swim. "Zayn, I need to slow down. I haven't eaten." "There." He pointed to the tent at the end of a wooden walkway. "I'll get you food.
Just go in there and talk to them.
I balked. Talk to who?
Just go.
Zayn pushed me gently in the correct direction, then broke into a run in the opposite one. I blinked. Walking into an unknown situation alone was another one of my personal worst nightmares, and Zayn knew me well enough to be aware of that fact. The look on his face when I'd come out of the woods flashed back into my mind. He'd been spooked. Then he dragged me here without taking time to explain himself, which meant it had to be important. My legs seemed to grow a mind of their own, and, despite my hesitations, obediently carried me toward the tent. When I arrived in front of the tent flap, I held my breath. Were they expecting me? Whoever they were? What would they think if I barged in with no explanation? I shrank back, and my hands trembled.
Who's there?
A gruff voice called through the wall. Mila? I answered, embarrassed by how weak I sounded, and at the same time proud I'd spoken at all. A man's weathered hand shot out and pulled the flap to the side so I could enter. It took my eyes a moment to adjust, but as soon as I could make out the shapes in front of me, I knew exactly why Zayn had sent me here. The tent was partitioned like Tom's, a larger main room on one side with a wall down the middle that separated the sitting area from the sleeping quarters. I ignored the woman standing on the left, along with the man who opened the door for me, and my eyes solely focused on the sleek, black box on the table. Does it work? I asked. The woman scoffed. Of course it works. Can I use it? Her eyes narrowed. Why would I let an outsider use our radio transponder? I already told your friend. What's your name? I stalled. Zayn must have tried to secure access and failed. I needed time to think.
Cammy.
Her cheekbones jutted out so sharply, even the soft layers of strawberry blonde hair didn't do much to soften her facial features. And yours? I turned my head to make eye contact with the man behind me. He was husky, and all the hair that would have been on his head seemed to have shifted position to his face. He was steely and hardened, and I suddenly felt uncomfortable standing there by myself.
Darius.
He grunted. I nodded. The communities don't communicate via radio waves. I attempted to keep my voice steady as I turned back to Cammy. There's no way I could contact them or cause any more trouble than already exists. But what I can do is contact the coalition.
The coalition?
Darius scoffed, his voice low and raspy.
The coalition hasn't done anything for us.
He slid past me to stand at the end of the table.
Plus, they're nowhere near close enough to provide any sort of assistance.
That was a fair point. The last I knew, Kenna was headed further west to P3, and who knew where Talia and Pash were now? We don't know that for sure, I bluffed. Wouldn't it be worth trying? There's no way we can go up against community forces.
Speak for yourself, sweetheart.
Darius puffed out his chest.
Some of us have been going up against community forces our entire lives.
I swallowed hard. My brother is with them, I blurted. Rational arguments were obviously not going to work, so I appealed to their humanity. I know the chances of the coalition coming here in time to help us are small, but if I'm going to be assimilated, I'd like to know that my brother is safe. Darius flexed his jaw and glanced between me and Cammy.
Do you have anything you're waiting on?
Cammy shook her head.
Then you have 1 hour to try to make contact. 1 hour, or however long it takes P7 to find us, whichever is shorter.
Thank you. I rushed forward. An hour sounded like a lot of time, but then I remembered the word he'd used. Try. What was the likelihood that someone from the coalition was sitting and waiting for some sort of communication?
Don't thank me yet,
Darius muttered.
I have no idea if this will reach far enough to contact them in the first place. We've talked before, but it's been a while.
Right, I nodded.
And if they're not actively listening on the other end?
I know. I cut him off. The last thing I needed right now was more fuel for my negative thoughts. Have you used one of these before? Cammy held up a tablet. I shook my head. I only knew what it was because I'd seen Kenna and other coalition members using them. Swipe here to send your message, she explained. This is connected to the transmitter, which is connected to the antenna out back. We only ever send on one frequency, so that makes it simple. When you're finished, press here. Her fingers moved across the screen, and I felt a pang of nervousness. I'd never touched one of these before, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to navigate it as easily as she had. My heart pounded as Cammy moved out of the way and allowed me to take her place in front of the transmitter. Darius saluted. "Good luck." "I think I'm going to need it," I muttered under my breath, then waited patiently for them to gather their things and exit the tent. I closed my eyes and offered a silent plea into the universe. "Please, Kenna, have someone checking the radio channels. Please." Then I lifted my index finger and swiped right. Part 4. Channel. Chapter 20. April 22nd through April 24th, 2161. "It's Nat!" I burst through the double doors of the plantation-style safe house. The spacious front room bustled with activity, and it took me a minute to spot Kenna. When I found her dark, sleek hair and tall frame hunched over a display in the back corner, I dodged the small children making their way to the front door and rushed toward her. "It's Nat," I repeated breathlessly. "That's how the communities are getting their information. They have him linked." "We know," Kenna muttered. Her eyes were trained on the projection in front of her. "Talia and Pash arrived a few minutes ahead of you." My stomach sank. If Talia and Pash were here, then they weren't able to save Nat and Simeon. It was a heartbreaking truth, not a question. They barely escaped themselves. Kenna didn't lift her eyes. "What I don't understand is how Bryn's digging in Nat's brain for information. Even linked, why would Nat suddenly start envisioning every safe house we've ever had?" "I know how." I pointed to Ave. "I connected with him. People in that state are vulnerable, impressionable. All they'd need was someone with cerebral link. Someone who could infiltrate Nat's stream. If they were saying or doing something he agreed with, it wouldn't be hard to get whatever they wanted." I shivered as I thought about Nat or anyone being manipulated that way. Kenna seemed to barely acknowledge my words. "You four, along with Tree and Sky, can search the property for a place to bunk that isn't already taken." She looked up and motioned for the others to come closer. "The longhouses out back aren't much to look at, and they don't have filtration yet, but they'll provide shelter for the time being." "How long will we be staying here?" I asked, and Kenna slammed her palm on the tabletop. "Does it look like I have time to answer stupid questions right now?" Her eyes flashed. I shook my head and backed away before my emotions got the better of me. "Come on." I turned to the others. Before I could stomp out of the room the way I wanted to, I noticed we were a person short. "Where's Kay?" Alek nodded toward the front yard. "Where do you think?" I peered out the window and a smile flew to my face. Kay was outside, with a gaggle of children chasing her around the tree stumps and dead wood. The visual almost had the power to lessen the pressure in my chest. "Weren't we going somewhere?" Alek asked, and I nodded, then spun toward the back door. "Right. Kenna said we should go out back." I stepped through the doorway and glanced down both sides of the hall. "Well, this place is a maze. How do you think we get there from here?" "That way," Alek suggested, just as Ave pointed the opposite direction. I looked at their outstretched fingers. Ave leaned against the wall for support. His breathing still seemed beleaguered. This was a simple choice of left or right, but taking in both of their hopeful faces, I was suddenly tongue-tied. I opened my mouth and then quickly closed it again. Alek raised an eyebrow. "I don't know," I mumbled. "One of you choose." "I'm sure either way will take us where we need to go." Alek lowered his hand. "We can go Ave's way first." I dropped my eyes and followed them along the hallway to the right. We peeked through the first doorway on the left and found another large room with a door at the back. Whoever built this place was fond of entrances and exits. We walked inside, and I turned in a circle to fully admire the strange design and architecture. "What is this place?" I asked. "This doesn't look like any style I remember studying in school." "You studied old houses in school?" Alek asked skeptically. "Not old houses." Ave sounded tired. "We studied human history. Since humans used to live in houses that are now considered old, we looked at them too." I laughed, grateful to hear some of Ave's snarkiness. Though the fact that he was healing up meant I was getting closer and closer to our much-needed heart-to-heart. Maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing if he was tired and out of sorts a while longer.
I felt guilty even thinking it, but there it was. Look at this woodworking. I ran my hands along the intricately carved flowers still visible in the worn-down wood molding. It's incredible. It's incredible this house is still standing, Alek muttered as he inspected a bulge in the ceiling, then pulled a piece of peeling plaster from the back wall. Are you kidding? Things can stand forever these days. I shrugged. Nothing to break them down quickly. Not much solar degradation either. Alek conceded the point. Well, I happen to know, based on our location and the architectural style of this home, plus the fact that there are other smaller houses on the property, that this was most likely a southern tobacco farm. I wrinkled my nose. Tobacco? Like what people used to smoke? Alek laughed. Used to? My eyes widened. Do you? No, Alek choked out, then laughed like I'd said the funniest thing in the world. But I'm sure some people still do. We use it for cleaning wounds. I frowned and thought back to primary school. None of this sounded familiar in the slightest. We'd learned about farming, of course, but tobacco? Why would they need more houses out back? This house is huge, big enough for at least a few families. You really don't know any of this history? He asked. I shrugged, then looked at Ave for corroboration. Slavery, he continued pointedly. These farms used slaves. What? I gasped. I thought people came here from all over the world in the 18th and 19th centuries because it was a place to start a new life. That's true. Alek nodded. It's just that some didn't come willingly. Who? Alek looked at me questioningly. Who didn't come willingly? Most people with darker skin. He glanced down at his arms, and I followed his gaze. Alek, you're not... Partially, he said. I'm a mix of people and races. I think I've got a little bit of everything in me. He smiled, and only two thoughts ran through my head. First, it was no wonder he was so beautiful. I'd learned about unique people and cultures, diverse skin color and bone structure, religious beliefs, all of it. But people in the communities tended to be similar. Different skin and hair color, yes, but all assimilated, all working toward a certain ideal. We valued the same things and had gotten used to a specific standard of attractiveness. It all seemed a little flat, next to people like Alek. The second thought followed the first. I was jealous. I wished I could be a little bit of everything too. But here in the real world, that wasn't an option. I was one thing. Brown hair, whenever it decided to grow back, and pale skin. I didn't know interesting stories about where I came from. I didn't know anything about my ancestors. Now that I thought about it, the communities did everything they could to keep us looking forward instead of backwards. Sure, we learned history, but it was all through our current lens. How we were better. How they'd made mistakes and we were solving them. When Alek or any of the reals talked about the past, it was from a place of gratitude. I don't have a fancy, unreal education, but I do know a few things. Alek gave me a small smile as he walked toward the door next to the peeling paint. I never said you didn't know things, I whispered as Ave and I stepped in line behind him. Alek turned to me and winked. But you've thought it. I stifled a laugh and followed him forward. Are you doing okay? I put an arm out to steady Ave as he descended the rickety porch steps next to me. We'd walked along another hallway and taken a few wrong turns, but we finally found our way to the kitchen. From there, it was easy to finally exit out back. I'm tired, he answered simply. Let's find a place for you to lie down and get some rest then. I scanned the property. Kenna's description hadn't prepared me for the view now laid out before me. Rows of long, rectangular houses stacked next to each other flanked a central walkway, at least 15 low buildings on each side. How many people lived here? I thought back to what Alek had said inside. I suddenly wanted to know everything about whatever I'd missed inside P3, and I had a sneaking suspicion that the things Alek had mentioned barely scratched the surface. I wrinkled my nose as we walked down the flagstone path. Doors hung loose on their hinges, and roofs sagged between their supports. At least we had shelter. Looks like most of these are already taken, Alek commented.
I spotted items of clothing that already hung on the railings and the coalition members that came and went through their front doors. What about that one? I pointed to a house void of any obvious motion. We walked down the line and paused when we came to the front door. I stepped up to the house and knocked. No answer. Seems promising. I reached for the doorknob. The door swung open easily. Inside, the house was dark and dusty. The only light came from 2 small windows on the side of the large rectangular space. No rooms or partitions, just one long rectangular floor. I guess this is home sweet home. I shrugged. We should go tell Tree and Sky. Maybe grab some blankets or something? Ave didn't wait for any of that. Without a word, he walked toward the back corner and curled up on the floor, then folded his hands under his head as a pillow. Within seconds, his eyes were closed and his breathing deepened. I stared at him. Wow. I wish I could fall asleep that easily. Alek and I stood next to each other, and neither of us moved. While I knew the thoughts running through my head, I had no idea what was running through his. Had he been thinking about history this whole time? Had he been watching me as I walked into the house? Was he upset that I hadn't talked to Ave yet? Sometimes it seemed so easy to ask him questions and verbalize exactly what was on my mind. But sometimes it felt more like this. I turned toward him and said the only thing that made sense. Your idea? Alek looked confused. Remember, when I was having a panic attack? You said you had an idea, when we got to the warehouse. This isn't the warehouse. He grinned. The bruise around his eye had faded. It was faintly yellow and green instead of an angry purple and blue. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but we made it back to Kenna, which I'm guessing was the point. I still want to hear it. Alek put his hands on his hips and gazed out the front window. It doesn't seem as good as it did this morning. Alek? Okay, fine. He laughed and motioned for me to follow him outside. As soon as the door closed behind us, he leaned against the outer wall and slid down to rest on the ground. I sat down next to him and waited eagerly for him to continue. He sniffed. You said we had no access to information. Right. But that's not true. I know your skills, and I'm certain that if we could get you access to Kenna's console, you could get whatever information you needed. Kenna's console? I asked skeptically. Yep. My plan was to scout it out, cause a distraction, and get you in there. Then we'd have some idea of what they were planning. I smiled at him. Mila would be horrified at your rule breaking. I knew at once I shouldn't have brought her up. Alek's face clouded over, and he folded his arms across his chest. I'm sorry, Alek. I didn't mean. The acute pain reflected in his eyes cut my apology short. And that's when everything felt easy again. I leaned into him and wrapped my arms around his waist, then rested my head on his chest. I'm sorry, I whispered again. Why hadn't I kept my big mouth shut? No. He reached up and put his arm around me. I'm worried about her. That's all. Me too. I blinked the tears from my eyes. Kenna has to know something. Alek nodded, then rested his cheek against the top of my head. I didn't know what it would feel like to have a sibling, let alone to lose one. I cleared my throat. How about we find Tree and Sky, then go ask about Zayn and Mila? I felt him nod against my cheek. And Alek, as much as I love your idea, I doubt we'll be able to get access to any console with this limited setup. I thought back to the front room Kenna had been set up in. With only a few consoles here, they'd be either using them nonstop or watching them like a hawk. I'm sorry, Alek sighed. I hadn't thought it through. Gave you false hope. You couldn't have known we'd be coming here instead. I know, but still. I listened to his heartbeat, cocooned against his chest. I wanted to say something inspiring, to make him feel better the way he'd helped me hours earlier, but I couldn't. The words wouldn't come, and the ones that did, I didn't even believe them myself. Tree and Sky found the two of us asleep against the longhouse. I blinked awake to find them peering at us and jumped. Ah! My pupils dilated and heart raced before my brain caught up. Trees' long braids dangled in front of me, and the colorful beads shone in the late afternoon light. She laughed out loud at my reaction and nudged Sky as if this was the most entertaining thing she'd seen all day. "Thanks a lot," I muttered, then yawned as Alek woke next to me. The sky was a deep blue, and the darkness was disorienting. "What time is it?" Tree pointed to the main house. "Time to eat and then sleep. But it looks like you've already done one of those things." I scrambled to my feet and dusted myself off. What were we doing before? My eyes widened. Kenna. We needed to find her. "This is our house." I pointed to the entrance. "Abe's in there. You can find a spot." "Bah!" Sky waved me off. "We've already made a shelter in the trees." I frowned at this. As curious as I was to see how they'd managed that, I was more desperate to find out something. Anything about Mila and Zayn so Alek could smile again. I nodded, then grabbed Alek's hand and pulled him back toward the main house. Even though it was dinner time, I knew Kenna. Unless she'd found a solution, she'd still be wrapped up in her data analysis in the front room, so that's where we headed first. We walked through the kitchen door, weaved around the long line for food, and navigated our way down the hallways we'd passed through earlier. We eventually ended up in the same place we'd started this morning. As expected, Kenna hadn't moved. She was still hunched over her tablet as she inspected a new projection. The room was empty, lit only by the hazy setting sun outside the windows and the glow of her console. We walked closer, assuming she'd notice our approach. She didn't. She was transfixed with the numbers in front of her, completely oblivious to anything else. I leaned in and looked closer at the data displayed in the air in front of us. Kenna selected a cell in the database, and the screen lit up. Colorful lines branched out in all directions. What was this? I squinted and tried to make sense of it. The lines were moving, vibrating, and as she manipulated the image on her tablet, strings of code poured onto the screen from each point of contact. My stomach dropped. Could this be? There had to be a better explanation for what I was seeing, but my mind raced so wildly I couldn't think of anything plausible. This had to be the file I'd sent from P3, and it looked like Kenna was data mining. "When were you planning to tell us about this?" I fumed. Kenna wheeled around, her eyes wide with surprise. She opened and closed her mouth, then hastily swiped away the projection. "When were you planning to be respectful of a person's privacy?" I ignored her dig. "Is this why?" "Why what?" Kenna asked tightly. She turned away from us and picked up her tablet. I could tell by her tense shoulders and pursed lips that her busyness was an act. She was too discombobulated to be jumping into another task right now. "Why you wouldn't include us in the coalition planning? You knew I'd figure out what you were doing." "Hold on. What was she doing?" Alek asked. I'd forgotten he was standing next to me. Kay skipped down the hall and waved, then pulled up short when she saw our expressions. "It's not a secret, Channel," Kenna answered before I could respond. "Everyone here knows we're using that data. They all know it's necessary. I knew you'd respond exactly like this if you were made aware. This is a very critical couple of days, and we need to make fast progress. So yes, that's why." "What are you two talking about?" Alek asked again, but I barely heard him. Kay still stood frozen in the doorway. I pursed my lips. "So, all that you should just be kids stuff. It was a complete lie?" Kenna sighed with frustration. "No, you should get the chance to just be kids. You shouldn't have to worry about a governing body taking advantage of its citizens or friends being treated inhumanely. Nobody should. I shouldn't have to worry about that either, but I don't have an option. You do." "Have you ever considered that you're wrong about that?" I shot back. "I haven't had a choice to not worry about the future since I was in primary school. And if I was already stressed about my placement in P3, don't you think I'd be infinitely more concerned about the survival of an entire segment of the population?" Kenna blinked at me. Before she could come up with a response, I continued. "You pulled me out of P3 because I had skills you needed. That's still true. I can help with whatever needs to be done, but this is not the way. There is no other way. The communities are closing in on us, and if we don't find something we can use... I threw my hands up in the air. This is information that was taken from dying community citizens, Kenna. The fact that it was taken unethically doesn't mean it has to go to waste, Kenna argued coldly, and I gaped at her. Do you really believe that? Kenna didn't look at me. What about going to the council? We talked about that, remember? I requested a meeting with them. It was declined. Kenna spoke through gritted teeth. Oh, okay. So they declined a meeting and you said, well, I guess that's that. We'll have to mine information from unwitting people forced into Cerebralink slavery. Enough, Kenna yelled, and my mouth snapped shut. I hadn't meant to use that word. I looked over at Alek and my cheeks flushed. You're a child, Channel. You see things in black and white, but the world doesn't work that way. The communities aren't following the rules, so as much as I'd love to keep my hands squeaky clean, we can't either. Wait, this is about the data we sent? Alek looked between the two of us. I thought that was just supposed to be evidence. Proof that the communities were using humans as resources. It was, I hissed and shook my head. Kenna, I might see things in black and white, but you are overcomplicating this. We don't have to be like them, and if we choose to be, then what's the point? If we somehow miraculously win this fight, then what are we going to have to do to win the next? And the next? We'd be replacing one corrupt system with another. There would have been no point fighting the communities in the first place. My mind flew back to Clearwater standing in the greenhouse. Whenever a loud portion of the population demonizes an issue over others, someone will find a way to become the god to solve it. And there's always too much power at stake for it not to attract the worst of us. We're demonizing them, I whispered, and Kenna's brow furrowed. We're taking one thing, one group, and making them larger than they should be. It forces us to escalate ourselves to compete. Kenna drew a deep breath, pressed her palms on the table, and leaned over her workstation. What are you talking about? She shook her head. The communities are huge. They have power and control, and we can't stand up to them. She motioned around the room. Not like this. Without finding something in those files that we can use against them, we won't win. Exactly. I met her eyes. Let's not win. Kenna looked up at me. Her eyes narrowed. What? I glanced toward Alek. He looked just as confused as Kenna did. I swallowed hard. This wasn't a game. I knew how high the stakes were for us, for everyone, if we couldn't take this to the next level, but buying into their system wasn't an option. Kenna had already proved that we'd have to start making decisions we didn't want to if we played their way, and that wasn't for me. Let's not try to win, I repeated. They're expecting us to do exactly what you're doing. That's what the coalition always does. Every time the communities put up a wall, the coalition tries to infiltrate it, scale up, get bigger, more threatening, digital or otherwise. What if we change tactics? What do you have in mind? Kenna asked, unconvinced. We'll play their game, but not the way they expect us to. Go through the correct channels and let them stay in control. Kenna shook her head. I don't think you're hearing me. We've tried that. They'll just ignore us. Perpetual obnoxiousness, I cut in. Constant contact. A flood of annoyance. I grinned, and hope fluttered in my chest for the first time since we'd arrived. Kenna considered me shrewdly, and I continued. You've tried disrupting Cerebralink. You've tried disrupting their code, and don't get me wrong, we've had some massive successes, but we don't have the resources or manpower to go up against them at this point, especially since they're on alert. She bit the inside of her lip. So, your solution is to bug them? It works for me every time, I smirked. Channel, getting a meeting with me isn't the council. They'll simply block you. Trust me, I've been trying to get around their firewalls all week. You're being too nice. I rolled up my shirt sleeves. We're close enough to P7 to link to the edge? Kenna nodded. Then get us as many consoles as you have. We're going to need all the connections we can get. Chapter 21.
Do you know what you're doing?
Alek stood next to me as I worked on Kenna's tablet. Pash, Talia, and Kenna were struggling to connect 3 or more consoles to power, and by the way he was tapping his fingers on the chair, I could tell Alek felt useless. I mean, theoretically? My heart pounded.
So, no?
I flashed him a look and he grinned. My fingers swiped across the projection as I analyzed the work Kenna had already done to access the P7 Edge network. When we were kids, we used to play this game where we'd hack into our teachers' personal messaging centers and spam them. Alek laughed in disbelief.
Your teachers?
Sometimes our parents, too. I chuckled and remembered how Ave had convinced his parents he'd been given early placement at 11 years old. He'd kept the charade going for nearly 2 days before he finally came clean.
Didn't you get in trouble?
I scoffed. Only when we got caught. After about age 12, we were good enough they couldn't catch us anymore. I scanned the room. Hey, Kenna, am I okay to break in?
Not quite ready,
she grunted.
We still need to connect these to our shared drive.
I took a deep breath and stepped back. You okay? I asked. Alek's jaw was tight.
Why couldn't they catch you?
He ignored my question. I sighed. Because we weren't the ones who sent the messages. Alek looked at me questioningly. We'd connect to other users and send information from their accounts. Alek's eyes widened.
You could do that at 12?
Earlier, we just stopped getting caught at 12. Alek nodded, impressed. You didn't answer my question. I nudged him with my elbow. Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, no? His lips twitched, and he ran a hand through his hair as he exhaled audibly.
I'm fine, Channel. But I don't understand any of this. I'm way out of my depth. I can't be helpful.
You don't need to be helpful, I smiled. You can sit here and look pretty. Alek groaned. I'm kidding. I can explain everything as we go if you want. It's just like what we talked about with network connections.
You know I don't have a handle on all that.
He looked down at his feet.
It's fine. I'm going to go check on Ave. Get something to eat. Can I bring you food?
My stomach grumbled as if on cue. That would be helpful. I accentuated the last word. He stared at me unamused. Thanks? I watched him go and felt unsettled. I definitely said something wrong. I was joking about the looking pretty thing, obviously, but did he know that? I, of all people, understood how it felt to be useless. I could have been more sensitive. I rubbed my arms with my hands and suddenly felt very alone. I swallowed and realized I'd wanted him to stay. Not only for support and companionship, but because I wanted him to see me do something valuable. He was always the strong one, always the one with the answers and know-how in the real world. But this was my area of expertise. This was where I felt most at home, and I wanted him to see me thrive here. As the selfish thought reverberated through me, I remembered Sky's words. You will never be home in the real world. A shiver ran up my spine, and I clenched my teeth. She was wrong. Of course I felt more comfortable working with code. That's what I'd done as long as I could remember. But that wasn't the only thing I had to offer. I could find a way to be useful in both worlds. I'd learn something new, be someone new. Eventually, that would feel like home too. Ready. Kenna's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Do you want me to run the search? No. I dropped into her chair. I've got it. Though I wished he was here to see this, with Alek gone, the pressure was off. If I screwed up, I'd ruin the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. At least he wouldn't be there to watch it happen. Scanning. I tapped the air in front of me. These projections weren't nearly as good as augmentation. It took me a second to recall what that had felt like mentally. It had been so easy to access information, to seamlessly give commands. After living as an Unreal my whole life, you'd think it would have taken longer for me to forget. Prodding user database connections. I accessed one profile after another and searched for advanced permissions on their Edge logins. All I needed was access to the list of credentials for committee members. We needed to infiltrate their communication portals for this to work, and thankfully, it only took a few tries before I found a viable option. Got it, I called out. Step 1 complete. Talia, what are the names of the people we're looking for?
I'm uploading my list of the P7 community leaders. Any of them should work. I flipped back to the file she referenced. We're going to push messages from all of them. There was a list of 10 names and counting. I'll add the login information for each account once I get in. Make sure you connect to them separately, then schedule the messages. Don't send them immediately or it's going to tip them off. I searched through the database my random user had given me access to until I found what I was looking for. Connection credentials. Bingo. I captured each line and copied it over to our file and stifled a laugh. This was so incredibly easy, it was almost pathetic. Yes, the communities had upped their security game since the coalition started messing with their information, but they were too far behind. Without completely overhauling their system, they'd never be able to patch enough of these holes to keep people out. Especially not those of us who knew their systems inside and out. I pulled up the file. Information is there for P7. I'm going to search for other communities in the council. It's going to be a lot of information, and who knows how much time we'll get. I scanned our current setup. Is this really all the tablets we have? Kenna's nostrils flared. We had to leave the warehouse in a hurry, if you remember. I'd been correct when I'd told Alek we wouldn't be able to get access to anything here. This was bare bones. Suddenly, an idea occurred to me, and I gasped. What if we pulled up different windows? My mind started to spin, and I ran across the room, then threw the front door open. Channel, Kenna shouted. Close the K! I'd seen her go back out there to play games with some of the older children. How she'd stayed entertained with them all afternoon and now into the evening was beyond me. She looked up at the sound of her name. Go find any of the other coders, the kids who chose to stay from the other communities. Tell them to come now. Kenna gaped at me as I turned back. Are you kidding me? Those kids haven't had any training. The few who have are already— I don't care! I threw out my hands. They don't need training for this. I'm not sure how it was when you were growing up, but this is coding 101 where I come from. They'll have plenty of understanding to pull this off, and we need the manpower. I rushed back to my console, then searched the database until I found P6 and P5. I pushed my fingers as fast as I could to copy and paste the information into our shared drive. Put a mark next to each person once you've scheduled a message from their connection. We only want to use their port once, so make sure they send something to everyone on this list. And what time are we scheduling for? Pash asked. For the first 5 minutes, we'll all schedule for 9 o'clock. When my timer goes off, we switch to a minute later. Then we'll repeat the entire process, increase by a minute each time, until we've hit them all. Talia nodded her head. So these leaders are all going to get hit with messages from random people every minute. I nodded. Not just random people, from their colleagues. Every minute until we run out of names. Or until they figure it out and shut it down, Pash added. Good luck with that, I muttered. They'd have to somehow coordinate with every member of every community and instruct them to go into their messaging system and shut down all scheduled communication. First, they'd lose any of their own scheduled messages. Second, it was going to be difficult to effectively communicate through the barrage of incoming information. I continued the process. Search, copy, paste. I was in a rhythmic flow until a sound at the back door made me sit up. Kay entered the room with a handful of groggy unreals. Had she pulled them out of bed? I glanced out the window. It was fully dark. Thanks for coming. I looked them over. Some seemed about my age, but a few looked like they hadn't even graduated from primary school yet. Anyone up for a little hacking? I ignored their sleepy eyes and mussed hair. Hesitant smiles crept onto their faces, and one of the younger boys spoke up. We won't get in trouble? I laughed. Nope. Not unless they catch us. I stepped forward and motioned for them to divide into groups. You two, go stand by. I paused when I saw Kenna glowering. Maybe I'd leave her alone for now. Pash. I pointed and he raised a hand so they knew where to go. You two go with Talia. She beckoned them forward. And you last three, come with me. I took the youngest group purposefully. I didn't want to force the 3 others to babysit. Kay walked with them and I gestured to my console. We're going to open additional messaging windows for each of you. We're spamming people today. You know what that is, right? The kids' smiles grew wider and they nodded emphatically. Have any of you done it on your own? They nodded again. Perfect. I'll give you access to the shared file with all the connection credentials. I'm updating that as we go, so check it often. The list of potential recipients is going to get longer and longer. It was exhilarating to talk to people who spoke my language, even if they were kids. I zoomed in on a section of the list and showed them the column where they could mark their work. I explained the process for using someone's connection credentials and the timing of the scheduled messages. Just as I was about to turn them loose, the boy next to me raised his hand. Yes? I asked. My instinct to be kind to children momentarily outweighed my desire to stop wasting time. Why don't we use a Spider X? He asked in a small, innocent voice. I cocked my head to the side. What's a Spider X? Without explanation, he stepped toward my console and opened a new text window. His small hands tapped on the screen of the tablet and created strings of code in front of me. My eyes widened. Whoa, where did you learn this? The boy didn't answer, just added his final bracket and stepped back. I quickly copied the instructions and dropped them into our shared drive, then watched Kenna's face. When she noticed the code, her reaction was better than I could have hoped. Her jaw dropped, and her head snapped up. I pointed at the boy standing next to my console. Does this do what I think it does? She asked in disbelief. The boy sniffed and wiped his nose on his sleeve. If you think it sends a message and then duplicates the message in the recipient's outbox, then yes, that's what it does. Kenna blinked. Who does it send to? I mean, the second time, when the message replicates itself. Their entire contact list, the boy stated matter-of-factly. It didn't seem possible, but Kenna's jaw dropped even lower. She looked like she'd just found a year's supply of food resources. Can you still schedule the message for a later time? She asked. It doesn't matter, I cut in. We can schedule the initial message, but this removes the need to set anything else in motion. It'll spread like wildfire. Once our message hits people's inboxes, it will instantaneously replicate and send to everyone on their list. Then do the same from there, and so on. The boy smiled. That's why we named it Spider X. It's like a web that extends forever. I looked down at him and grinned so wide I thought my face might crack. You named this? My brother and I did, after we wrote it. Now it was my mouth that fell open. You wrote this? I looked between my screen and the child in front of me. How old was he? 10? Maybe 11? This is a nasty virus. An impressive one. The boy smirked. I know. We used it once and got our accounts banned for 2 months. I laughed out loud. What message did you send? Kenna cleared her throat. Channel, focus. I sobered immediately. Sorry. I turned back to the projection, but not before I caught the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. I grinned. We could both geek out about this when we didn't have a mission to run. Okay, well, that code changes things. This should go faster than I'd ever hoped. Same plan as before, Kenna commanded, but no need to repeat. One-time deal. We'll hit everybody on the list. Wait. Talia held up a hand. Am I understanding that our message is going to be sent out to everyone? Not just community leaders, but the entire community population? I smiled. This virus is infinite, yes. It will eventually hit every single inbox connected to the edge. Talia swallowed hard. Okay. I'm going to adjust our message a tad. I laughed at her shocked expression. This was too good to be true. I'll continue updating the sheet. If we have most of the community members, it should get to the rest. Turning my full attention to the database, I continued my work. P4, P3, I moved down the list and then began working my way the other direction. My last step would be to find the council members, but I knew that would likely take a new level of clearance, which meant more scanning, more trial and error. But I wanted to make sure they were the first people to get this message, not the last. Ready, Talia said. Can you read it to me out loud? I asked. I wanted to hear it. To know exactly what we'd be sending to the entire community citizenship in approximately 10 hours. Kenna cleared her throat and began to read. Chapter 22. Kenna inhaled sharply. To all community leaders and community council members, we have in our possession information and evidence that proves beyond any doubt
nefarious community action on the American continent. We do not believe this action was approved by the council at large, rather that they were the uninhibited actions of a council member. After multiple requests for a personal audience with the council have been denied, we are seeking help in accomplishing this goal. We request to settle this peaceably and in good faith. Thank you." The room was eerily silent. Did we believe that the council could be our ally? Was Bryn a wild card who didn't have their full approval? These were the thoughts running through my head as Kenna listed off the coalition contact information included for a potential reply. I nodded slowly. There was no way Bryn would be able to hide this from the council. If he'd intercepted and deleted our attempts at correspondence, that ended now. Or at least it ended in the morning. I exhaled. I like it. Kenna nodded in agreement. Let's do this. As everyone worked individually, I opened the extra windows on my projection and slid them across the desk. I tapped the boy who'd written Spider X on the shoulder. "What's your name?" "Anton," he answered, and the kid next to him snickered. "Is something funny?" I narrowed my eyes. The boy shook his head, but Anton looked up and shifted awkwardly on his feet. "They all call me Ant, because I'm small." "How old are you, Anton?" I accentuated the last syllable of his name. 13. I worked to keep my face expressionless. He was only 4 years younger than me? I pointed at the first projection window. "I want you to run this. Do you think you can help the other two figure out how to put in the code?" The boy next to him scoffed. "We know how to do it." "Maybe, but I'd like Anton to double-check and make sure you do it right." I smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. A short 45 minutes later, I'd scraped data for all 23 Paradise communities and the 4 Elysian communities in Europe, which I hadn't even known existed until a few moments ago. My mind buzzed with curiosity, but I didn't have time to go down a rabbit hole. I needed to find my last pieces of information. Council connections. While I was sure this event would reach the council members' ears regardless of any attempts by Bryn to keep it from them, I wanted to be beyond sure. I scanned the room briefly, and our situation hit home more than it had when we'd first arrived. This was what the coalition had been reduced to. A handful of leaders, a ragtag group of reals and unreals, 4 tablets, and a safe house with limited resources. We might have the know-how to hack into community systems, but we didn't have time to keep trying. I turned my attention back to the console and began another scan. I switched between connections and searched for a higher clearance level than I'd had on the last one. Over and over, my access was rejected. All I needed was their digital addresses. Was that too much to ask? Exhausted, I pounded the table with my palm and scanned again. "Everything all right?" "No, everything is not all right," I spat before I realized the voice was Alek's. My voice shot up, and I met his eyes. "I'm so sorry." Hurt registered on his face. "I'm having trouble finding information." "I get it." His voice was low. "I came to tell you that Ave ate. He's doing well." "Thank you." I smiled weakly, and my stomach sank even lower. I wanted to snatch my angry response out of the air and shove it back down my throat, pretend it never happened. Or hug him and apologize a million times, but I couldn't do either at the moment. "We need the council connections," Kenna called out, nearing the bottom of the sheet. Alek pursed his lips and shoved his hands in his pockets. "I'll come find you later?" I asked hopefully. He nodded, then turned and walked back into the hall. "Channel." "On it!" I swallowed the lump in my throat and started another scan. I leaned back in Kenna's chair, exhausted. Though I'd stood in one place for an hour, my body and mind were spent. I felt like I'd just worked a full day in the grow house, or at least how I imagined that would feel from Alek and Mila's descriptions. My physical exertion tended to be of the anxiety-ridden, muscle-tensing variety, as opposed to actual work. The room had mostly cleared, and I glanced at the clock. 11. No wonder my eyes felt like they were coated with San Francisco sand. "We did it." Kenna tucked the last tablet in its case. I mustered a tired smile. At least if it doesn't work, we didn't waste too much time on it. Her brow furrowed.
You don't think it will work?
It's not really about that, is it? I shrugged. I can think all I want, but I have no idea what the community leaders or the council will do with this. Do I think it will send? I laughed. Yeah, that message is going far and wide. I shook my head, still mind blown over Anton and his diabolical chunk of code. If they don't do anything, I pursed my lips. Then we have our answer. If they don't do anything, then we know we guessed wrong, and the council has been behind Bryn all along. Anyone in the communities who was on the fence or in the dark about what's happening will want to know exactly what this message is about. They'll want to talk with us. Kenna shifted the 3 tablets and cords she held in her arms. But then what? Exactly, I sighed. Then what? I stretched out my lower back and pushed the chair under the desk that still held Kenna's console. Ooh, do you know anything about Mila and Zayn? That was the whole reason we'd come to this room in the first place. Kenna's face fell slightly. No. The only thing we know is that they found Sloane, the contact Talia gave them. She disappeared and we haven't had any further communication. If you do, you'll be the first to know. I nodded gratefully and stepped past her toward the door to the hall. And Channel? She started. I hesitated mid-step. I'm sorry I didn't want to keep you in the loop. It wasn't personal. I get it. But that doesn't mean I agree with the decision. I'm not surprised. Kenna chuckled. She walked in the opposite direction and reached into a crate next to the door, then turned and passed me a handlight. Maybe someday I'll get used to not having to do this all by myself. Doubtful, I teased. I hit the button on the light, then walked into the hall toward the kitchen. The house was empty and dark this late, and I wouldn't have made it to the back exit without this little contraption. Hopeful that Alek was still awake, I walked quickly down the path between the longhouses and wrapped my arms around myself as much as I could to keep warm. I hadn't thought to bring anything with me when we'd gone up earlier, and now I regretted it. I stopped momentarily in front of our house and wondered what I'd find inside. It was late, and I didn't want to wake anyone, though Kay couldn't have gotten back much earlier. She'd offered to take the Unreals back to their beds. Cautiously, I reached out and turned the handle. As the mechanism gave way, I pushed the door open and slipped inside with my beam pointed down toward the floor. You're back. I nearly jumped out of my skin and bobbled the light in my hands. When I regained control, I wheeled around and saw Ave's shadowy figure propped up against the opposite wall. I leaned back against the door and caught my breath. Can you not scare me like that next time? I whispered. I was trying to be quiet so I didn't wake anyone. No need. We're the only ones here. I lifted my light and scanned the room. Empty. What about in the back room? Already checked. Alek stopped in a while ago to see how I was doing, but I haven't seen him since. My face fell. Had he gone somewhere else after I'd snapped at him inside? Is something wrong? Ave asked. I peeled myself off the exterior wall and crossed the room to sit next to him. It's been a long night. Ave put a hand on my knee as I settled on the floor and I stiffened. What were you doing? Alek said you were working on something to get a meeting with the council? We were spamming. I heard myself answer, but inside all I could think about was Ave's hand on my leg. I needed to talk to him, hash out the last couple of weeks and explain about Alek, but I didn't think I had the energy to do that tonight. No way. Like what we used to do back in the day? I laughed. Exactly like that. But you'll never believe what happened. And just like that, I jumped into being old Channel. The one who sat with Ave on our bench. The one who laughed and talked about everything under the sun. Made fun of teachers and community policies. Giggled about embarrassing form adjustments. And always speculated about our futures. Even though my eyelids drooped and I had to talk around yawns every few minutes, I launched into an entertainingly embellished version of tonight's events, possibly describing the confrontation between me and Kenna as positively nuclear and making Anton's visual age disparity even more dramatic than it actually was. Ave soaked it all in. He listened with rapt attention and his eyes glittered with excitement. I hadn't seen him with this much energy since I'd pulled him out of P3. He understood every coding word I threw out. I didn't have to stop and explain a single thing. Like earlier, conversing in my language was so comforting. I thought I might cry. I'd forgotten how good it felt to simply be understood. When I ran out of juicy details, I sighed and leaned my head back against the wall. I guess we'll see how it all turns out tomorrow. He rubbed my knee and grinned. You did good, Channel. I'm sure it will be exactly what it needs to be. Do you think we'll get to be there? I stared straight ahead. To meet with the council, I mean. Doubtful, he answered, and I laughed out loud. That's exactly what I'd said to Kenna earlier. I nudged him with my shoulder. I think we've been friends for too long. Ave was quiet a moment, and the air suddenly felt thick. I shouldn't have touched him. I should have. Is that what we are? His voice was low and pensive. I didn't respond. Thoughts and emotions swirled in my head, but I couldn't put one of them into words. I'm not an idiot, Channel. I see how Alek looks at you. You're obviously close. Ave, no, let me finish. He scooted forward along the floor and swiveled to face me. I see it, but I don't understand. I've been out of it for days, so I get that you've been having these experiences without me, but after everything we've been through? He trailed off, and I risked a glance up at his face. I don't get how from one day to the next you were just over me. My brow furrowed with confusion. I'm not over you, Ave. You're my best friend. No, I mean, one day we're all over each other. His cheeks blushed a deep shade of red. And then the next, I'd hardly call what we did all over each other. I thought back to our kiss on the bench. It had been a good kiss, and my very first one. Probably his first too, but in no world would I have described it like that. Ave scoffed. Are you kidding me? The way you kissed me, and then you reached into my... Ave! His name exploded out of me and he jumped. Heat flushed across my neck and my cheeks burned. I didn't reach into anything. He pulled back, visibly hurt and confused by my outburst, and brushed his unruly hair out of his face. And that's how I knew. Oh, Ave, I groaned. He looked up, panicked at my sudden change in tone. Where did this happen? This, the all over each other stuff? At my house. He paused, and his brow furrowed. I don't know. It's weird. We were in my room, but it was different. Realization dawned, and his eyes snapped up to meet mine. The color drained from his face. It never happened, did it? None of that ever happened. Chapter 23. Ave's voice was a horrified whisper as he repeated the words a third time. I shook my head slowly, and his breathing quickened. He scrambled to his feet and bolted unsteadily across the room. Flinging the front door open, he barely made it outside before retching violently on the ground. I waited. I didn't want to make the moment worse for him. When he finally came back inside, he kept his distance. This is becoming a bad habit. I smiled unsteadily and hoped to lighten the mood. When he didn't smile, I shifted tactics. Ave, it's okay. I know what this feels like. I had the same thing happen. Maybe cerebral ink blurred more for you than for me because you were under for longer. You had the same thing happen? Did we have a relationship? When you were linked? His face pinched and his eyes pleaded for some tidbit that would help him feel less crazy, less pathetic. I nodded, and my cheeks flushed harder. I wasn't lying. We did have a relationship, but there was no way I was going to tell him how that relationship looked in my world, how I'd always started off with him and ended up with Alek. As upset as he was already, I couldn't imagine him absorbing that bit of info gracefully. That would be a secret I'd take to the grave. He relaxed slightly at my response, but still didn't move any closer. Ave, come here. I patted the floor next to me. He reluctantly walked over and sat down on my left. I reached out and slipped my arm behind his back, then gave him the best friends only comforting side hug I could imagine. I'm so sorry, I sighed, for all of this. I was the one who chose to get Cerebral Ink back home. If I would have sucked it up and dealt with Glenn and everything that happened that night, maybe what? We wouldn't have ever left home. We'd both be stuck in P3 under community control. This isn't your fault. Ave held his head in his hands. I didn't know if it was the lack of sleep or the words themselves, but this idea hit me square in the chest. What would have happened if I hadn't said yes to Cerebral Ink? If I hadn't gone that night? I wouldn't have been pulled out of P3. I never would have met Alek or Mila, Kenna, or the Coalition. None of this would have happened. We would have been another number lying on a table in P3, most likely dead already, with no idea that a world outside of the communities existed. It's kind of crazy. I wrapped my arms around my legs and hugged them tight. If even one of our choices had been different, who knows where we'd be right now? I wasn't going to go so far as to thank Glenn for ruining my life that night, but as it turned out, it hadn't ruined it as much as I initially thought. I know where I'd be, Ave scoffed. A flicker of longing crossed over his face, followed by deep embarrassment. I understood the expression perfectly. I can't believe I thought it all happened. His voice disappeared into his hands. How do I move forward when I don't even know what's real and what's not? I was all too familiar with this feeling, too. I was a few weeks ahead of him, but that pang of worry and panic still hit regularly. What if this isn't real? I was getting good at putting that question back in its place, but it hadn't disappeared completely. My heart broke for both of us. I fidgeted with the wire that protruded from the base of my neck. I'd gotten to the point where I could almost forget it was there. Right now, I wished I could use it to link back up with his brain and build his confidence from the inside out, see what he was really thinking, and tell him the truth. Since that wasn't a possibility, I nudged him with my shoulder. I can help you with that. You can just ask. Yeah, he laughed wryly. Because I'm just going to say, hey, Channel, did you nibble my ear that one time when we were talking about eating chocolate cake, or was that something I made up? He swallowed the last syllable. His cheeks flushed as he dropped his hands from his face, closed his eyes, and slumped against the wall. Hey, I laughed. I had chocolate cake when I was Link too. He didn't look over, but I saw the corner of his mouth twitch. It was both strange and a huge relief to realize that him talking about us being together didn't make me feel anything. All I felt in this moment was relief. Relief at having him acknowledge my relationship with Alek. Relief that he'd realized truths about Cerebral Ink. Relief at having everything out in the open. I wanted to take away his hurt and embarrassment, but when he talked about us being physically close, I felt removed from it, like he was talking about a different person. Truthfully, he was. He wasn't talking about the real me. I'd been attracted to him in P3. I remembered that first kiss. How could I not? But it all felt like a million years ago, and those emotions, for me, had been put to rest. My head snapped up as the front door swung open and Alek walked in. His face was drawn, and his shoulders hunched like a cord was attached to his chest, physically pulling him down toward the earth. He looked tired and heavy. My heart leapt. The sudden swirling in my midsection proof that whatever I felt these days was for him and him alone. The pull to stand up and run to him was unbearable. I wanted to wrap my arms around his waist and squeeze out all the space between us, but something about the way he folded his arms over his chest made me stop before following through. Hey, I settled for instead. He nodded, and his eyes flicked between me and Ave. I cleared my throat. Have you seen Kay? She was telling stories to the kids and fell asleep in the big house. He answered evenly. I didn't want to wake her. I smiled at him and hoped he'd meet my eyes. He didn't. Something was brewing within him, but I couldn't figure out what. It wasn't like we'd had an argument or something. Or had we? I thought back over everything I'd said while working with the Coalition and couldn't think of anything that would have made him this upset. But the tension was there. Any relief I'd felt moments earlier was replaced by a dull ache. There had to be something else going on. Something outside of me or the way I'd accidentally snapped at him. I think we all need to get some sleep. I stood and brushed the dust off my pants. Abe lifted his head. I doubt I'll be able to. I finally feel like I have some energy. I laughed. Well, that's terrible timing. Tell me about it, Abe muttered. Alek looked at me, his eyes dark and brooding. Abe said there were blankets in the closet. Now you tell me, I teased, but Alek's face remained a mask. Okay, noted. Jokes would not be appreciated at this moment in time. I'll get them, I offered. I wanted to do anything other than stand between the two of them awkwardly. I walked briskly to the only closet I could see and opened it. There were, indeed, blankets, but they weren't nice ones. I reached in and shook them out one by one. My mask filtered out the fine layer of dust that now swirled around me, but it didn't protect my eyes from watering. When I was satisfied the blankets were as freshened up as they were ever going to get, I carried them back to the front room and handed one to Abe, then walked toward Alek. He took the blanket from my outstretched hand before I could get close. Thanks. He spoke the word so softly I barely heard him. His arm brushed mine as he went into the bedroom, and he closed the door behind him. Abe lifted his face and met my eyes. What did you do? He mouthed, and I scoffed. Nothing, I mouthed back. Abe nodded toward the room Alek had just entered, raised an eyebrow, and motioned for me to go in after him. I pursed my lips and shook my head. Abe's expression said, Hey, it's your funeral, as clear as day. I rolled my eyes. I didn't need to be chastised by my best friend / imaginary boyfriend right now. I gave a small wave, opened the front door, and stepped out onto the porch. This day had been something else. I was ready to close my eyes and put it to rest for as long as my body would let me. The night air was even cooler than when I'd walked back here earlier, and I pulled the blanket tightly around me as I sat down on the step. I squinted to catch even a glimmer from the stars I knew were up there somewhere past the haze, but didn't see anything. Disappointed, I leaned against the siding and felt at least some of the tension in my body give way now that I was alone. Funny how going solo felt both awful and comforting. I'd felt it back home sometimes, but not like this. There, I'd always had my friends, and when I didn't have them, I had Mom. She was my one constant, the one who was always there for me, even when I didn't want her to be. I thought about her laughing and having all sorts of adventures with the fake channel in her mind. Even though it stung that she didn't come with me, at least I knew it was myself that had beaten me out. Closing my eyes, I breathed deeply, shifting position so my back was cradled between the doorframe and the wall. I wanted to fall asleep and not wake up until after the messages had been sent in the morning. I couldn't stand waiting, and while I was hopeful our plan would work, the doubts that kept circling in my head were making me crazy. Worrying about Abe was making me crazy. Now, wondering what had gotten into Alek tonight was exponentially adding to it. If I could just force myself to shut it all down, to quiet the voices in my head for even a few minutes, I could forget. At least for a little bit. I drew a deep breath and counted to 7, then counted again as I let it out. A slow inhale followed by a slow exhale, over and over, until my head began to swim, and I started to lose count. I opened my eyes and grimaced. My body shivered, and I couldn't feel my glutes or my toes. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and blinked. It was pitch black outside, and my body was still crunched uncomfortably against the wall. This had all seemed more comfortable hours earlier. I clutched the blanket to my chest and stood, then stretched my lower back. I needed to get inside and warm up. Thankfully, I still had the handlight. I'd shoved it in my pocket when I'd talked with Abe earlier. With shaking fingers, I clicked it on, then pushed the door open slowly and silently in case Abe was sleeping. He was. I covered my light with my hand and only allowed it to illuminate a small portion of the room. His face was peaceful as he snored lightly, wrapped tightly in his scratchy blanket. I smiled to myself, grateful that he'd found a way to get some rest. My teeth chattered as I closed the door behind me. I took a few steps into the room and was about to lie down when my eyes landed on the door Alek had disappeared through earlier. Even in my sleep-deprived stupor, my heart fluttered. No, I told myself. He'd made it extremely clear that he wanted to be alone, and it would probably only make him grumpier if I walked in there and accidentally woke him up. But I was freezing, and I knew Alek wouldn't want me to put myself in danger of getting sick or something. He'd understand that, wouldn't he? It wasn't the strongest argument, but I didn't need much encouragement. I softly padded across the floor and paused, then reached out and brushed my fingers over the doorknob. My heart raced nervously. I steeled myself, then twisted my hand and pushed. The door, though old and worse for the wear, thankfully didn't make a sound. I closed it gently and peered into the dark room with my covered light. Alek was curled on his side, using his arm as a pillow. I crept forward and dropped to my hands and knees, then cautiously slid in next to him. I curled myself around his back before surreptitiously pulling his blanket up and over me, then layered mine over us both. His body was gloriously warm, and as the backs of my hands pressed up against bare flesh, I discovered he wasn't wearing a shirt. My heart raced at the unexpectedness of it, and I pulled back. Something about touching his skin without his knowledge felt wrong, but as I shivered next to him, I eventually gave in. His skin prickled slightly as I pressed my icy cheek against his shoulder blade. I breathed him in, and the heat from his body flooded through me. I pulled my knees up and tucked them behind his. They fit perfectly into the crook of his legs. He shifted slightly, and I held my breath. When his breathing returned to a slow, steady rhythm, I exhaled and closed my eyes. My shivering slowed and eventually stopped as I absorbed his warmth. My consciousness sank deeper. The doubts and worries I'd had earlier pushed to resurface, but the comfort I felt here next to Alek dulled each terrifying thought and gave me the strength to push back. My brain hovered in that ethereal space between wake and sleep. Finally, my body gave in to rest, knowing that right now, if only for this one fleeting moment, I was safe. Chapter 24. Something squeezed against my ribs, and I opened my eyes. The room was light, but Alek wasn't there in front of me like he'd been before. I blinked and stared at a blank wall. The tightening sensation in my midsection returned, and I looked down to find Alek's tanned arm wrapped around me. I relaxed and rolled onto my back, then turned my head to search for his face. "Hi," I murmured as Alek's eyelids fluttered open. His brow furrowed as he glanced around the room, and my heart dropped. Was he going to be upset that I snuck in here while he was sleeping? He slowly returned his gaze to mine, and the corners of his mouth lifted. "How long have you been in here?" I nestled in closer, hoping his smile was an invitation. He laid back and allowed me to rest my head on his shoulder. "I'm not totally sure." I fell asleep on the porch and woke up in the middle of the night, freezing. "I may have shamelessly used you for your body heat." "You can steal my heat anytime." He chuckled, and I grinned. My cheek wrinkled against his skin. The cold and clipped tone he'd used the night before seemed to have vanished overnight, and I couldn't have been more grateful. He wrapped his other arm around me, and his hand settled on my hip. With that one motion, I was positive I'd stay here indefinitely. This moment was too wonderful, too perfect. I didn't ever want to move. Unfortunately, the rational side of me wouldn't quiet down. As much as I wanted to take hours to trace the skin on his chest and memorize every part of him, that voice screamed at me to go to the big house and find out what happened with our spamming messages. "Are you okay?" Alek asked. "Yes," I groaned. His chest rose and fell against my back. That didn't sound like a happy yes. I lifted my head and, with all the self-control I could muster, pushed myself out of his arms and up to sit. The morning glow bathed the room in dappled light, and against the dull, weathered walls and floor, Alek's skin seemed alive, even more golden and vibrant than usual. My voice caught in my throat as I took in the slope of his nose, the line of his jaw, and the curve of muscle that stretched from his neck to his shoulders. The tops of his pectoral muscles were barely visible over the edge of the blanket, and that view nearly undid me. "You were saying?" Alek reached an arm behind his head and raised an eyebrow. Was he posing? My eyes widened as I realized he had just witnessed my eyes rake over his torso and consume every visible inch of him. My cheeks were on fire. Right. I'm annoyed. I can see that. Alek nodded seriously, but his eyes narrowed as a slow grin spread across his face. My heart fluttered painfully in my chest. Because I'm still tired, I went on unconvincingly. So tired, he repeated, and my throat was suddenly parched. No, I mean, I slept well, but I'm dying to see whether our plan from last night worked. A cloud passed over Alek's expression, and I wished I could take that last sentence back. Right. He lifted himself from the floor and propped his body up with his elbows. His disheveled hair fell across his shoulders, and I worked to keep my eyes on his. We better get going. His stomach grumbled, and I giggled. You think that's funny? He asked, and my eyes lit up. That seductive smile was back on his face, and this time I wasn't going to do anything to make it disappear. I nodded impishly. You think hunger is a laughing matter? He teased. His voice was slow and silky as he sat up fully. He slid forward until our bodies were inches apart. I nodded again and felt suddenly woozy as my stomach swooped. He reached up and slowly ran both hands over my short hair, then cradled the base of my skull. His hands slowly dropped until they rested on either side of my neck. I really like your hair like this, he whispered. You've never known anything different. I've imagined it. He smiled, and I like it better this way. His eyes roamed over the edges of my face, as if double-checking to make sure his assessment was correct. He nodded, satisfied, and then met my gaze. Oh, I was in trouble. His deep brown eyes seemed to swallow me whole, and as spots appeared along the edges of my vision, I reminded myself to breathe. My whole body was on fire, and energy pulsed through me as his thumb lightly caressed the skin underneath my earlobe. I talked to Ave. I could barely get the words out. Last night? I nodded. Alek, I'm sorry about... I trailed off as Alek leaned in and took my mouth in his with agonizing patience. His lips were soft and warm against my own. I closed my eyes and gave in to the ripples of pleasure that diffused across my skin as his hands grazed my shoulders and pulled against my upper back. I wanted him. I wanted him so badly, I thought I might break. A deep, guttural longing propelled me forward. I pressed myself against him as tightly as I could, but it wasn't enough. It couldn't be close enough. I wanted to absorb him, to be absorbed by him. Just as our lips began to move with more urgency, a knock sounded at the door. My eyes snapped open, and I pulled back, barely able to catch my breath. Yeah. Alek's voice was low and husky, and my eyes rolled back into my head at the sound of it. Hey, have you seen Channel? Ave asked cheerily. She went outside last night, and when I woke up, she wasn't here. Alek looked at me with an expression that made me clap my hand over my mouth to keep from audibly sighing. Yeah, Alek answered again. She came in here to get warm. My hand fell from my face and I gaped at him. Alek merely shrugged and flashed a smile that melted my insides. Oh, right, Ave stammered as his shoes scuffed along the floor outside the door. Great. I'm glad she's okay. His footsteps moved away from us, then dropped outside onto the steps. The door slammed behind him. I smacked Alek's shoulder, and he stifled a laugh. What was that all about? I hissed. I don't know. The truth? You talked to him, right? His eyes glittered mischievously. I shook my head and began to extricate myself from our tangle of arms and legs. If I didn't go now, I wouldn't have the willpower to make it happen. Before I could stand up, Alek grabbed my arm and pulled me in for another kiss. I desperately wanted to pick up where we left off, and for a moment, I gave in and reveled in the way his lips touched mine, how they were curious and tender, and asked all the right questions. When Alek pulled away, there was a new note of sadness in his expression. I reached up and traced his brow. What have you been thinking about? I didn't want to directly ask about last night, but hoped he'd talk about it. The storm in his eyes had lessened, but it was still there. Alek looked down and shook his head, but I couldn't let him get off that easily. There wasn't much I hated more than seeing him upset and having no idea why. I cupped the side of his face in my hands, and he slipped his fingers over mine. I don't know, he mumbled. You can tell me anything, Alek. He shook his head, and I felt a twinge of sadness sting my chest. Did he not believe that statement was true? Had I not done enough to make him feel as safe with me as I felt with him? I watched him and searched for anything that could give me a clue. I've just been thinking. He didn't lift his eyes to look at me. About what will happen when this is all over? My brow furrowed. What do you mean? You know. He flashed a devastatingly tragic smile. When your plan works and the council shuts Bryn's experiments down? Alek finally leveled his eyes with mine, and the intensity of his stare made my head swim. Then what? He waited for my response, and I swallowed hard. What was I supposed to say? I hadn't had a moment to think past this morning. Alek's shoulders slumped slightly, and the motion sent me back in time to him walking through the door the night before. You belong there, Channel. Belong where? A deep unease settled within me. Had Sky and Tree gotten to him too? He dropped his hands and let them slide past my wrists, then placed them on the floor behind him. He leaned back and drew a deep breath. You belong in the unreal world. I saw how you lit up last night when you worked your magic with that code, with all the things I don't understand. He smiled as if replaying it all over again in his mind, then looked straight into my eyes. You love it, and you're good at it. My heart sank as I realized where he was going with this. You wouldn't get any of that here with me. Yeah, but Alek, it's okay. He sat tall again and put a hand out to squeeze my shoulder. I know we'll figure something out. He said the words I wanted to hear, but as his eyes flicked away from me, I knew he didn't fully believe them. I searched my mind for any piece of information that could make this a non-issue. I wanted so desperately to tell him that I had a perfect solution, but it was hard to think when a hole had just been ripped open inside of me. Alek saw the same thing Sky had seen. Was I deluding myself? Could I live in a world where I never coded again? Could he live in a world where his reality was augmented? We better get up there. Alek grinned, and I nodded as I drew a shaky breath. He stood, then reached down and helped pull me to my feet. Tears stung my eyes and I hugged him. We'll figure something out, I echoed with my cheek pressed against his chest. If I had to say it until I believed it, I would. Chapter 25. Alek and I walked up to the big house together. The coalition children were already up and ran amok around the property, but that didn't give us any clue about the time. They were always up at the crack of dawn. This was a moment where I really missed the little blue display in the corner of my vision. We stopped first in the kitchen where Ames gave us our morning portion of food. I could barely focus long enough to take the compostable container from her and walk to one of the stools that stood along the far wall. My heart pounded, and my hands shook. Alek quickly scarfed down his bowl of sludge, but I grimaced after my first bite. This is awful. I kept my voice low so as not to offend Ames. It doesn't matter, Alek grunted. Your body needs energy. Does it, though? I inspected my breakfast skeptically. I didn't know if it was the nerves or the taste, but my stomach threatened to revolt. I held my breath and lifted the spoon to my mouth, then took another bite. I forced myself to eat at least half of my portion, then handed the rest to Alek, who gratefully finished it off in 2 heaping spoonfuls. I shook my head in disbelief as he stood to compost our dishes. With an unsettled stomach, I trailed Alek down the hall and into the front room. Kenna was already there, along with Talia, Pash, Ave, and Kay. Ave awkwardly looked away as we entered the room, but lifted his hand in a non-committal wave. Great. Last night it was Alek in a foul mood, and this morning
I got to enjoy another brand of relational discomfort. It seemed like anything I did led to some new unpleasant situation. At least I had the tingle of Alek's kisses still on my lips to make it bearable. "Did you sleep well?" I asked Kay, and she nodded emphatically. "I don't think I've ever slept so well, actually." She grinned. From the way her skin glowed and her eyes shone, I believed her. Something about this place, about these people, dramatically brought her to life. "How much time do we have left?" I asked, and Kenna looked at me quizzically. "How much time before we'll know if it worked?" Kenna uncrossed her legs and stood up, then stretched her arms over her head. "About half an hour." My eyes lit up. That was a much better answer than I'd been anticipating. "Have you been waiting here all morning?" I asked. Kenna shrugged. "I couldn't sleep." "What do you think's going to happen?" Ave still wouldn't meet my eyes. "Who knows?" I started, but before I could finish my sentence, a loud mechanical crackle filled the room. Each of us froze, and I looked toward Kenna for an explanation. Her face was intent as she leaned closer to her console. "What was that?" I asked, but Kenna held up a hand. She tapped on her screen and the static returned, then faded into a soft buzz. "Kenna? Channel? Alek?" A crackly voice called our names out into the room. Goosebumps raised on my skin. Who was that? How did they know who we were? Kenna swiped on her screen. "Hello? Who is this?" Her voice was tight. Based on the program she was using, this transmission had to be arriving over radio waves. No community group would ever disseminate information that way, which meant... "Kenna?" The girl's voice sounded again, but was interrupted by another jolt of static. "Is that really you?" My heart thudded against my ribs. Kenna inhaled sharply. "Yes, who is this? What do you want?" "Kenna!" The voice raised in volume. "This is Mila. Where's my brother?" Part 5. Mila. Chapter 26. April 24th, 2161. I gripped the tablet with both hands. The fact that this tiny object could somehow connect with the transmitter attached to the roof of this old building and send my voice through the air far enough to reach our friends was mind-blowing. The fact that they somehow heard my voice and responded was overwhelming. "Mila? Is this really you?" Kenna's voice was clear this time, and I gasped with relief as tears pooled in my eyes. "Yes," I choked out. "It's me. Zayn and I are okay, at least for the moment. We've got a problem over here. And where's my brother?" My voice became frantic. If Alek wasn't okay, I didn't know what I'd do with myself. There was no way I could go home and face my parents if he wasn't... "Alek's here," Kenna answered, and a wave of emotion crashed over me. My knees buckled and I dropped. I threw my arms out and my palms slammed into the table beneath me to brace my fall. I shook with uncontrollable sobs. "Mila? It's me." Alek's voice echoed through the room, and I wasn't sure if it was because the sound was traveling over hundreds of miles, but his voice sounded lower than I remembered. I choked back my tears and attempted to collect myself so I could respond. My brother was okay. My brother was okay. "Alek!" I could barely eke out his one-syllable name between gasps. "Where are you?" "At a coalition safe house. We're all here, and we're good." I gasped with relief. I hadn't realized the physical weight of this stress until it was finally lifted. I'm so glad," I stammered. Words couldn't do justice to the emotions that flowed through me. "I've been so worried." The transmitter crackled. "Where are you and what problem do you have?" Kenna asked, all business. For a moment, I didn't want to answer her. My entire being yearned to talk more with Alek, to hear from each and every one of the friends I missed so desperately. I shook out my hands and patted my cheeks firmly. We needed help, and there simply wasn't time for chit-chat. "We found the real settlements out east." I attempted to organize my scattered thoughts. It's a long story, but Talia's friend helped us get here, and we barely had time to talk to them about what was going on before we were forced to leave. I wasn't sure how they would receive this news, but there was no time to give it to them gently. I continued,
The communities are invading. We evacuated and moved further inland, but we have good reason to believe they're going to follow us. I didn't know what I was expecting. Somehow I'd convinced myself that if I could contact them, inform them of what was happening, they'd be able to help. But as the last words left my lips, I realized how ridiculous that idea had been. We were thousands of miles away. The coalition wasn't going to be able to save us this time.
What?
Kenna's voice was terse.
What do you mean by invading?
I scoffed. We didn't stick around long enough to ask their intentions, but they landed multiple ships on the coastline. It's happened here before. The reals we are staying with told us about missions where the communities forced people to integrate and preached it was for their own welfare and survival. I talked fast and hoped my words were all getting through. I waited for Kenna's voice to sound again, but was met with only static.
That's true.
Kenna's response was matter of fact.
Did they know you and Zayn were there?
I gulped. I didn't want to admit the answer to that question. Yes. We left P7 with Sloane, the friend Talia told us to find. She did everything she could to cover our tracks, but we ran into some problems. One problem in particular. I ground my teeth as I thought of our inconvenient stowaway. If Sloane had just left him on the docks, the communities never would have known where we went. Or maybe we never would have made it in the first place. I remembered how adamant Sloane had been that we couldn't leave Hank to alert P7 leaders.
They weren't friendly then,
Kenna muttered.
How far away are they?
My legs began to shake. I have no idea. That's why I was trying to find you. Nobody here knows what to do. I froze as the door to the shack flew open and Darius walked in.
You were able to make contact?
He strode over to stand next to me.
Who's that?
Kenna snapped.
This is Darius.
He snatched the tablet from my hands.
I'm one of the town leaders here. Who am I speaking with?
I could have answered that question for him if he would have taken a second to ask me instead of horning his way in.
This is Kenna, leader of the coalition.
Darius nodded excitedly.
We've been hoping to communicate with you for a while. We have a bit of a situation over here.
So Mila was telling us, Kenna answered.
We're in the middle of an operation on our end. We should be able to tell you more within the hour. What kind of operation?
His voice was intense, and I understood the subtext. Was it something that could help us? Kenna didn't answer immediately, and I mirrored Darius. Both of us stared at the tablet, frozen. Channel, Alek, and Kay are fine, I repeated in my head as I attempted to stymie the panic that bubbled up from my lower abdomen. Right now, we were all fine. Maybe it wouldn't last for long, but it was true for the present moment, and that was everything. Kenna's voice crackled to life again.
Darius, what is your history with the real communities?
Darius stiffened.
I don't see how that's relevant.
Darius? A new voice came online, and my heart leapt. It was Channel. Where are you from? Originally.
Who is this?
Darius's voice hardened, and he clenched his jaw. There was a slight pause, and then Channel's voice again rang out through the room. My name is Channel Green. I'm from Paradise 3 Community. The color drained from Darius's face, and, as if in slow motion, his hand lost tension and the tablet slipped to the floor with a clatter. I gaped at him and scrambled out from behind the desk to pick it up. The screen was still on. He hadn't broken it, thankfully. I straightened and took in his stricken expression.
Channel,
he repeated, and stared through the wall as if he'd seen a ghost. He blinked and shook his head, then pressed his hands against his temples and squeezed his eyes shut. Then, with a newfound tenderness in his eyes, he reached out a hand and swallowed hard. I stepped closer and insisted on holding the tablet safely in my own grasp. He swiped his finger along the screen.
Channel.
He repeated her name in a whisper.
It's me. Your dad.
That was when the tablet hit the floor for a second time. When I was able to gather myself, I lifted the tablet from the floor. A corner was dented, and there was a hairline crack across the bottom of the screen. I quickly replaced it on the desk. I didn't trust either of us to keep it safe at this point. Channel's dad is dead. I watched Darius frantically try to salvage our connection.
Channel?
He leaned into the tablet.
Channel?
He repeated her name over and over and completely ignored my statement. You can't be Channel's dad, I repeated angrily, because he's dead. What was this guy trying to prove? It was obvious he needed help from the coalition. Did he think by pretending he had a personal connection he'd get what he needed faster? Channel. His voice was desperate, and my assumptions wavered. Could he actually? Hello? Her voice crackled to life, and Darius sighed with relief. Channel, this is your dad. Silence. He waited for a response, but it didn't come. He started a handful of questions without finishing any of them. His eyes darted from side to side, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Darius, I worked to keep my voice calm. Whatever is going on right now, this is not the time. If you're Channel's dad... He looked at me indignantly, and I took a step back. Hey, I'm not saying you're not, okay? But this is not the time. P7 is bearing down on us, and we need help, remember? My words pulled him out of his thought spiral briefly. He nodded unsteadily and swiped again to speak. I'm sorry. His voice was raw. I'll explain everything later, but we need help. Are there any coalition forces or sympathizers within range? If I was able to get my people there, could you help us evacuate? Static sounded again as he lifted his finger, but we only had to wait a moment before Kenna's voice returned. What are your coordinates? Darius rattled off a string of numbers. We have a contact, she announced, and Darius closed his eyes in what I could only assume was a silent prayer of relief. About 20 miles north of you, she continued, in the reservation land between P7 and P8. I have no way to get them a message. We're awaiting council communication. My eyes widened, and I beckoned for Darius to move over so I could speak. Council communication? I asked. What do you mean? Alek again. His deep voice rumbled, and my heart jumped into my throat. Alek? Even though I'd heard him only moments earlier, I still couldn't believe he was talking to me. I could almost envision him smiling, about to chastise me for my overexuberance. I'm fine, Mila, he'd be thinking. Calm down. But that wasn't what he said next. Mila, we're in trouble. All of us. We don't have many resources and don't have another place to go. Everyone here put a plan into action last night, and we hope it's going to work, but... That's a good thing, right? I gripped the edge of the table. Kind of. I heard Channel arguing with him in the background. Yes, he corrected, and I snorted. The normalcy of that interaction grounded me. They don't have answers yet. They're hoping to meet with the council, but who knows? Okay, I took this in. What exactly did that mean? Would meeting with the council suddenly help with the troops heading inland to meet us? We'll go with Darius then. Wherever he was going. A hand waved in front of my face, and I looked over to see Darius mouthing the words, "Ask them what the coordinates are." I nodded. What are the coordinates? Alek cleared his throat. Kenna has them, but I wanted to tell you. Pressure built behind my eyes. Get back here safely, okay? I nodded, forgetting that he couldn't see me. Mm-hmm. I sniffed. Good luck. And then, even though we didn't typically say these words to each other, I blurted, I love you, Alek. We'd always shown each other that we cared. It wasn't a secret. But if I never saw my brother again, I wanted him to hear that out loud. I stepped back and wiped the moisture from my cheeks. I love you too, Mila. I heard, right before Kenna took over and asked if we were ready to take down the numbers. Tears spilled in earnest down my cheeks, and through the blur, I watched Darius scrawl the numbers down on the tablet as Kenna read them out loud. 29.39 and -83, she repeated. The place you're looking for will be right next to the Suwannee River, Fowler's Bluff. Darius swiped the screen off just as the door to the shack opened and Zayn's hulking figure stood silhouetted in the doorway. I flew to him and wrapped my arms around his waist. They're okay, I exclaimed, and a new wave of emotion hit me like a brick wall. Who? Alek? Channel? His arms encircled me. I nodded against his chest, and fresh tears soaked into his shirt. That's the best news, he murmured. He held me close as Darius's boots sounded on the floorboards behind us.
We have to go, he commanded firmly, and I turned to see him talking into a communication device like I'd seen the coalition use. He pressed a button and spoke. We're moving north. Meet at the square. Spread the news. His words were clipped. Zayn tensed in my arms. The muscles in his back were suddenly stiff, and his arms felt rigid. Zayn? I looked up questioningly. His face was stony, and his eyes stared straight ahead. Looks like we're not going anywhere. I whipped my head around and followed his gaze out the opposite window. My blood ran cold. We have to get back to Sloane. Chapter 28. Zayn and I bolted through the door and ran down the path to our tents. We kept our bodies low to avoid unwanted attention. The community troops we'd seen through the window were far enough away. I doubted they'd be able to spot us. Even if they did, I desperately hoped their weapons wouldn't have this kind of range. My mind flashed back to Zayn when he dropped behind us on the hill outside of P7. How he slowed and held up his arms and told the rest of us to go on without him. Mila, come on, Zayn growled. He reached back and grabbed onto my arm. I snapped back to attention. I wasn't going to let that happen again. We were not going to be captured by community forces a second time. We rounded the corner and flew into a scene of complete chaos. People frantically grabbed their personal items and ran in all directions. Gone was the organization and efficient escape from the day before. News had spread that we weren't safe here anymore, and everyone was panicked. Sloane! I called out and gasped for breath. Sloane, I know. She slung 3 packs over her back. Her tank top was stained with dirt and sweat. It wasn't like we looked any better. Let's get out of here. Just when I thought we'd have a little time to recover, we were thrown right back into the fire. I looked longingly at the empty transport still parked where Sean had left it the night before. If only... Get in! Sean hurtled past us with Lily in tow. Get in the transport! Sean, stop! She yanked on his arm as they approached the vehicle. I'm not doing this again. Lily ripped her hand from his grip, and he wheeled on her. Sloane froze in front of Zayn and me. We should be leaving, running, walking even, anything other than staring at Lily and Sean while community troops marched closer to our position. But we couldn't rip our eyes away. And Sean had offered the transport. What are you talking about? He threw out his arms in exasperation. We have to leave. Now. That's all we ever do, she shrieked, and her face was streaked with tears. We set up our home, and then we leave, over and over again. If it's not to follow resources, it's this. Sean shook his head in disbelief. This is life, Lily. It's how we survive. No, she pursed her lips. It's how we choose to survive. I'm not choosing it any longer. Their eyes locked, and each dared the other to make the next move. Lily broke, and the tension in her body drained as she sucked in a ragged breath and closed the distance between them. She threw her arms around Sean's waist, but he didn't hug her back. Come with me, she whispered. Sean's face pulled into a grimace, and he clenched his jaw. Sloane turned her back and stared at the dirt. We followed her cue to give them some privacy and turned our backs. We heard Sean's voice through the din. I can't, Lily. You know that. I can't give up. His voice broke on the last word. We waited, but there was only silence. The whole camp still clamored, but the only sound I heard was Lily's footsteps on the path, running in the opposite direction. What just happened? I whispered to Zayn. He shook his head and reached out for my hand. Are you coming or not? Sean coughed out gruffly, and the 3 of us raced forward to jump into the open seats as he started the engine. He drove forward before we'd even closed the doors, then invited another man and his family to get in. The man shook his head. What is he thinking? I muttered to myself. Here Sean was offering him a free ride away from danger, and he turned it down? He's thinking what half the other people in this town are thinking, Sean muttered, and I leaned forward to hear him better. They're done running. He tapped on the center console to load a map, and I suddenly remembered Kenna's conversation with Darius. Stop, I shouted, and Sean slammed on the brakes. No, sorry, I mean go, but I know where we should go. Sean swiveled in his seat, incredulous. Please, tell me you're going to start making sense at some point.
I swallowed hard. Okay, in the shack with Darius.
What shack?
Sean asked. Just listen, I shouted and pressed my fingers to my temples so I could focus. It doesn't matter where we were. What matters is that we talked with the coalition. Kenna gave us coordinates of a safe place, a coalition contact. I remember the numbers.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Sean pulled up the screen again. I rolled my eyes. It's called Fowler's Bluff. 29.39 and -83. I repeated from memory.
You're sure?
Sean asked, and I nodded resolutely. Be careful with that thing. Sloane pointed at the console.
They could track it. Nope. This thing was disconnected long before I started using it. Saved maps only.
He pressed his foot on the gas.
And coordinates are never outdated.
But the roads might be. Sloane braced herself with a hand on the dash.
We won't be using the roads.
Sean swerved past a group of long-forgotten tents and into the brittle underbrush. I felt a pang of guilt as he drove out of the encampment. Had Darius had time to tell anyone about these coordinates? Should I have spread the word and helped other people figure it out? What were the others going to do? What were the community troops going to do? Questions swirled in my mind and my whole body tensed. My head throbbed, and I noticed dark clouds on the horizon ahead of us. The last thing we needed was a storm. As I held onto the door of the vehicle with one hand and Zayn's arm on the other, I cringed as our wheels slammed over green plants and smashed the precious new shoots into the dirt. I'd barely learned that they existed, and we were already killing them. For the second time in less than 2 days, we drove for hours. We made a wide arc around where the troops from P7 were and then started our northwest trajectory to chase the coordinates. I should have been thrilled that we'd escaped, but the uneasiness I'd felt earlier never left. Even when we were clear of danger, I couldn't get the look on that man's face or the sound of Lily's voice out of my mind. They were like us, reals, who couldn't do it anymore. They'd been pushed to their breaking point, and I couldn't help but feel I'd just seen a premonition of our own future. How long could we keep running? Keep fighting? I was already mentally and physically exhausted, and we'd only been at this for a couple of weeks. Everything was so much work, and we'd had help. I didn't think my body knew how to fully relax anymore. There was always something to worry about or something to fear. I thought about Lily's words. If this never ended, even if all of us were back together, would a life filled with running and hiding be one worth living?
We need to charge,
Sean announced, and the vehicle slowed. At this point, we knew the drill. Stop the transport, pull out the solar panels, and then wait. We'd all been staring out the windows in complete silence, and the idea of sitting together outside with no moving landscape to distract us from what we'd witnessed seemed almost unbearable. Sean had lost the girl he supposedly loved. Sloane had lost him in nearly the same manner years ago. If this had been a story or something, I might have been entertained by the drama of it, but the look on their faces made this situation anything but enjoyable. The tension was thick, and none of us had the energy to say the things we needed to clear it. Sean's eyes were cold as he stepped out into the brush and waited for us to exit so he could pull out the solar panels. Sloane's face was pinched and closed off, her shoulders so tense they almost reached her ears. The guilt I already felt grew exponentially. She'd said it wasn't our fault, that her life wasn't ruined because of us. Her reasons made sense, but as I watched her now, I wondered if she wouldn't be better off in P7, even if Bryn's people had come for her. Zayn and I scooted through the door and got out of their way.
We don't have any food,
he whispered. I glanced back toward the transport. I think I still have a few bars in my pack. He scowled.
Those aren't going to keep us for long.
I stretched my legs and leaned against his chest and listened to his heartbeat. The steady rhythm grounded me. I don't think they need to. Kenna said this place was only 20 miles north. They'll have food there, right? Zayn looked skeptical.
20 miles is a lot longer when you have to travel through terrain like this.
I flicked my eyes open and looked at our life-saving vehicle. It was dinged and scratched up, but didn't look too much worse for the wear. We'll be fine, I think.
You think?
Zayn's voice rumbled in his chest, and I could practically feel his smirk. Sean finished expanding the panels and stepped back to the ground. He shifted uncomfortably on his feet, started toward the front of the vehicle, then changed his mind. Sloane stared up at the sky and folded her arms over her chest as she leaned back on the hood of the transport. I was dying to know what they were thinking. It's tragically romantic, isn't it? Zayn grunted. I don't think there's anything romantic about this situation. Tragic I can get on board with. No, not this. Them. I pulled back so I could look into his face without craning my neck. Zayn took the hint and sat down. I joined him. You think they... Zayn stole a glance over my shoulder. Of course, I whispered. Didn't you hear Sloane's story? Zayn nodded. That was years ago. Sean was not happy to see her. Which meant he still had feelings for her. I grinned. Okay. Angry ones. He snorted. Feelings are feelings. Love looks like anger sometimes. The words left my lips before I realized how I knew this to be true. Heat flared through my body and my cheeks flushed, and I hastily looked down at the ground. I picked up a stick and doodled in the dirt to distract myself. Zayn sat still next to me. Had he noticed I'd used the L word? I hadn't meant it like that, had I? No, I didn't love him. Not like that. Zayn drove me crazy when we were younger. Honestly, he'd driven me crazy up until a few weeks ago. Was it possible I'd liked him the whole time? My hands trembled with nerves and embarrassment, but I kept my face a mask of calm as I drew a large circle and dragged the piece of wood to cut the soil into 6 equal parts. Mila, I don't know what's going to happen. Zayn's voice was low. I need to tell you. No, I cut him off. My hands shook harder. No? He sounded offended, but I kept my eyes trained on the ground. I was already too worked up to see his face. I shook my head. We aren't going to say anything to each other right now. Nothing. Nope. I said the word with such force the P seemed to echo off the trees around us. But what if... There's no what if. We are going to make it to Kenna's contact. Then we're going to get in touch with the coalition and find out that their plan, whatever it was, worked. And then we'll get in a transport and meet them somewhere. And all live happily ever after. Zayn reached out and put his fingers under my chin, then gently tipped my face up to meet his gaze. Mila, there's no happily ever after when this is all said and done. I pulled my head away and frowned. Why would you say something like that? Of course there would be a happily ever after. There had to be. We hadn't gone through all this to miss the finish line. Because it's true. He spoke without any cruelty or sarcasm. Best case scenario? We shut down whatever Bryn's trying to do and, I don't know, convince the communities to work with us. Treat us as equals. Right. Let us contribute and benefit mutually without having to integrate. How was that not a happy ending? Zayn nodded. But that's not going to be easy. We're going to have to create a whole new infrastructure. It's going to be a lot of work. And Bryn won't give up his control easily. I know all about men like him. Zayn paused and his face clouded over. It's going to be a fight. For a long time. Even if, best case, we win this first battle. And if it's not best case. What? I asked. And Zayn shook his head as he looked down at my scribbles in the dirt. Why won't you say it? My throat felt thick. What was he trying to accomplish with all this? Why was he even here if he thought it was all pointless? Fine. His jaw flexed. You want to hear the worst case? Worst case is not being integrated and forced to be unreal. I'm sure that's where you were heading with your question. I pursed my lips. That isn't the worst case, Mila. He stared at me and breathed deeply. Worst case is we get nothing. They don't give us the time of day. They send us back home, and we have to spend the rest of our lives. His voice caught in his throat, and my stomach twinged. His face screwed up and he closed his eyes, taking a deep inhale. The tip of his nose turned red. It always did that when he was emotional. When had I started noticing that exactly? I sat still, barely breathing as a lump formed in my throat. When Zayn finally opened his eyes and spoke, his tone was low and even. And we have to spend the rest of our lives doing exactly what we've always done, knowing that there could have been something better. I gritted my teeth and worked to keep tears from spilling over onto my cheeks. I wanted to scream at him and tell him he was wrong, that anything would be better than running scared. My old life would still be better than this. We could make it better, even if we didn't get what we wanted. But instead, what came out was, if that's all we have to look forward to, then I wish we'd never left. Zayn flinched. My statement wasn't true, but it felt real. If I'd known the current ending to our story, or at least Zayn's prediction of it, I wondered if I would have made a different choice. Opted to stay in slight discomfort and almost satisfaction forever, instead of taking the risk that I would crumble and break. As I sat next to Zayn, it felt like I'd passed the risk threshold and already flirted with absolutes.
I would do it over in a second,
Zayn whispered, and a flicker of anger, hurt, crossed his face. He stood and was about to turn back toward the transport when something caught my eye, and I put out a hand. Wait. I motioned for him to sit back down. Look. Chapter 28. Zayn waited and followed my gaze. Sean had joined Sloane at the front of our transport, and they looked to be in deep conversation. What do you think they're saying? I asked. Zayn shrugged, shoved his hands in his pockets, and shuffled his feet in the dirt. He was upset. I knew making him wait here wasn't going to change that, and it might make it worse. There was a deep crease in his brow. He looked like the old Zayn, brooding and tense. This was how he'd always acted at home, and I was shocked to realize I hadn't seen this side of him once since that day on the mountain.
I'm going to take a nap,
Zayn grumbled, then walked a few paces to find a comfortable place to sleep. My heart sunk. How had I landed here again? I kept messing things up because I was too terrified to say what I actually felt. With a sigh, I pulled my knees into my chest and rested my chin, then watched Sloane and Sean. Sloane's hands gesticulated, and I couldn't help but rehearse dialogue in my mind. How could you leave me when you knew what was going to happen? I didn't leave. If you remember, I was trying to help you. How could you put me at risk by telling everybody what I had told you in confidence? How could I have left my family to that fate? I laughed to myself. The situation wasn't humorous, but my fake voices were. My imagined questions pulsed through my mind, and none of them had satisfactory answers or conclusions. As an outsider, I understood exactly why each of them did what they did back then. If they'd never met, the mission would have gone off without a hitch. The only reason that night, and then their paths afterward, had been derailed was love. They loved each other. That love overpowered the motivations they'd held prior, forced them to see a different perspective, and suddenly they didn't know what the right choice was anymore. I giggled. They were probably arguing over directions. My eyes betrayed me and flickered toward Zayn. Every second I stared at his back, I sank further into myself. I couldn't stop thinking about him, worrying about what he thought, or more specifically, what he thought about me. Was that love? Was this what love felt like? To be so invested in another person that you couldn't step away? Suddenly it clicked. What Zayn had been trying to say a moment ago and what I'd thrown in his face with my statement. If we'd never left our home, we never would have found each other. We would have continued on the same path we always had, me avoiding him, and everyone else really, and him dissatisfied with his life. Would I really go backward and trade it? The past seemed better than our current situation, but I knew I wasn't seeing clearly. I rolled to my side and put my arm against the deadwood, then rested my head. I wanted to be the person who would take a challenge head on and never doubt myself. I wanted to give up everything for someone else and fight for what I believed in no matter what the cost. I wanted to be the type of person who was willing to risk everything for the right reasons, like Channel and Alek, like Zayn. But I knew I wasn't. Not right now. I curled my knees in closer. I didn't know if I ever could be.
Time to go.
Sean's voice rose in the air around us and startled me awake. I stretched my arms high above my head as I sat up. My stomach felt hollow and empty, but that was something I was used to by now. I hadn't gone to the bathroom since last night, and that meant I was getting borderline dehydrated. I had to hold on to the hope that we would get to Fowler's Bluff, and they would have enough supplies to support us until we figured out what to do next. Zayn and I walked forward in parallel paths toward the transport, but didn't walk together. His body was tense. At least now I knew why. I needed to talk to him. I needed to be willing to do some things his way instead of forcing him to wait on my emotional timeline. The thought of it made me sick to my stomach. We climbed into the back of the vehicle and took our seats. Zayn didn't look at me as we clicked our safety belts into place. The strap against my chest felt like it weighed 100 pounds, and I was already sweating. This was going to be a long drive, especially because Zayn and I didn't seem to be the only people giving each other the silent treatment. Sean handed something to Sloane across the center console, and as their fingers brushed, an idea suddenly sparked in my mind. I might not be able to talk to Zayn about how I felt, but I could do something. As Sean started the vehicle, I leaned over to Zayn. "Do you want to play a game while we drive?" His eyes were guarded.
"Only if it's not would you rather,"
he muttered finally, and I snorted a laugh. Sean looked at us oddly in the rearview mirror. "No, that's Alek's favorite, not mine." Zayn shook his head.
"How many games do you play in your family?"
"I'm not going to answer that question." The corner of Zayn's mouth curled, and my heart leapt. If he was smiling, he couldn't be too mad at me. I used that positive momentum and reached out to lift his hand from his lap, then turned his arm so that his palm faced upward. "This is a game my mom used to play with me when I was younger. As you might have noticed, I'm not as forthcoming as Alek." Zayn raised an eyebrow at this, but I ignored him. "So, my mom made this up to get me to share things with her when I wasn't in the mood to talk." Zayn's expression sobered, and he nodded intently. I hoped he could tell I was sorry, that I wished I was more like Alek, and I did want to share with him, but I didn't know how to be not me. I placed my finger on Zayn's wrist and my skin tingled. "When one of us asks a question," I continued, "the other one will tap twice for yes and once for no, right here." I demonstrated by giving 2 light taps on his skin. "You don't have to say anything else, but the person asking the questions gets to keep going until the answer is no. Make sense?" Zayn nodded and worked to hold his body as still as he could despite the bucking vehicle.
"Do I get to ask the first question?"
I smiled sweetly. "Definitely not. Here." I turned over my wrist so he could place his finger. Keeping my voice low so Sean and Sloane couldn't hear over the engine, I asked my first question. "Are you glad we left home?" Zayn tapped twice on my wrist. "Were you scared?" 2 taps. He stared at the back of the seat in front of him, and I was immensely grateful for the lack of eye contact. It felt safer, less vulnerable. There was something about this way of communicating that lowered the stakes. "Were you scared about traveling with us? Me and Alek?" Only 1 tap hit my skin, and I looked over at him with surprise. I'd assumed the answer to that question would have been an easy yes.
"My turn."
Zayn was a little too eager. I put my finger on his wrist as adrenaline coursed through me, then turned and fixed my gaze out the window.
"Were you scared to travel with me?"
he asked, and I tapped twice.
"You thought I was a terrible person."
Not really a question, but I answered it anyway. 2 taps.
"Has your opinion changed?"
I smiled to myself. He already knew the answer to this, which meant he wanted a yes so he could ask more questions. I tapped lightly twice against his wrist.
"Do you care about me?"
The words slipped out so effortlessly, and my heart skipped a beat. Of course, somewhere deep down, I'd secretly hoped we could talk about this, or I wouldn't have brought up the game in the first place. I'd also not hoped it would get here, and I didn't expect him to get there so quickly. I held my breath and tapped twice. There, that wasn't so bad.
"Are you glad we left?"
I exhaled, grateful for the change of subject, and swiped across his wrist, then realized I hadn't told him that was an option. I turned my head. "That means I'm not sure." As soon as I looked at him, it felt like too much. His dark eyes were intent. They searched mine, and the nervousness I'd fought to keep at bay came rushing back in. Without further explanation, I quickly swiveled back toward the window. Just then, something changed beneath our wheels and the bumping stopped. The ride was suddenly smooth, and I breathed a sigh of gratitude.
"Found a road,"
Sean announced, and I looked forward.
"How far does it go?"
Zayn asked.
No idea, Sean answered. Enjoy it while you can. I settled back into the seat, and my arms and legs relaxed at not having to work so hard to keep them steady. I closed my eyes and waited for Zayn's question. Are you scared now? He asked. I tapped twice with feeling. That was obvious to anyone who'd been paying attention. Are you scared about what might happen to us? 2 taps. Are you scared of me? I paused, not sure how to answer this one. I wasn't scared of him. Not like I was scared of the communities. I thought for a moment. I did feel scared, or something close, when I was with him. But scared of him? No. It was more depressing than that. I was scared of me. I sighed and tapped once. Zayn didn't comment. He turned and lifted his finger, and I settled my wrist under it. Do you worry about your family? I asked, and Zayn tapped twice. Do you worry about your dad? His finger hovered above my wrist, and then he swiped. Served me right. I knew that would be a complicated one. Do you blame your dad for what's happening now? He paused again, but then tapped twice. Do you think if he would have been different, our lives would have been different? Zayn's finger hovered a moment, then finally tapped once. I agreed. While I disliked Alejandro, after I heard what was happening in the communities everywhere, it didn't seem like it would have mattered either way. I nodded and flipped my hand over, then put my finger out. Do you blame my dad for what's happening? Zayn's voice was low. I tapped once, but before I could turn, Zayn cut in. Wait, that didn't count. It totally counted. I looked at him with a slow smile. I got distracted by your question. I didn't mean to ask it. Can I have a do-over? I raised an eyebrow but turned my head and looked back out the window with my finger still over his wrist. Are you scared to be in a relationship? You know, with somebody? Somebody really amazing? In the future, of course. I bit my lip and turned my head even further so he couldn't see me grin. My heart raced, but before I could talk myself out of it, I tapped twice. Are you scared because it's new? 2 taps. Are you worried about messing things up? Again, 2 taps. He lowered his voice, and when he spoke, his lips were so close to my cheek, I could feel his breath on my skin. Mila, when you're around, I catch myself staring at you all the time. My stomach twists, and I always want to be close to you. Do you feel that way when I'm around? My breathing quickened. I let his words wash over me. He watched me. He felt nervous around me, and he wanted to be close to me too. For a second, I felt like I was falling. Grateful I didn't have to try and form words over the lump in my throat, I tapped twice. When I first noticed you, he continued, I thought it was because you were different. It bugged me at first, and I wanted to figure you out. Then it became more than that. I wanted to be around you because I liked your differences. You were better at the things I knew I was bad at. You had pieces I was missing. He paused a long time, and I felt his heart beating nervously against my shoulder blade. He swallowed hard. Do I have things that you're missing? My heart pounded so intensely, I thought I might pass out. Zayn's words clicked into place and brought truths inside me to light. He was analytical and practical, which wasn't opposite of me, but were both qualities I wanted to strengthen. He was strong and powerful, while I was petite and physically weak comparatively. He was impulsive, while I tended to sit back and take my time before jumping into things. It had always bugged me that he was so different, and if I was being honest, it still rubbed sometimes. I didn't think I'd figured him out yet, not even close. But I liked trying. I loved the intrigue. I admired that he trusted himself to figure things out and find solutions, and I loved that he helped me find pieces of that in myself. I tapped twice. Mila, Zayn whispered, and I waited for his next words. The way my name sounded on his lips, it made me shiver. With the smooth road beneath us and the low hum of the engine reverberating in the air, I realized I'd done it. I'd told him how I felt, at least partially. I still couldn't bring myself to turn around and face him, not yet, but relief and pride swelled within me. I'd managed to take the first step. I know you're scared about what's going to happen. Zayn continued finally. I am too. I wish I knew how to make you feel safe, but since I can't even do that for myself, I think you're out of luck. I laughed softly and felt so light, I thought I might lift off of the seat and float. His hand traced the bones of my wrist. I know I feel better being scared with you. I feel better when I sleep next to you, and when you're with me, He trailed off and his voice sent a wave of longing through my torso. Maybe I could turn around? I wanted to. If Sean and Sloane hadn't been an arm's length away from us, I probably would have given in and thrown myself into Zayn's arms, then kissed him breathless. Instead, I twined my fingers with his. Zayn cleared his throat. I would feel a lot better if I could finally kiss you, like I've been working up the courage to do for days, without being interrupted. His words and the annoyance in his tone made me giddy, and I stifled a laugh. So, I know we're stuck in a vehicle with those two, and I can't follow through on that now, but do you think we could schedule a time to take care of that later? This time, the professional canter of his voice made it impossible for me to keep it in. I laughed under my breath and tapped twice against his hand. Zayn pulled on my arm and leaned back in his chair. He hadn't gotten to a no, but we both knew the game was over. I cautiously leaned back and settled against him. He'd talked about kissing me and given me warning, which meant I'd have time to mentally prepare so I didn't bolt when it actually happened. Maybe he did have me all figured out. We held each other in silence as Sean drove. Out of 1,000 scrambled puzzle pieces, one connection had finally clicked into place. Zayn swept his thumb across my wrist, and I squeezed his hand in response. I'd been terrified to let down my walls, but now I couldn't fathom how I'd held them up for so long. I thought about Alek and my parents, and wondered if they were as happy as I was in this moment. I enjoyed every second of that ride, right up until I saw something glint in the distance, until Sean hit the brakes and cursed under his breath, until a full barricade of community transports materialized on the road in front of us. Part 6. Channel. Chapter 29. April 24th, 2161. Alek, Ave, Kay, and I flung our arms around each other in disbelief. Zayn and Mila were safe, at least for the moment, and I could barely process what I'd just heard. Are you okay? Ave asked as we pulled away. I shook my head, unable to answer. Could it actually be true? How was it possible that my dad was alive? That he'd been alive the entire time? It was utterly unbelievable, and I couldn't begin to make sense of it. I thought back to every day he'd sat on my bed in P3, all the things I'd told him and how I wished he was there with me. My mind reeled, and I tried to make sense of it. Could Mom have been lying? Did he lie to her? My curiosity ate through me from the inside out. Ave sniffed. I'll take that as a no. I choked on a laugh and wiped the tears from my eyes. Are you okay? I turned to Alek. He nodded, but his jaw was tense. I knew what he was thinking without having to ask. Sure, Mila was okay 5 seconds ago, but what about now? Or 10 minutes from now? Had our information been enough to help them? Did they make it out? I knew his thoughts because I was right there with him. I didn't care about them as much as he did, but I did care. And now my dad was with them. Someone I thought I'd lost and didn't want to lose again before we met face to face. I was anxious, elated, and restless enough that I could barely rein myself in and focus on the task at hand. It was 5 minutes past 9, and as far as we could tell, the emails had gone out as expected. I watched Kenna's expression as she stared at the projection in front of her. Unlike us, the news that Zayn and Mila were safe hadn't visibly affected her one way or the other. I knew her well enough, though, to see what she wasn't showing externally. Every swipe of her finger, every sleepless night, was her way of showing how invested she was in all of us. Even so, her stoicism was killing me. I fidgeted with the hem of my shirt. I couldn't sit here waiting on everything. I had to move or do something, anything to get this ball of energy out of my body before it burst. I'm going outside, I announced abruptly. Without a second glance, I stalked to the front door and flew out into the open air.
My mask dangled around my neck, but I didn't pull it up. Surprisingly, the yard was empty and peaceful. The children had to be awake, but the empty space made me realize everything had been uncharacteristically quiet this morning. When I took a few more steps away from the door, I saw why. A crowd of people, including the rambunctious children that usually ran amok at this time of day, stood in a circle around tree and sky in the distance. They were far enough away that I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I observed the two women with their long braids moving gracefully in the center of the circle. Coalition members sat on the ground with their heads turned up. They watched the two of them as they moved in a slow rhythm and lifted their arms to the sky. They flowed around each other in a synchronized dance. "What's going on?" Alek asked. He followed my gaze and took in the strange sight. "They must have some kind of magic if they're able to get those kids to sit still." I wanted to laugh, but after everything that had happened, I couldn't. Everything felt too heavy, like it suddenly mattered too much. "Want to join them?" he asked, and a part of me yearned to walk over to the group. Eventually, I shook my head. I think I need a bigger distraction. Alek stepped in front of me. His eyes glinted as he leaned close. This wasn't what I had in mind, but as his face approached mine and my heart pounded against my ribs, I wondered how I hadn't thought of this first. "Race you to the tree," he whispered, so close I could almost taste him. Then he whirled around, jumped off the step, and bolted as fast as he could to the dead trunk ahead of us. I laughed in shock and surprise and chased after him. I pumped my legs as fast as I could to catch up. As soon as I began to make headway, he heard my footfalls and pushed himself even faster. My blood pumped and my lungs screamed for air. I clumsily clutched at the mask swinging around my neck and pulled it onto my face. When I finally reached the tree, Alek had already wheeled around and was heading back toward the house. "Not fair," I gasped, and he flashed me an arrogant smile as he passed. I slapped the peeling bark, then bolted toward the porch. Alek waited for me at the finish line. He held his hands over his head and fought for breath. He was insufferable. I collapsed on the step. "Want to go again?" Alek spluttered. But before I could turn and tell him he was crazy, Kay burst out of the front door. "Get in here!" She did a double take when she saw our flushed faces and heaving chests. Alek reached out and took my hand, then pulled me up off the ground. Together we stumbled inside. "Just went for a quick run," I explained pointedly when Ave's brow furrowed at our entrance. At this point, he was aware of how I felt for Alek, but I didn't want to rub it in his face. "There's a message from Straya." Kenna's face was pale. I blinked. That name meant nothing to me. "Who's that?" I wiped my forehead and walked closer to her console. "She's on the council," Kenna explained. "It's not an official council message, but she's offered to meet with us on her own." My heart jumped out of my chest. It had only been, 10 minutes since our virus entered their system? I stifled a laugh as I imagined every member of the communities opening their messages this morning, only to see more flooding into their inbox. It worked. Kenna nodded in disbelief. It actually worked. I clapped my hands together. "So what are we waiting for? Let's meet with her." Kenna's hands flew across her console. "Now?" she asked, mostly to herself. She didn't wait for an answer from any of us before she typed the message and asked if we could meet with the entire council. I held my breath as she sent it. Seconds later, a link populated on her screen, and Kenna hesitated. "I don't know what this is." I inspected it closely. It looks like a link for a shared meeting. There was something different about it, compared to the links I'd seen before at least. Kenna nodded in agreement, but she still didn't click. "Do you think it's a trap?" Alek asked, and I looked at him in surprise. That possibility hadn't even crossed my mind, but it absolutely should have. Of course the communities could be fighting back. Could they be fishing? Trying to nail down our location so they could take us out? Kenna stared at the string of letters and numbers in front of her. "We don't have time to safeguard ourselves." She looked to Ames and Talia questioningly. Ames's face was grim. "I only have enough rations for 3 more days." 3 more days. Kenna nodded and turned back to the console. She drew a breath, squared her shoulders, and then she pressed the link. Chapter 30. A woman's face winked into view. She had an olive complexion and dark hair that fell in waves over her shoulders, and her objectively beautiful face was pinched with anger. Or stress? I couldn't quite tell, though I was positive she had reason to feel both. Kenna spoke first. "You're a hard group to get a hold of." Her voice was strong, and her expression was suddenly void of any of the hesitation it had been riddled with moments earlier. "And you're persistent," Straya responded crisply. Kenna sniffed. "We believe the council and the Paradise community leaders are abusing their power. We had no choice but to fight for an audience." Without any warning, another face winked into view, and then another. Within seconds, 5 unknown faces stared back at Kenna, and not one of them looked remotely friendly. The new arrivals didn't bother to introduce themselves, and they didn't need to. We knew who they were, and if they didn't know who Kenna was before this morning, they knew her now. One final screen winked into view, and I sucked in a breath. Bryn's nostrils flared. "I do not think this meeting is wise." He leaned forward, and even from my vantage point on this side of the projection, I could feel the intensity of the glare. Kenna ignored his comment. "I've posted a file in our joint cloud." I clenched and unclenched my hands. This was it. She was finally getting an opportunity to show them the evidence we'd collected in P3. Now they would see. They would witness what Bryn had been doing and how he'd stepped way beyond his bounds. I tapped my foot as the file transferred, then watched the projected faces as they stared intently at their screens. "You're looking at data streams from Paradise 3 community members with Cerebralink," Kenna announced. "You'll notice that while every stream in this batch lasted for a different amount of time, none of them are particularly long. Members of our coalition have seen firsthand that linked community members are being starved for resources. They're being used for their creativity and then murdered." My face blanched. Kenna didn't mince words, and she gave the information without apology. Straya flinched slightly at her statement, but her face remained a mask of calm. "You can exaggerate all you want," Bryn started, "but my actions in the Paradise communities in North America have been fully approved by this council." My eyes narrowed and I leaned closer. Fully approved? Was he saying the council knew exactly what he was doing, and they hadn't tried to stop it? That would mean Kenna was wrong. It would mean we'd been wrong all along about him going behind their backs and running experiments without their consent. Which meant we had exactly nothing to leverage. "Fully approved is a strong statement," Straya corrected sternly, and a glimmer of hope bloomed within me. She continued, "There's been some debate on the council about how to approach Cerebralink. With this new data, we'll need some time to discuss." "There's no time," Kenna cut in. "Our people are in danger, and we're not the only ones ready to fight for these injustices to cease immediately." "Really?" Bryn laughed coldly. "What? Have you been sending members of your group out to rally the real communities?" He flashed a haughty smile, and my blood boiled. "I'd like to tell you I know exactly who you've been in contact with, and your numbers are less than impressive, but that wouldn't be kind." As much as I hated to admit it, he was right, and he didn't know the half of it. Even though we'd contacted the Reals, we hadn't exactly recruited them. Unless Mila and Zayn had gotten them on board, while also running camp to keep clear of community troops. The Vivientes weren't itching for a war with the communities, and the coalition members we had here, with limited supplies and training, they'd never be able to make a lasting dent. Kenna knew that more intimately than I did. "There are more people than just the Reals." Kenna stared directly at Bryn. His smile faded slightly, but I knew it wouldn't last. She was bluffing, and it would only be a matter of minutes before he figured that out. I thought back to Clearwater and what he'd said about the communities, how they were hoarding the resources his people needed. Would that be enough for them to join us and fight back? "Our goal has never been to fight, especially not with each other," Straya explained. "It doesn't matter what they think." Bryn didn't allow her to continue, and another council member nodded his head in agreement. "Cerebralink is imperative to our resource calculations, and we're not going to halt operations because a small section of the population objects." "Resource calculations?" Kenna repeated. "Are you sure you didn't mean population calculations? From the information we've gathered, it seems that resources are only increasing. Wouldn't it make logical sense to utilize them?"
There's no guarantee, Straya argued, but she didn't refute Kenna's statements outright. You know as well as I do, we don't have a roadmap for this. We need to be as prudent as possible. Our responsibility is to our people, Kenna asserted. And while I do agree that we need to be thoughtful about the strategies we implement, if we don't take care of our people now, we won't have any future population to worry about anyway, making this a moot point. She spoke with calmness and certainty, but she clasped and unclasped her hands behind her back. She hadn't been expecting the council to respond to our data with complete ambivalence. None of us had. She was fishing for something, anything she could use against them. Bryn scratched his chin. We won't have any people in the future if we don't find a way to allow the world to regenerate. We must minimize all resource usage, which is why Cerebralink. We're already using less than what is currently regenerating, Kenna pushed back. The only thing that further resource reduction will do is speed up the regeneration process. Bryn scoffed. How could that be a bad thing? Because the cost is too high, Kenna answered firmly. I'm not willing to pay it. It's not your job to determine costs, he hissed. That's why we have this council. You're telling me the council is on board? Kenna's voice became angrier by the second. This council approves the murder of 1/3 of the population in Paradise communities? You told us 5%. One of the council members muttered under his breath. Bryn didn't miss a beat. Those were the initial calculations. 5%, the man repeated. Beyond that was never something I agreed to. Straya shifted uncomfortably. These numbers were never discussed, she admitted, and we will set a time. There's no time for further discussion at this point, Kenna repeated vehemently. Do you not understand? Our world is healing. We have scientific proof, and I've sent that data to the council more times than I can count. Before I left my world-building placement, I proposed an initiative to reevaluate our trajectory within the communities. Those efforts were immediately stifled, forcing me to find other ways to get your attention. And now people are dying. You can see as well as I can that Bryn is pushing things too far. We refuse to step down until this is shut down. There's no shutting anything down at this point. Bryn spoke over her. You talk about shutting down Cerebralink, but what will that accomplish? We cannot continue going on the way that we have. We cannot support the real communities, and they have nothing to offer us. They're utilizing more resources in each single settlement than 3 communities combined. They refuse to assimilate, leaving us no choice. Their selfish decisions are forcing us to take further action. I swallowed hard and glanced over at Alek and Kay. Had they heard this before? That the communities viewed them as being drains on the world's resources? Bryn's face reddened as he continued with his rant. We cannot support an increased population in the communities under these circumstances. These Cerebralink losses are required to maintain homeostasis. If you want to save on reals, we don't need to halt my operations. We need to eliminate real populations. Kenna stared at him open-mouthed. I waited for her to say something, to collect herself and present a rebuttal, but nothing came out. Alek's face hardened. Kay stood unsteadily and put out an arm against the wall for support. Without thinking, I stepped forward in front of the projection. You're right, I blurted. Straya narrowed her eyes, and I could feel Kenna's eyes boring into the back of my skull. You're exactly right. I stepped forward fully. Until we're all working under the same system, we're never going to be able to solve this problem. But it doesn't have to be either or. Who are you? And what? Straya started, but I held up a hand. It doesn't matter who I am. I suddenly felt more calm than I had all day. All the nervous energy from earlier seemed to settle and coalesced into a solid understanding of what I needed to present in this moment. It doesn't matter where I came from or whether I'm real or unreal. These divisions between us are blinding us and making it impossible for us to find a solution that doesn't require killing our own citizens. Straya crossed her arms over her chest. Don't you think we've looked at all the options? That we've exhausted every possibility? I nodded. I'm sure you have. But with Bryn leading the discussion, I'm not convinced it was as broad as it should have been. Bryn glared at me, and Straya pursed her lips. What exactly are you suggesting then?
she asked with more than a little annoyance in her tone. I'm suggesting we abolish the communities, I stated boldly, and didn't dare to look at the faces around me. Strya coughed, and Bryn laughed heartily. He spoke before she could collect herself. I see. So you're hoping for complete chaos? You're worried about a few people dying for the benefit of humankind, and yet you want to take away the only thing that is keeping the majority of this planet alive? He looked to his right. Why are we entertaining this child? You said you wanted a faster recovery, right? My voice rose in pitch, and Kenna has expressed that she isn't willing to pay the current cost. Bryn refused to look up, but I could tell I had the rest of the council's attention. I had to talk fast before I lost them. What if there was a way to lower the cost and achieve a faster recovery rate? Plus, what if this solution also made it possible for reals and unreals to integrate under one system? Channel, Kenna hissed. What are you doing? I barely heard her and didn't pause to answer. Well, that would mean we live in a magical world without real outcomes and consequences, Bryn muttered, his face still pointed toward the other council members and away from my eyes. I scoffed. You're blind. Bryn's head snapped up at the insult. You've been so focused on what was directly in front of you that you have no idea what the rest of the world has been learning. You have zero creativity. I swallowed and clenched my fists. We have access to technologies that the communities haven't even begun to explore. Because you refuse to listen to anyone who doesn't share your worldview. You're so set on a specific path, and you refuse to explore outside that bubble. The entire council gaped at me in disbelief, and I reveled in every slack jaw and incredulous expression. It gave me confidence as I continued. I don't believe for 1 second that your concern is the future population. Your concern is only with yourself, Bryn. I refused to use a respectful title. What technologies are you talking about? Strya's voice was hard as she honed in on the facts hidden within my insults. My heart hammered in my chest. I had no idea if what I was about to do was wise or disastrous, but just like Kenna clicked on that link, I felt like it was our only hope. Carbon reuptake. That doesn't exist, she shot back. We tried, and I've seen it, I replied evenly. Bryn said the reals have nothing to offer, but you're wrong. The only way we come out of this is by working together. Strya stared at me appraisingly. You think that the real communities, who are so convinced they've been persecuted and left for dead for the last 2 generations, will just gladly hand over their technologies and join us? Bryn exploded, and his face turned a deeper shade of red. No, of course not, I laughed. I'm expecting you to turn over the communities to them. There was a sharp intake of breath, and I couldn't tell if it was in the room around me or over the projection. Bryn's eyes bugged out of his head. You can't possibly. Actually, I misspoke, I continued, and Bryn snapped his mouth closed. The communities would be turned over to nobody. And everybody. I pressed my palms together to force my arms to stop shaking. This idea had come out of nowhere. All the frustrations and perspectives I'd heard over the past weeks blended effortlessly with new knowledge of available technology and an old understanding of coding possibilities. I pointed at Bryn. Your idea to use Cerebralink to unleash the creative power of thousands of minds was brilliant, but I think they should have the ability to live in the worlds they build, without anyone controlling their contributions. What does that even mean? You're speaking gibberish, Bryn scoffed, exasperated. Kenna sat up and stood next to me. No, she's not. She's talking about decentralizing the edge. She faced the council. And I think it's brilliant. Chapter 31. Voices erupted into a cacophony of sound. Council members talked over each other, which made it impossible to hear what they were saying. Finally, Strya's voice raised above the chatter. Hold on, everyone, hold on. You're forgetting that people tried that before, she shouted. No. I raised my voice to match hers. Not like this. They tried it in the financial market, and it worked brilliantly there. Decentralized coins were the only reason economies survived before Campy. Who's to say it couldn't work on a larger scale? They didn't ever have a system like ours to put it to use. How could they not see that this was perfect? Edge code would be built block by block, owned by everyone in the system, and unalterable by people like Bryn or anyone after him who may have the same ideas. Bryn's face now turned an angry shade of purple. We can't even trust basic code to anyone but world builders, and you think that turning over ownership of edge capabilities to the uneducated public would solve our problems? I nodded and barely kept my excitement contained. You're already doing it. At this, the room quieted. By linking individuals and harnessing their creativity, you're doing exactly what I'm proposing with one slight difference. You're controlling it, Kenna breathed. They're building the code and you're harvesting it. Why? I'm not taking or controlling anything, Bryn blustered. We're collecting information to create a more efficient system to decrease our resources. Then let us create it, I called out. You said we could decrease resources with everyone under the same roof, so let's do it. Let's build the universal system you've proposed, but we'll let the people remain in control of their own contributions. Everyone would benefit, and it would remove the barriers to entry that currently prevent reals from joining the communities. They don't want to be controlled by you, Bryn, by anyone. This way they wouldn't have to be. Kenna chimed in. It would require tearing everything down and rebuilding it. But with a combination of our resources and technology, we could do it. I think we could actually do this. Was I proposing that we topple the structure of our entire living population? I nearly laughed out loud at the absurdity of it, but something deep inside me told me I was right. I knew I was right. I don't know how I knew, but I did. This would work. It wouldn't be instantaneous or without considerable effort, but it would work. Are you actually considering this? Bryn asked, and his voice rose in pitch as he stared at the other council members. Are you listening to a teenager? A child? Over the years of research we've amassed on this subject? This is an automatic no. The idea that we would let wild imaginations from a kid with an aptitude for coding dictate the trajectory of the communities is... Well, you've all lost your minds. Kenna shook her head. This isn't just an idea. It's a viable solution. She's not a kid. She's earned her place here. You know we can't say yes to this. Straya smiled apologetically, but she was considering the idea. She wasn't the only one. I scanned the council and noted the furrowed brows and rapidly blinking eyes. She continued. This isn't even a decision we could make. It's too massive. We'd need to meet, do the research, prepare data, and look over proposals. This could take months, if not years. My heart palpitated. Months? Years? I knew what that meant. While the council debated and ran through the miles of red tape, Bryn would quietly continue what he'd been doing all along. What if we don't have time? I blurted out. And what if we could prove that it works without needing to spend years researching? What are you saying? Straya's eyes narrowed. An experiment. Bryn loves them. You need data and we want progress. It would be ethical. No side effects or risks, especially given the current circumstances. Straya opened her mouth to protest, but I barreled on. Give us one community. P3, I suggested. We'll combine one real community and one unreal. I looked directly at Bryn. You're killing everyone there anyway, and the reals need help. It wouldn't be a loss, and with the technology we could offer, you'd come out net positive on energy resources. Bryn ground his teeth and threw his hands up in the air. Let's say we approve this. Let's say we throw all rational thought to the wind and give you your little experiment. Then what? When you fail, I mean? I steeled myself and faced his projection. This had to be big, compelling. I had to leave him with no excuse to deny our offer. I pursed my lips and drew a breath. Then, you continue with your plans for Cerebralink. You integrate the rest of the reels so they aren't using resources we desperately need. I looked at Kenna questioningly. She nodded. We won't fight you on any of it. Bryn narrowed his eyes, and it was that moment I knew we had him. You're willing to make that deal? He asked. You would have to put a hold on Cerebralink during the extent of the experiment, Kenna continued easily. We would need equal access to community resources, including mining of the monolith. I held my breath. Apparently, she was also aware of the Vivientes predicament. I spoke up. You would have to give support to the real settlements on the brink. Remove your troops. Straya pulled her hands together and tapped one index finger against the other. That's a tall order. I shook my head. It's a small, low-risk request, with the promise of a huge reward for you either way. What's the timeline? Straya asked, and I held my breath. I had no idea what a realistic timeline would be for something of this magnitude. 1 year, Kenna suggested. That would give us enough time to prove that it's working. It also wouldn't create a significant loss in resources on your end, even if it wasn't. Straya looked around at the other council members. Give us a moment, she murmured, and the projection froze. My body collapsed into itself, and I leaned on Kenna's chair for support. That was the stupidest thing I've ever seen someone do, Kenna hissed. Her eyes flashed, and then she reached out and pulled me to her. She brushed away the tears that leaked onto my cheeks and looked almost motherly as she did so. I don't know what came over me. I rallied and stood, then finally braved a glance over at my friends. They looked shell-shocked, and I couldn't blame them. I'd never brought any of this up with them before. I hadn't even known these ideas existed in my own brain until seconds ago. My eyes landed on Alek. He stood stock still. I knew the expression on his face intimately, and I instantly deflated. I opened my mouth to call his name, but the screen suddenly blinked back into existence. The timeline is 9 months, Straya instructed curtly. We'll continue with Cerebral Link rollout in 20% of current community sites. My stomach dropped. We couldn't allow them to, with 0 resource reduction, she finished. 0 resource reduction. So, they'll be taken care of? I clarified. The Cerebral Link patients. They'll survive. Anyone that's linked? I stumbled over my words. Straya nodded, and her eyes briefly flicked toward Bryn. If you can accept those terms, we'll allow this experiment to move forward. Done, Kenna answered without hesitation. Straya nodded. We'll draw up the agreement. The projection winked out, and the council members disappeared. I couldn't believe it. They'd said yes. I turned to Kenna, but before I could open my mouth, Straya's face popped up again in front of us. Kenna jumped. This will not be as easy as you think. Straya's face was hard. Bryn and his company still own the rights to much of our technology, and he isn't going to allow this to happen quietly. Kenna leaned forward. He doesn't own it all. What about he does own it all? He bought out the others years ago. There are restrictions and agreements. She spoke quickly, then looked over her shoulder. I have to go. For all our sakes, I wish you the best of luck. Part 7. Mila. Chapter 32. April 24th, 2161. I gripped onto Zayn's arm with both hands. No, I was already panicking. I can't do this again. Zayn, I can't. Stop. Sean and Sloane both yelled at the same time. I can't think while you're talking, Sean growled, and Sloane shook her head. There's nothing to think about, she yelled. There's no way out of this. Classic. Every time the communities show up. What's that supposed to mean? Sloane scoffed, and her eyes flashed. You give up. You've never been willing to fight them. What do you call smuggling reels out of P7 and using my boat to transport them across the Gulf? Sloane spit, and Sean muttered something under his breath. I'm serious, Sean. She inhaled sharply and struggled to rein in her impudence. There's no getting out of this. They have weapons, and this vehicle can't move fast enough through the brush to escape. If you don't want to die, you need to pull up. Tears spilled down my cheeks. How could this be happening again? How could they have known where we were heading? It's going to be okay. Zayn rubbed my shoulder. It's not going to be okay. I meant it. There was no way the communities were going to allow us to slip through their grasp a third time. Kenna said she had a plan, and I believed her. But it looked like it was too late for us. Sean gripped the steering wheel, and his knuckles were white with the pressure. I'm not going out this way. They're going to kill us on the spot, Sloane pleaded. Pull up, Sean. At least then we'll have more time to figure something. You don't know that, he argued. Sean, Sloane pleaded with him, her voice desperate. Pull up the vehicle. He swallowed hard, but then shook his head stubbornly and cranked the wheel to the left. He hit the pedal, and the vehicle charged off the packed road and into the underbrush. I yelped as I bounced violently in my seat. The blood drained from Sloane's face. "Get out now!" she screamed. She pulled on her door handle and ripped off her safety belt. "Now!" With one kick, she flung open the door and hurled herself out onto the ground. My eyes bugged out of my head as the vehicle only continued to pick up speed. Without a second warning, Zayn unclipped both of our belts, pulled me forcibly onto his lap, kicked open the side door as Sloane had done, and launched us both outside the vehicle. I clung to him and closed my eyes as we tumbled. The world spun around us for what seemed like forever until we finally came to a stop. Dazed and confused, I could barely comprehend what had just happened. I didn't have a second to process before a loud boom echoed in the distance, followed by the crackle of gunfire. My hands flew to my ears, and I crawled up against Zayn's chest. His arms were still wrapped tightly around my body, but as I pressed closer, he groaned, and I felt, more than heard, the guttural sound. I backed off and dropped my hands to the ground, then searched his face. "Are you okay?" I scanned every inch of his upper body for injury. Zayn nodded, but his eyes were crinkled in pain. He'd wrapped himself around me and taken the entire force of the fall. I leaned forward and kissed his cheek. "Are you okay?" I repeated. "You have to be okay." I peppered kisses across his face desperately. Zayn cracked a smile.
"Mila, I'm fine. There's just something."
I leaned back and looked down where he pointed. I choked when I saw the blood. His t-shirt was soaked, and it quickly spread across his right side. He carefully pulled up the fabric and revealed a large gash near his hip. I ripped my shirt off, pulling it over my head and wadded it into a ball, then quickly stuffed it over the cut. "Shh, you need to lie still."
"Put your hands up,"
a man's voice called, and my head whipped up toward the light that now blinded me. "He's hurt," I called out desperately. "We asked our driver to stop, but he didn't, so we jumped out. We don't want to fight. We only need medical attention." The light moved closer, and with my limited vision, I could barely make out the tip of a weapon poking out alongside the beam. I held stock still, but refused to take my hand off of Zayn's side. Suddenly, the man's footsteps halted, and he straightened, then lowered the light and his weapon. I looked up questioningly, and he lifted his mask.
"What are you doing here?"
he hissed as he ran to Zayn's side.
"I thought you escaped."
Escaped? What was he talking about? I lifted a hand and rubbed my eyes, then looked again. His face was familiar, but I gasped. "You're him!" My vision finally adjusted enough to pick out the greenish bruise across his forehead. The guard! Alek hit in that room? "Shh!" He tipped his head. Another soldier was approaching fast.
"Case,"
he reminded, and I nodded. "We did escape," I whispered. "Just didn't get far enough, I guess."
"You're telling me this was all for nothing?"
He pointed at the healing wound on his head. I grimaced. "Sorry about that." He shook his head and his expression sobered.
"This isn't good. Nobody can know you were the ones who broke into P7. Understood? Keep your masks over your faces and look at the ground. Don't meet anyone's eyes."
I nodded. Case motioned to my hands, and I lifted the shirt so he could see what I was working with. His face blanched.
"He needs medical care." "Is it that bad?"
Zayn tried to lift himself to look, which only caused the cut to bleed more. Case pushed him back down and reached into his cargo pocket to pull out a medical kit.
"What's going on here?"
the other soldier asked. He held his weapon toward us and shone his light in my eyes.
"They're not armed. Stand down,"
Case commanded.
"I'm bandaging this one up, and then I'll escort them to the holding area."
The man nodded.
"I'll stay for backup."
I groaned internally.
"This isn't going to hold anything off for long,"
Case muttered under his breath.
"But at least it will stave off infection."
He pulled out a small tube and sprayed Zayn's side with mist after he peeled away my blood-soaked shirt. Zayn winced and gritted his teeth. With the ambient illumination from 2 handlights, I had a perfect view of his skin, and I watched with disbelief. Whatever Case had sprayed onto his cut stemmed the flow of blood and created a cloudy film over the gash.
"Come on."
Case reached under Zayn's left armpit and lugged him to his feet. He slung Zayn's arm over his shoulder to take some of the pressure off his right side as they walked. I fell into step next to them and held my shirt away from my body.
Why are you here? Zayn's voice was choppy with exertion. None of your business, Case answered loudly, and I snuck a glance at the soldier behind us. We were ordered to occupy an area just up the hill. Case kept his voice low as we approached the community transports. Is this Fowler's Bluff? I asked. No more questions, the soldier behind us barked. Keep moving. I stumbled over a branch and barely caught myself when a primal scream shattered the air. I spun around. Lights bobbed in the brush ahead of where we'd been. There was a struggle. Someone was being dragged forward. No! The sound came again, and I knew immediately who it was. Sloane, completely gutted. I squinted to see what she was fighting to get back to. I said, keep moving. The soldier nudged me with his weapon, but I didn't move. I spotted a dark lump, and before I was physically forced to turn around and keep walking, a light washed over the shadowed area in the trees. The lump was our transport vehicle, crumpled around a log. Half of the dead tree toppled and had crushed the cab completely. Zayn, my voice and body began to shake as I stumbled forward. It's Sean. Chapter 33. Case deposited us inside of an old church building as gently as he could while keeping up appearances. Find out if he's okay, I yelled as Case walked away from us. The one driving, please. Case didn't pause, but our eyes briefly connected as the heavy wooden door closed between us. He'll be okay. Zayn winced as he rubbed my shoulder. We turned and immediately recognized the situation for what it was. Everyone was here. Hundreds of faces we didn't recognize, and 2 we did. Darius and Cammy, the woman from the shack. They rushed to us. Where are the others? I asked. Did everyone make it? Darius shook his head. I don't know. Many of us did. He motioned to the room around us. I didn't have enough time to spread the word to the whole group. It's every man for himself at this point. Zayn coughed. Maybe they'll have better luck than we did. I'm so sorry. I was the one who contacted Kenna. She'd given us these coordinates. Looks like the coalition doesn't have a market on good information, Darius muttered. I turned and looked away before he could see how much those words stung. It wasn't Kenna's fault the communities had gone AWOL. This wasn't her fault. It wasn't anyone's fault, besides the committee. Zayn winced, and Cammy took one look at his side and rushed away. When she returned a few moments later, she had a medical kit twice the size of Case's. We used this on one other person today, but your wound is definitely worse. She handed the kit to Darius, and he opened it, then quickly located a sterile dressing and a large adhesive strip. I moved out of the way so he could work. What's happening? My heart beat furiously as I dropped my shirt at my feet and rubbed my arms with my hands, trying to warm up. My mind was on overdrive as I attempted to make sense of everything. How had Darius and Cammy beat us here? Who were all the rest of these people? Were they all from the settlement we'd just vacated? Where was Sloane? You've got as much information as we do, Darius grunted. I mean, we have a little more, Cammy muttered. Most of these people are from Fowler's Bluff. We haven't had much time to ask questions, but someone told us P7 zoomed in out of nowhere and forced them to congregate here. No explanation. Do you think they're going to kill us? I whispered. Darius barked a laugh. Of course they're going to kill us. What kind of question is that? I swallowed hard. What I'm not sure about is whether it's going to be quick and painless, or whether they're going to try and force us to integrate. His hands moved deftly as he applied the dressing on top of the antibacterial treatment Case had already applied. When he was satisfied, Darius gingerly laid the adhesive strip over the top and sealed its edges along Zayn's skin. There. Don't mess with it, and you should be good as new. Zayn pulled himself up to sitting and drew a deep breath. I'd like to take a tour. I looked at him incredulously. I've never been in an old church like this, and I want to look around. I put a hand on his forehead. Zayn, are you? He pulled his feet toward him and lifted into a crouch, then reached out so I could help him stand. Don't you think you should... Come on. He motioned for me to join him. We'll be back.
He reached out and gripped my hand, then pulled me forward as we weaved through the groups of people seated on the floor. My hands were ice cold as we made our way to the back of the church, and Zayn led me forward to a spiral staircase that seemed to lead up into the tower. Zayn, I don't think that tower still exists. I stopped short when he didn't acknowledge my words or slow down. What had gotten into him? I climbed the steps 2 at a time to keep up, and we finally reached a small landing. He pushed forward through a weathered door that hung limply on its hinges, and I followed. We found ourselves on a platform. The walls around us were crumbling, and there was no longer a roof over the small square room. Jagged pieces of wood and brick created a disjointed horizon against the deepening reds and oranges still barely visible in the distance. I held my breath, overwhelmed by the juxtaposition of beauty and devastation. What was this place, and what did the communities want with us? Sean, I whispered. I think he might be dead. Zayn turned toward me and nodded. Sloane isn't here yet. Do you think? Zayn shook his head. Case went back out. There's no way he'd let them kill her. I nodded and wished I was as convinced as he was. She loved him. I know he was with Lily, but I could see it in her face. My eyes filled with tears, and I was suddenly overcome. She loved him, I repeated. Zayn reached for me and pulled me against his chest. I avoided his bandage and curled into him, then sighed as his warmth seeped into my chilled skin. Zayn exhaled. That's exactly why I brought you here. I held very still, suddenly aware of his bare chest against my arms and hands. He leaned his head closer and breathed against my cheek. It's later. I pulled back and tipped my head skyward to look into his eyes. What was he talking about? Mila, since when have I ever wanted to tour any building, let alone a church? I blinked. Zayn reached out and brushed a lock of hair from my face, then tucked it behind my ear. I couldn't take the risk of something else happening tonight and not getting the chance to do this. He leaned down and closed the distance between us. Before I could freeze up with anxiety or run the other direction, his lips were on mine. I stiffened momentarily out of shock, but then quickly relaxed my shoulders. It was later. His words suddenly made sense. He was kissing me. We were trapped in a dilapidated building with people we barely knew, held by troops that were likely going to kill us in one form or another, and he was kissing me. I pulled my bare arms away from my sides and snaked them around his neck. Zayn reached down low and slipped his hands under my thighs. He lifted and pulled me off the ground with ease, and suddenly we were at the same height. I laughed and eagerly wrapped my legs around his waist, but stopped when I felt him flinch. The gash, I realized. Zayn smiled against my lips and carried me over to a stand of crumbled brick. He set me gingerly on top and looked deeply into my eyes. Did I hurt you? I asked worriedly. He shook his head and stepped closer. I pulled him to me and threaded my fingers in his hair as I wrapped my feet around the backs of his legs. His lips were tender, and my skin tingled as he traced a line down the center of my back. I arched toward him. My body somehow knew exactly where it wanted to be, despite having zero experience with this kind of thing. His nose brushed mine as he turned his head, and he kissed the corner of my mouth, then slowly explored the line of my jaw. I love you, I sighed, and my heart skipped a beat. Every muscle in my body tensed as Zayn paused with his lips still touching my skin. My eyes flew open in disbelief and more than a little panic. I love you? What was I thinking? I hadn't been thinking. I'd been wrapped up in his soft kisses and light brushes against my skin. That was the problem. A lump formed in my throat as Zayn lifted and centered his face in front of mine. My heart fluttered, then flipped and rolled so intensely I thought I might throw up, or pass out, possibly both. What did you say? He asked. His voice was low and husky. I opened my mouth to answer, but no sound came out. His lip twitched. He lifted a hand, then removed my arm from around his neck and lowered it between us. He flipped his arm over and placed my finger on his wrist. My breath caught as he leaned in close, and his lips grazed my earlobe as he spoke. Did you say you loved me? My chest rose and fell in quick bursts. I'd said the words. That phrase had left my lips. I trembled next to him, and all the blood seemed to drain from my limbs. Was I ready for this? Did I even have a choice in the matter? It felt like everything stood still and all the tension and worry that had built within me for weeks suddenly drained through my center and out through my toes. A warmth radiated through my chest as I realized the answer to that question. I didn't have a choice. I'd been fighting against what my heart had been trying to tell me for weeks now, and if this wasn't the moment that I honored it, when the future was unknown and Zayn had been by my side through everything that had come before, I didn't think I'd be able to forgive myself. I exhaled slowly, squeezed my eyes shut, and lifted my finger. Then I tapped twice. Part 8. Channel. Chapter 34. April 24th, 2161. The room erupted in celebration as the projection winked out, and we were suddenly flooded with coalition members who'd waited eagerly in the hallway. A mass of people poured into the room, which made it impossible for me to find my way to Alek. Kay threw her arms around Ave and both of them jumped up and down excitedly. I would celebrate with them soon enough, but right now, I was focused on the tall boy with long dark hair standing stoically across the way from me. He still hadn't moved, and his brow either creased in frustration or intense concentration. I couldn't tell which. I pushed against the flow of people, eventually made it past Kenna's desk, then broke free of the main river of elated human beings. After I slipped past the last group of celebratory friends, I finally reached him. As soon as I stood there with my body close to his, the chaos and cacophony seemed to fade, and it was just us. Alek? I inspected his face for some indication of what he was thinking. I worried about the expression I'd seen earlier, and now I couldn't find any clues. I had no idea where to start. Are you upset? I readied myself to stop him from walking away like last time. He shook his head. No, he answered. Worried. About what? I took his hand in mine. He looked up at my touch and finally met my eyes. When he raised an eyebrow, I pursed my lips. Fair. That was a stupid question. He ran his free hand through his hair and stared out the front window. I'm not trying to rain on your parade. He sighed, and I attempted to keep the confusion off my face. I didn't think this was the time to make him aware of the fact that I had no clue what he was talking about. I heard what you said, Channel, but I don't see how this is supposed to work. What do you mean? What you were talking about up there. One system? My stomach dropped. I knew what he was asking. I'd been around him long enough to know without a doubt that he had zero interest in being involved with any world that included augmentation or the edge. The problem was, I'd realized moments before that it wasn't going to be possible for either of us to get exactly what we wanted. Alek, you asked me how this was all going to work out. I swallowed hard and searched for the right words. Words that would help him understand. I know you want all of this to go away. Implants, augmentation, cerebral link. And I agree with all of your concerns. Every single one of them. I rushed to assure him. I don't think the way our communities are currently set up is sustainable, which is why I'm suggesting a new organization. One system, Channel? His voice was rough with emotion. You said reels would be included in that, and it didn't sound like you were talking about eliminating the edge. I nodded slowly. Alek, they must be. You know as well as I do, we can't keep fighting against each other. That isn't sustainable either. We don't have to fight. They can just leave us alone. But that's not a solution. Think about it. Why did you leave your home? It's not enough for the communities to leave you alone. They have been leaving you alone to some extent. Yeah, after they set us up to fail. I realize that, but we can't suddenly go back and change that. They set you up to fail, it's true. It's not right and it isn't fair. But at this point, you can't keep your settlements afloat on your own. You're running out of resources, and you can't expect the communities to support your way of life, even if they did ruin everything in the first place. Alek's jaw tensed at my words, and I lifted a hand to his cheek. Will you please listen? His eyes were hard, but he didn't pull away. Alek, you taught me that living a real life, embracing the hard with the good, was more fulfilling, and you were right. I can honestly say I've never been happier. What about you? His brow furrowed.
What do you mean, what about me?
I mean, are you happier? He scowled.
That's kind of an unfair question, don't you think? We've been running for our lives.
Right, but this is real life, Alek. I was pulled out of mine and slammed into yours, and yes, I realize this isn't your normal version of reality, but it's certainly a whole world away from being unreal. He took a breath and let it out slowly.
What are you saying, Channel?
I dropped my hand and rested it on his chest. I'm saying... I paused to collect my thoughts. I'm saying that you want all of this to go away, but it won't. I watched his face and hoped he wouldn't push me away. This technology exists, and some people are always going to choose to live an unreal life, even if it's not what's best for them. You can't do to them what the communities did to you. I cleared my throat and took an unsteady breath. We can't put this back in the box. Your life is never going to go back to what it was, and neither is mine. We have to find a new way forward, to take the best from both our worlds to make something new, together. I held perfectly still and waited for any indication that he understood and accepted what I was saying. I didn't know if he would. I didn't know if what I was saying made any sense to him.
What if,
he started finally,
I'm not as strong as you? I don't know if I can do this, Channel. I don't belong in any world other than my own.
My eyes misted over, grateful that he was still talking to me, and heartbroken that I had to be the one to make him feel this way. I reached up and tipped his chin so I could see his face clearly. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. You belong in my world just as much as I belong in yours. I could see the fear and trepidation in his face, and I wanted to go on, to tell him how I thought he could do anything, be anyone, that he had more strength and resolve in one finger than I had in my whole body. But instead, I simply looked into his eyes.
My parents are going to kill me,
he groaned, and I laughed out loud, then threw my arms around his neck. The loneliness I'd felt facing the council finally dissipated as I felt his arms envelop me. Tears of relief streamed down my cheeks as my body found any way it could to loosen the jumble of emotions wound tightly in my chest. I stayed pressed against him until my skin was dry again, and I couldn't remember where I'd been before everything smelled of sun-warmed skin with a slight hint of citrus and lavender. When his arms finally loosened, I noticed the room wasn't as full as it had been before. Our core group was huddled around Kenna's console, and I reluctantly pulled Alek over to join them. Where to next, boss? I grinned at Kenna. She was instantly focused on the screen in front of her, and Ames shook her head. I cleared my throat. Kenna, you realize we just won, right? Kenna's lip twitched.
Won is a strong word. Now we have 9 months to...
Kenna! I repeated, louder this time. Her fingers paused and she looked up. Take the day off. I don't take the day off. I shot a glance at Ames, who quickly reached out and stole her tablet. Hey! Kenna lunged forward, but Ames was too fast. She hid the tablet behind her back and skittered away from her. Seriously? Kenna drew a breath, then took in our faces. We'll have plenty of time to figure this out if we start tomorrow, I explained. You haven't slept in, what, 3 days?
4, at least,
Ames muttered. We have 3 days left of resources? I asked, and Ames nodded. So, we eat. And sleep. Let our bodies rest. And then tomorrow,
we head home,
Kenna finished. I thought about the warehouse, the comfort of the hot pools, the warm water for washing clothes, the safety of the walls. I shook my head. No. If we are going to do this, we need to go home. I looked over at Alek and squeezed his hand. At least some of us do. To Southwest Territory. Alek's mouth dropped open.
Are you serious?
His eyes were glassy and his voice was thick with emotion. Is that possible? I turned back to Kenna. She looked between the two of us and laughed when she saw Kay jumping up and down excitedly. You tell me. You tell me. You're the one who has to figure out the building blocks for this crazy idea of yours. I scoffed. Right, go ahead. Put it all on my shoulders. Kenna grinned. Yes, that works.
We need to pay a visit to Clearwater anyway, so I think that could all be arranged. We'll have to stop by the warehouse for supplies. Then we'll set up our home base in P3.
They'll come with us, right? I checked with Alek. Your family? Your friends?
He took a ragged breath and ran a hand over his face. If you think I'm asking them that question, you're crazy.
I laughed and pulled his hand into mine. We were doing this. We were finally going to get him back home. Then we had 9 months to prove we could create a system that was compelling enough to keep Bryn from ruining the world we were barely beginning to get back.
Kenna, you're going to want to see this.
The tone of Ames's voice sent a shiver down my spine. She turned Kenna's tablet toward us.
Just came in.
No time. Captured. Here with Darius, Sloane, and the other reals. Being taken into P7. Have a friend with a bruise. Working on it.
That was it. My body deflated and dread permeated my being as I turned to look at Alek. He reached up and brushed his fingers along his mostly healed skin.
A friend with a bruise. They must be with the guard Alek had knocked out when they escaped. They can't do that. I whipped toward Kenna. We said they had to stop all integration of reels. Kenna yanked her tablet back from Ames and swiped open the screen. They can't do that, right? Strya will tell them to stop? Kenna didn't say anything, and I stood frozen as I waited for someone to tell us they'd be safe. Darius. Mila and Zayn were with my dad. Ames motioned for us to leave and give Kenna space to work. Stepping outside of this room was the last thing I wanted to do, but I knew she was right. Ave and Kay took the first steps. They opened the front door and walked out into the yard. I pulled my mask up over my face and followed them. They're going to be fine. I was trying to convince myself more than anyone. They have to be. P7 probably hasn't gotten the message, that's all. Alek nodded, but the crease along his brow didn't relax. It was maddening. Here we should be celebrating, and instead we were stuck worrying. Again.
Is this ever going to get easier?
Ave laughed nervously. He looked better this morning than he had in weeks. I don't think it will. I sighed as the next few months played out in my head. We had to set up camp in P3, and I had no doubt Cass and the rest of the leadership there were not going to be willing participants. Vera. The name jumped into my head and my heart jolted. She might be okay after all. Mom might still be okay. We could help them. All of them. But if Mila and Zayn were still being taken in? My heart dropped. Could we trust the council at its word? Would they take care of the people in the stacks like they promised? I shuddered as the image of rows of emaciated bodies flashed again through my mind. Ave reached out and touched my shoulder.
Looks like you got your placement after all.
I frowned. What are you talking about? He smiled, and his eyes glinted the way they did when he was up to something.
Your dream job, right? You always told me there would be no point if you didn't get it.
I stared at him until the words clicked. This was not how I'd ever imagined it happening, but Ave was right. Everything I'd worked for, every dream I'd ever had, was coming true in this moment. The risk was breathtakingly high, but then again, in my mind, it always had been. I nodded and looked around at the people who had so quickly become my family. I pulled Alek close and held tight. I didn't know how we were going to find Zayn and Mila. I didn't know if the council was going to keep its promises. I didn't know what pressures we'd face when we pulled reals and unreals together, or maybe I did, which was possibly even worse. But I did know that whatever happened, we were in this together. For better or worse. For now, that had to be enough. I'm going to need your help. Tears brimmed in my eyes. We have a world to build. The end. This has been a production of Undone, Book 3 in the Unreal series. Written and narrated by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2022. Button Press.